Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Wicked Embers, Moltchanov Bratva, by Steele, narrated by Leanne Woodward and Eric Bloomquist. Chapter 1. Lee. I stand in the middle of my cluttered apartment, surrounded by a sea of cardboard boxes. My entire life is crammed into these boxes, ready to leave behind the weight of this city. My gaze shifts to the vision board, a collage of sun-soaked beaches, glittering Hollywood signs, and music studios. My dreams, glued together in one fragile hope, stare back at me. Los Angeles, my ticket out of Vegas and this suffocating world I was born into. My stomach flips as I trace my fingers over the images. 2 more days, I whispered to myself, trying to quell the anxiety bubbling up inside me. Just 2 more days, and I'm out of here. I grab my phone to find out if my final paycheck has cleared. If it has, I might be able to leave a day early. Tapping the banking app with trembling fingers, my pulse quickens as the screen loads. I'd love to leave tomorrow. It would lessen the chances of my father doing something to ruin my plans. But as the app opens, my heart stops for a beat before plummeting like a stone. The numbers glare back at me, mocking me and turning my worst fear into reality. 0 balance. No. My fingers fly over the screen, refreshing the app, each tap a punch to the gut. My breathing grows shallow, panic clawing at my chest. But the glaring zeros taunt me. Reality sinks in, heavy and cold. I know exactly who's responsible. God damn it, Dad! My fist clenches around the phone. My father, the man who is supposed to keep me safe and support me. Instead, he stole my ticket to freedom. Again. I collapse onto a nearby box, my mind reeling. How could I have been so stupid? I should have known better than to trust him or believe his promises of change. Some people never change, I say bitterly to the empty room. And some dreams never come true. But despair doesn't have time to settle. Anger surges instead. Hot, fierce, unstoppable. I stand, determination stealing my spine. Not this time, Dad. You're not fucking taking this from me. I dial his number, each ring fueling my rage. When he answers, I don't give him a chance to speak. Where's my fucking money? My words lash out, cutting the air like a whip. My fingers tremble as I grip the phone, knuckles white with fury. My sneakers squeak against the worn hardwood as I spin, pacing like a caged animal. Sweetheart. My father's voice drips with feigned innocence. What are you talking about? Don't sweetheart me, I snarl. My account is empty. Every last penny is gone, and we both know you're the only one who could have done it. I pause to steady my breath. I trusted you, I say, quieter now, but no less intense. I actually believed you when you said you were done with the gambling and cons. So much for just being the concierge at the Diamond Hotel and Casino. Come on, Lee. You know I've kept to my word this past year. He pauses. But this opportunity was too good to turn down, sweetheart. It's a huge pot, and I feel tonight's going to change our lives. Like I haven't heard that a million times, I snap. I don't fall for it anymore. I was getting out, Dad. That money was my ticket to a real life, and you know how fucking hard I worked for it. As I speak, my eyes land on the vision board. Los Angeles. Freedom. A life without looking over my shoulder or worrying about when the next mark will catch up with us. all of it is slipping away because I was foolish enough to trust my own father. I want it back, I say, my voice low and dangerous. Every last penny. I want it back tonight. Now, my father says, his tone changing to placatory. Let's not be hasty. I've got a plan. No, I cut him off. No more plans. No more schemes. Just give me back what's mine. But even as I say it, a sinking feeling tells me it's already too late. The money's gone. It is most likely piled on a Felkroom high-stakes game. Take me into whatever scheme he's created in his head to cheat his way to winning. I close my eyes, steeling myself for what's coming next. Where are you? I ask, knowing I won't like the answer. The line crackles with my father's hesitation, and I can almost see him weighing his options, calculating his next move. My fingers tighten around the phone, knuckles white with tension. Look, sweetheart, he begins, his voice dripping with honey. I may have borrowed a bit more than I initially mentioned, but I promise you that it will be worth it. My father's voice drops and dips into his cajoling tone. I did this for you, baby. I want to double your money so you can have a better quality. And I don't want my baby girl living in a dangerous neighborhood. Save it, I snarl, cutting through his bullshit. You didn't do this for me. This is all about you chasing that fucking pot of gold on a poker rainbow. You stole from me, your own daughter, to feed your sick habit. How could you? He sighs, a sound I've heard 1,000 times before, the prelude to another elaborate excuse. Now, Lee, that's not fair. I also distinctly remember asking you about this little loan. Remember? Yesterday at breakfast? My blood runs hot. This man's audacity continues to amaze me. You're unbelievable, I hiss. Mentioning in passing that you might need to borrow some cash is not the same as giving you permission to clean out my account. Come on, princess, my father wheedles. You know I wouldn't do this unless it was a sure thing. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Stop! I grit through my clenched teeth. Just stop. Dad, you went too far. This isn't some game where you can charm your way out of trouble. This is my future you're gambling away. There's a pause, and for a moment, I wonder if I've finally gotten through to him. But then my father speaks, and I realize it's just another calculated move in his endless con. I'm sorry you feel that way, Lee, he says, his tone suddenly serious. But I think you'll change your mind once you hear what I've got planned. Why don't you meet me at the Diamond Hotel, and we can discuss this face to face? I close my eyes, fighting the urge to scream. The Diamond Hotel and Casino. Of course. Where else would he be? Have you already bet all the money away? Meet me at the casino. My father hedges, his silence saying more than his words. Fine, I snap, gripping my ankle strap. But this isn't a negotiation, Dad. I'm coming for my money, and that's it. I swear to fucking God, if you've already lost so much as a penny of it, trust me, sweetheart. My father's voice drips with honey-coated desperation. You'll be thanking me at the end of the evening. Right now, there is a high-stakes game going on in the Diamond VIP room. I'm talking about life-changing money. As the pieces click into place, my blood begins to boil. You've already bought into the game with my money, haven't you? I seethe, sitting on the sofa, securing my ankle strap. My hard-earned cash is probably sitting in some mobster's pocket right now. No, it's not like that. He backpedals, but I can hear the lie in his voice. I simply require a little more time and your presence. You've always been my lucky charm. I laugh, but it's a harsh, bitter sound. Lucky charm? Is that what you call the daughter you've used as a pawn in your schemes for years? Come on, Lee. One more chance. With you here, I can win the pot. Think of what you can do in L.A. with twice, or maybe even 3 times what you'd saved. No. My voice slices through his excuses, steely with resolve. I'm done being your good luck charm, your safety net, or whatever the hell you want to call it. I'm only coming to the diamond for one reason, to get my money back, and you'd better be standing there with $15,000 in your hand. But Lee, I push myself up from the sofa. Save it. I'll be there soon. I hang up, my hand shaking with fury. As I grab my keys, I make a silent vow. This is the last time my father derails my life. I'm getting my money back, and then I'm gone. For good. I snatch my purse from the coffee table, my mind racing. The familiar weight of it grounds me as I rummage through its contents. Pearl pink tinted lip balm, pepper spray, a handful of crumpled bills. Check. My fingers brush the cool metal of my lockpick set. I hesitate, then leave it be. You never know. Fucking bastard's head is going to roll if he's lost my money, I mutter, crouching to secure my phone in the ankle strap, a trick I picked up over the years. The device fits snugly against my skin, serving as a secret lifeline in case of an emergency, keeping me safe from pickpockets. As I straighten, my gaze falls on the bus ticket on the table beside the front door. It's sitting on top of a magazine about Los Angeles. The glossy images of glamorous shoppers and sun-soaked beaches mock me, reminding me that my bright future is slipping through my fingers. Not today, I growl, tearing my eyes away. I'm not letting my father steal another minute of my life. My mind races as I fly out of the apartment, accidentally slamming the door. Sorry, Mrs. Launders, I yell, knowing the old busybody will give me another 20-minute lecture on why young ladies shouldn't slam doors if I don't. Before the old bat can emerge from her apartment, I am down the stairs and through the security door faster than Speedy Gonzales. As I barrel onto the sidewalk, I nearly collide with Tony Malteno's broad chest. The warm aroma of fresh bread wraps around me, momentarily dulling the sharp edge of my anger and making my mouth water. Whoa there, firecracker, Tony chuckles, steadying me with a gentle hand. His father, Luigi, peers over his shoulder, concern etched on his weathered face. Everything okay, Lee? Luigi asks, his thick Italian accent wrapping around the words. You look like you're about to go to war. I force a smile, but it feels brittle on my face. Just taking care of some family business. Nothing I haven't done 1,000,000 times before. Tony's warm brown eyes narrow, seeing right through my bravado. Your dad again, huh? You know we're here if you need anything, right? For a moment, the genuine care in their voices threatens to crack my resolve. These two have been more family to me than my father ever was. But I can't drag them into this mess. I appreciate it, really, I say, injecting as much conviction into my voice as I can muster. But I'll be fine. I'm not so sure about my father, though, especially since he is probably already squandering my money. Luigi opens his mouth to protest, but I cut him off with a quick kiss on the cheek. I promise I'll be careful. Now, excuse me, I have a rat to catch. As I brush past them, my determination solidifies into something cold and hard in my chest. There will be no mercy tonight for dear old Dad. Tonight, he learns what it means to steal from me. Tony's hand catches my elbow gently, his touch warm and familiar. "Lee, wait," he says, his voice low and urgent. "I know that look in your eyes. Whatever you're planning, maybe I should go with you." I hesitate, caught between my need for independence and the genuine concern radiating from both men. "It's nothing I can't handle," I repeat, but the words sound hollow even to my own ears. "And I promise, if I need bail money, you're the first people I'll call." I try to make a joke, but it's not that funny when I am actually thinking about the different ways I want to kill my father. Luigi steps closer, his bushy eyebrows furrowed. "Mia cara, you don't have to face everything alone. We're here, always." A lump forms in my throat, and I swallow hard. "I know, and I love you both for it, but—" Yes, it's nothing you can't handle," Tony sighs, releasing my arm. "At least promise us you'll call if things go sideways. Day or night, we'll be there. I'll bring the shovel." Luigi smiles and winks. I nod, feeling a mix of gratitude and frustration. "I promise. Now I really need to go." "I'll get a cab for you." Tony steps to the curb and lets out a sharp whistle. A yellow cab screeches to a halt beside us. "Pop into the bakery in the morning," Tony says, holding the cab door as I slide into the back seat. "I'll have a fresh loaf of your favorite bread waiting for you." I smile at him, fighting back tears. "You guys are too good to me," I murmur, hating how my voice wavers. Before Tony closes the door, Luigi calls out, "Remember, Bambina, one phone call." I wave, forcing a smile. The warmth of their kindness lingers, a stark contrast to the cold determination settling in my gut. I'm grateful for their support, but a part of me resents needing it at all. My father's face flashes in my mind, and my jaw clenches. Time to end this once and for all. "Where to?" the cab driver asks, glancing at me in the mirror. "The Diamond Hotel and Casino," I tell him. The cab's tires crunch over loose gravel as we pull away from the curb. I lean my head against the cool glass, watching the familiar streets blur past. My fingers tap an anxious rhythm on my thigh as I wonder what the fuck I'm walking into, and hope to God I get there before there is not a cent left. Why does this always happen? I mutter under my breath. I just want to be able to live my life and reach for my dreams. The fear of being trapped in Las Vegas makes me shudder. The cabbie's eyes flick to the rearview mirror. "You say something, miss?" I shake my head, forcing a tight smile. "Just talking to myself. Bad habit." He shrugs, turning his attention back to the road. I close my eyes as memories of my life flash through my mind, of all the times I was forced to play my father's games. My stomach churns, thinking about how many good people I have duped out of their hard-earned money to avoid disappointing my father. The thought still makes me cringe. How his eyes could turn from warm to ice-cold in a heartbeat if I didn't do what he asked or get enough money from a mark. He's a little performing monkey, keeping the crowd occupied so he could rob them blind. I don't know who's up there looking out for me, but I thank my guardian angels every day for me landing that scholarship to UNLV. It turned my life around and finally showed me my worth. It gave me the courage to say no to my father. I want a better life, and I don't want to end up like him, a worthless grifter. I'm no longer a pawn in his schemes. He's on his own. I thought he was doing better over the last 2 years, since he moved into staff quarters at the Diamond Hotel, and he started working as a concierge. I invited him to breakfast yesterday to let him know I was leaving, not to give him an opportunity to rob me and gamble away my dreams. 2 days. That's all I had left before I was supposed to be on a bus to LA, leaving this cesspool behind. Now, here I am, racing toward the very man I've been trying to escape, praying I can salvage what's left of my dreams. The cab jerks to a stop at a red light, and my neck snaps. Great. That's all I need. Whiplash. You okay back there? The cabbie asks, his brow furrowed with concern. I will be, I say, more to myself than to him. One way or another, this ends tonight. Even if I don't get my money back, from this night forward, my father is dead to me. The cab jerks forward at the light, weaving toward the strip, a pulsing artery of greed wrapped in neon glamour. Neon lights blaze against the night sky, relentless and suffocating, like the stench of desperation that clings to the sidewalks. Tourists swarm the area like moths to a flame, chasing the promise of luck and luxury, while locals prowl the edges, hardened by a city that chews up dreams and spits out despair. I stare out the window, my stomach churning with disdain. The towering casinos loom like glittering cathedrals of excess, each facade screaming louder than the last. We drive past the giants, the Bellagio with its glimmering fountains, the Venetian with its faux canals and plastic charm, until the cab slows in front of the biggest trap of them all. The Diamond Hotel and Casino looms ahead, center stage in this parade of decadence. Its glittering facade reflects the fountains below, a perfect mirage promising riches and escape. But I know better. This place doesn't just take your money, it devours your soul. As the cab approaches the curb, I check the meter, pull some cash from my purse, and hand it to the driver. Good luck in there, the cabbie says. Thanks, I mutter as I slide out. But it's not me who will need it tonight. Chapter 2. Lee. The Diamond's dazzling lights blur as I storm inside, anger battling with the dread twisting in my gut. The lobby is a whirlwind of glitz and chatter, the stifling hum of wealth grating against my already frayed nerves. I don't give a damn about the luxury or the excited gamblers. My eyes dart across the room, searching for one man, my father. That lying, stealing, cheating bastard had better not be in that VIP room. But as I spot the high-stakes poker area at the back, my stomach twists. Of course he's there. For a fleeting moment, I had hoped he'd grown a conscience and, for once, put me first. Why do I always allow myself to hope? It just leaves me disappointed and battling more heartache. It's time to face facts, girl. Your father only cares about himself. I make a beeline for the poker room, shoving through oblivious crowds. The scent of expensive perfume and cigar smoke clings to the air, making me want to gag. I move toward the poker room, but before I can burst through the door, a wall of muscle looms in my path. I look up to see a hulking bouncer glaring down at me, his arms crossed, an expression stony. The dim lights glint off his bald head, reminding me of a particularly unfriendly turtle. I try to sidestep him. He mirrors my movement, not budging an inch. I sigh, my frustration bubbling over. Look, I just need to see my father, I say, injecting a tremor into my voice. Please, it's important. It's a private game, miss. Invitation only, he grunts, his tone flat, eyes giving away 0 fucks. And I didn't see any women on the guest list. I pause, swallowing my fury. With deliberate care, I let my shoulders droop, injecting just enough vulnerability into my expression to sell my next move. I don't want to cause a scene. I lean closer, lowering my voice into a trembling whisper. That man over there? I nod toward a creep leering at a server, his eyes predatory. He grabbed me inappropriately. I'm scared he's going to follow me. The bouncer's eyes darken as he looks toward the man. I press on, adding a quiver to my voice. I can't even repeat the disgusting things that guy said. I don't feel safe out here anymore. I need to tell my father I'm waiting in the car. His stance stiffens, his jaw clenching as he locks onto the offending patron. Wait here, he growls. I'll deal with him and then take you to your father. The moment his broad back turns, I slip through the door like a ghost, guilt clinging to me. But resolve pushes me forward. I'm here for a reason. I despise myself for this manipulation, but at least I saved some woman from being harassed by that slimeball in the hideous purple suit. The VIP room unfolds in shadows and opulence, the tension suffocating. A dozen poker tables glitter under chandeliers, each surrounded by players cloaked in wealth. My gaze darts through the crowd, hunting for one familiar silhouette. There he is, hunched over his cards, a man more devoted to the shuffle of a deck than he's ever been to his own daughter. Rage ignites in me, sharp and consuming. How the hell did he even afford to get into a game like this? Unless my father has found yet another creative way to gamble away what little we have left. I charge forward like a pissed-off bull, my focus razor-sharp, until I slam into yet another wall of muscle, solid as stone and radiating brute force authority. Jesus, where the hell did you come from? I snap, glaring up at the human mountain I'm sure I'd just left dealing with that creep in the tacky purple suit. How does a lumbering oaf like you move so damn fast? What, do you have rocket boots strapped to those slabs you call feet? I'm sorry, miss, but you can't be in here, the bouncer says, craning his neck to look out the door before fixing me with a stern gaze. Yet here I am. I plant my feet, meeting his eyes with a defiant glare. We both know he could toss me out without breaking a sweat, but I'm not backing down. Are we seriously doing this dance again? I ask, voice dripping with sarcasm. Excuse me? He frowns, confusion etched across his features. That's when I notice the scar running down his forehead and cheek. Oh, great. They're twins, Tweedledee and Tweedledum, guarding the gates to my father's personal hell. My fists curl at my sides, nails digging into my palms as I stare past the bouncer. My focus locks on my father, oblivious, consumed by his pathetic game. He sits there, oblivious to the world around him, lost in the cards and the thrill of the game. The sight of him, so engrossed in his addiction, while I fight tooth and nail just to reach him, makes my blood boil. I take a deep breath, bracing myself for the confrontation ahead. One way or another, I'm getting him out of here tonight. Look, I just need to talk to my father, I plead, gesturing towards the man hunched over his cards, oblivious to the storm brewing behind him. My voice quivers with barely contained rage. Then I'll leave. The bouncer's face remains impassive, a wall of flesh and bone. I'm sorry, miss. House rules. Nobody is allowed to interrupt a game. He takes a step forward, his massive frame looming over me. My eyes dart around the lavish room, taking in the glittering chandeliers and plush carpets. A server bends low over a leering patron, her tray of hors d'oeuvres perfectly positioned to give him an eyeful. The sight makes me sick. I've seen this before. The loaded deck and distractions are all intended to tip the scales in the house's favor. How could my father fall for this? He's the one who taught me to spot these tricks. Miss, please, don't make me use force, the bouncer warns, his voice tinged with weariness. It's a mountain of paperwork and HR interviews. I'd rather avoid the headache. That's when I spot a half-empty bottle of vodka abandoned on a nearby table. My fingers twitch, and I take a few steps towards it. The bouncer mirrors my movements, a silent dance of cat and mouse. The bouncer's eyes narrow as my hand closes around the bottle's neck, his muscles tense, ready for action. "Put the bottle down, miss. Don't do something you'll regret." A harsh laugh escapes my lips, surprising even me. "I'm way past regret, buddy. This is pure, unfiltered rage." The cold glass bites into my palm as I tighten my grip. And believe me, I won't like what comes next, and tomorrow it'll haunt me. I draw a shaky breath. "You seem like a decent guy, but I've been trapped in this hellhole my entire life, and I'm this close." I hold my thumb and forefinger a hair's breadth apart. "This close to leaving it all behind. But that bastard over there," I jab a finger towards my father without breaking eye contact, "is about to lose everything he stole from me." Something flickers in the bouncer's eyes, a hint of understanding, maybe even sympathy. I press on, my words tumbling out in a torrent. "Money I earned working 2 jobs while getting 2 degrees. Do you know how hard that was? Even harder when I was trying to keep my drunken, gambling addict father on the straight and narrow." I pause, chest heaving. The words are on the tip of my tongue, but I hesitate. Why am I telling him this? He doesn't care, and I don't need his pity. But the anger bubbling in my chest doesn't care about logic. It demands an outlet, and before I can stop myself, the truth spills out. "So, if I have to knock you out to stop him from losing everything, I will." My voice drops to a whisper, crackling with intensity. "One way or another, I'm getting to that table. But I'd prefer if you just stepped aside and—" The bouncer touches his earpiece, cutting me off mid-sentence. "Hey!" I yank his arm. "I wasn't done talking." He holds up a finger, silencing me as he listens to the voice in his ear. When he turns back to me, there's a glimmer of— is that amusement in his eyes? "Looks like you don't have to try to go through me after all," he says, his lips twitching. "Your wish to get to your father's table has just been granted." Before I can process his words, his meaty hand clamps down on my arm. He hauls me towards the table, my feet stumbling to keep up. "What the hell?" I yelp, the vodka bottle still clutched in my free hand. "I wasn't really going to hurt you. No need to snitch to your boss." My grip tightens around the bottle, pulling it to my chest like a shield. What the hell am I doing? Threatening a bouncer with a vodka bottle in a casino packed with cameras and criminals? Brilliant plan, Lee. It was truly inspired. If the dark overlord of this fine establishment doesn't kill me for breaking his no-violence rule, he'll definitely get me for being a dumbass. The bouncer remained silent, dragging me past rows of tables and gawking onlookers. I stumble along, still clutching the bottle like a lifeline. We come to an abrupt halt, and he shoves me forward. I whirl, ready to give him a piece of my mind. But my words die in my throat when my gaze lands on my father. The world narrows to a pinpoint. My father's weathered face, etched with lines of vice and lost opportunities, swims into focus. Our eyes lock, and in that moment, all the years of pain and betrayal come crashing down around me. My father's eyes fill with guilt, and he turns his head away from me. My head snaps around, following his gaze. At the head of the table, he sits like a king on a throne, broad-shouldered, ice-blue eyes cold and calculating. The sheer force of his presence steals the air from my lungs. The man is magnetic, his aura a blend of danger and command, the kind that makes you want to run but keeps your feet rooted. He doesn't just own the room, he consumes it. Power radiates from him, bending everything and everyone around him to his will. Recognition dawns. I should have known instantly. He's the whispered name on every lip in Vegas. Radomir Melchanov, owner of the Diamond Hotel and Casino Group, and, if the rumors hold water, the puppet master of the Melchanov Bratva. My instincts scream at me to run, to abandon this foolish mission. My inner voice, oddly reminiscent of a panicked robot from some old sci-fi show, blares, "Abort, abort, Lee Dalton, abort." But my legs won't cooperate, rooted to the spot as my stomach performs an unwelcome acrobatic routine. Molchanov's ice-blue eyes are sharp as a blade, piercing through me, peeling back every secret and fear I've ever tried to hide. His jaw is chiseled, his lips pulled into a smirk that promises danger. Power coils around him like a second skin, daring anyone to challenge him. In this moment, caught in Molchanov's crosshairs, I feel small, vulnerable, and utterly undressed in my hobo chic thrift store ensemble. The weight of my mission, confronting my father, suddenly seems trivial in the face of this new looming threat. A whirlwind of the usual questions floods my mind upon finding that my father has once again dug himself into a dangerous hole. How deep is my father in? Is there any way out of this unscathed? My throat constricts, and I long to take a swig from the vodka bottle clutched against me like a shield. Not for thirst, but for courage. Molchanov's eyes grab mine again, holding me captive with a force that feels almost physical. His gaze drags over my body with an intensity that sends a sharp prickle across my skin, setting every nerve alight. He doesn't just look at me. He claims me, as if daring to exist in his world means I'm already his. The sheer arrogance twists something deep inside me. Yet I can't stop the heat blooming in my cheeks or the unwanted flutter low in my stomach. Fear claws at my chest, but something else rises to meet it. Something electric, forbidden, and all too consuming. The worst part? I don't know whether I want to fight it or let it pull me under. I square my shoulders, forcing myself not to look away. If he's a predator, I won't play the prey. His controlled posture speaks volumes. Nothing here happens without his command. Despite my better judgment, something stirs within me, a forbidden allure wrapped in dark charisma. Rationality screams at me to run, but my body betrays me, goosebumps dancing across my arms. Molchanov's smile grows, and in that moment, I know. My father isn't the only one in trouble tonight. I am too.
Chapter 3. Radomir. The VIP room hums with shuffling cards, muted whispers, and the soft clink of crystal glasses against mahogany. It's a carefully curated illusion, a gilded trap designed to lure in the rich and corrupt. Velvet curtains swallow the room in shadows while leather armchairs pin players and plays at polished tables. Silver trays laden with caviar glide effortlessly through the room, their elegance a subtle distraction from the invisible chains binding my guests to my will. Once they're here, they belong to me. Bound by unspoken debts they barely notice until they can't walk away. Every movement in this room bends to my design. A perfectly timed joke, the brush of a beautiful server's arm as she leans in with the tray, or the sly offering of complimentary poker chips. Each distraction calculated as my housemen quietly tip the scales in my favor. Vodka flows freely, loosening inhibitions and wallets alike. I let my guests taste victory now and then, just enough to sustain the illusion. By the time they realize the house, My house always wins. The game is already over. Tonight's hastily assembled game surpasses even my expectations. Politicians rub shoulders with criminals, their egos colliding over high-stakes bets. Businessmen with fortunes as dubious as their morals throw chips onto the felt with reckless abandon. But tonight, this game isn't about mere money. My eyes settle on Mark Dalton, a pitiful wreck soaked in desperation and cheap booze. He's a gambler who's already lost everything, yet clings to the fantasy of redemption like a drowning man grasping at smoke. His gambling addiction could swallow the city whole, yet I've kept him alive. He's been useful, until now. Recent intel suggests he's been holding out on me. A Greek prisoner, shattered by my men's careful persuasion, uttered a name I've hunted for a decade. The Greek matriarch. The ghost who ordered the deaths of my father and uncle. Her name alone silences men, yet here she is, stirring the waters again. And somehow, Mark Dalton is the key to finding her. Even with the room's moderate temperature, Dalton sweats like he's sitting in hell's furnace. Each chip he loses pulls him closer to the edge, exactly where I want him. 2 players fold on cue, leaving just Mark and me. I'm about to see his bet when the doors burst open. A woman storms in, her wild auburn hair and blazing eyes like a lightning strike in the heart of my domain. Electric and unrestrained. My gut tightens, heat pooling low as an unwelcome distraction takes hold. Dalton freezes, his face draining of color. I follow his gaze, intrigued as it lands on the fiery-haired woman. "Friend of yours, Dalton?" I murmur, though the answer is already clear. Dalton stumbles over his words, choking on his drink. My daughter," he stammers, his voice a cracked whisper. "Lee." Daughter? This changes things. I study her carefully, petite but fierce, her movements sharp and deliberate. She's arguing with Frederick, one of my soldiers, her hand curling around a vodka bottle from a nearby table. The look in her eyes suggests she's not after a drink. Mark's desperation is a vulnerability I can exploit. A daughter he kept hidden? That's no accident. There's power in her presence, leverage Mark doesn't realize he's about to hand me. "How old is she?" I ask casually. He looks at me confused. "Your daughter. How old is she?" Mark's bloodshot eyes dart nervously between me and Lee. 22. No, 23. He stammers before correcting himself. "No, she's 22. "Are you sure? Who the fuck doesn't know how old their child is? Jesus." "Yes, Lee was 22 in June." He shifts in his chair. "I should talk to her." "You know the rules, Mark." I lean back, savoring his discomfort. No personal chats unless there's an emergency. "I just need to ask her to wait in the Diamond Lounge," he pleads. I let the silence stretch, my gaze shifting between father and daughter, pieces on a chessboard I've yet to fully comprehend. The game has changed, and I'm already calculating my next move. I glance at Mark. His eyes flick from his daughter to the pile of money. He's a man torn between his greed and loyalty to his daughter. I can use that and gain even a bigger advantage than just money over the man. "Frederick," I say, tapping my earpiece. "Watch out for the bottle in Miss Dalton's hand. I think she's going to use your head for target practice. Stall her until I ask you to bring her to me. Don't let her out of your sight." Frederick nods, grips her wrist, and drags her toward me. She thrashes against his hold, but he doesn't flinch. I turn to Mark, his eyes widening in distress. "I'm looking forward to meeting your daughter. Lee, did you say?" "Please." Mark's astonished gaze locks on me, fear flashing in his eyes. "I'm sorry she's barreled in here like that, but she has nothing to do with this. Whatever I do has no bearing on her." He swallows. "She's angry at me. I did something that I am not proud of. Please just let her go. His head turns toward her and then back at me. Lee just has a quick temper and doesn't think things through. If you give me 5 minutes, I'll make her go to the Diamond Lounge. I'm sorry she's causing a scene. I watch him. He seems genuinely concerned for Lee. I wonder just how concerned he is. I'm about to put his paternal instincts to the test. If you need to talk to her so badly, let's finish this game. I push my pile of chips into the center of the table, watching his eyes bulge, knowing he can't cover the bet. All in. No. Mark breathes. I can see the defeat cloud his eyes. He turns to me, trying for one more lifeline. Please, just extend me a bit more credit. No more credit, Mark. I lean forward. But maybe you have something else of value I want. My Cadillac? Mark says. It's vintage in mint condition. No. I shake my head. I was thinking. I watch him blink, confused about what else I could want. I make a show of letting him know precisely what that is as I turn and let my gaze drift toward his daughter. Her. I nod toward Lee. Horror claims his features. Mouth agape, skin blanching under impossible choices that strip dignity down to bare bones. You can't. My eyes narrow and my voice is cold. Here's the deal. Your daughter to cover your bet and win or lose. For Lee, I'll also clear your debt. You walk away free. But if you fold, I'll double your debt by morning. I glance at the pile of chips and then look menacingly at him, lowering my voice warningly. And I'll still come for your daughter. His eyes widen, the fear in them intensifies. To give him his dues, the man still hesitates, torn between desperation and whatever scraps of dignity or humanity he has left. I indicate for Frederick to bring the spitting mad Lee he's struggling to hold on to over to the table. The whole way, her green eyes blazing hotter as she's dragged to stand before me. She's even more beautiful up close. Her gaze connects with mine, a flicker of recognition sparking in those vibrant green eyes, eyes that hold fire and defiance, but also something deeper, something that tempts me to look closer. For a heartbeat, fear dances in their depths, quickly masked by fierce defiance. Her open sweater frames a tight pink t-shirt clinging to her form, highlighting her lithe figure. It accentuates her pert breasts and trim torso, each breath subtly shifting the fabric. Her faded denim jeans grip her hips snugly, tracing the length of her legs like a second skin. My pulse quickens at the sight of this brazen interruption to my well-ordered world. I steel myself against the rising tide of desire, knowing that before dawn breaks, I will have unraveled the mystery she presents and claimed not just a victory at this table, but perhaps something even more compelling. Lee Dalton herself. I turn my attention to Mark. What's your move, Mark? My voice cuts through the tension, deliberate and loud enough for Lee to catch every word. Mark's hand trembles as his gaze darts between me and the mountain of chips dominating the center of the table. Please, he stammers, I can get you the money. Dad? Lee's jaw clenches. Her posture stiffens. What the fuck are you doing? Her eyes cut to the pot, and she sucks in a breath. Fury ignites in her, turning her eyes a dark leafy green and narrowing to slits. My eyes lock on Mark, steady and unrelenting. Your daughter. The words hang in the air as I turn my gaze to her, slow and deliberate, like appraising a prize at an auction. Her eyes widen, filling with horror and disbelief, and I let the silence stretch, giving the meaning time to take root. Then I shift back to Mark, dismissing her without a second thought. To cover your bet and clear your debt. You're not seriously considering this, Dad? Lee's voice slices through the room, sharp with incredulity. Her eyes flick to Mark, widening as her father's hesitation betrays his thoughts. Then she swings back to me, her face tight with disbelief. You can't be serious. I arch an eyebrow, sinking deeper into my leather chair. The weight of her gaze presses against me, but I maintain my composure, watching her intently. The air thickens with tension, heavy with unspoken accusations. Mark stutters, not meeting Lee's eyes. Dad! She cries out, her voice cracking. The raw betrayal in her tone hits me unexpectedly, twisting something deep in my chest. I clench my jaw, forcing down the unwelcome pang of emotion. Well, Mark? My voice cuts through the tension. I deliberately ignore Lee's desperate cry, forcing down the sharp pang of guilt clawing at the edges of my resolve. Uncharacteristic, unwelcome, and utterly infuriating. But it refuses to go away. Like a silent enemy, my conscience rises, stirring something within me. Soft, unfamiliar, and entirely out of place. It twists in my chest, an unwelcome force that unsettles and infuriates me. I war with it, reminding myself with cold precision that Lee is nothing more than a woman caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. A pawn, a weapon to use and discard, nothing more. Lee struggles against Frederick's grip, her fingers clawing at his arms. Her green eyes blaze with a mixture of fury and desperation. She turns to Mark, her lips curling in disgust. Don't you fucking dare! Lee warns her father. I swear, old man, if you do this, it will be the last thing you do on this earth. Mark starts and runs a finger around his collar as if it's a noose slowly tightening. He's a man caught in the middle, but I'm pretty sure I know which way he will lean. Okay, then. I put my cards face down on the table and reach for the money. I guess this game is over. Wait! Mark snaps, not looking at Lee as he utters, Fine, it's a deal. No fucking way, you asshole! Lee yells at Mark. You fucking backstabbing lowlife! Frederick clamps a hand over her mouth, muffling her protests. Mark calls and my eyes meet Lee's. She's gone stock still. I can see her holding her breath, hoping that by some miracle her father will have the winning hand. Her eyes burn into mine, and for a moment I wonder how someone like Mark could have created someone like her. I lay my cards on the table, never breaking her gaze. I don't have to look at them. Mark's defeated gasp echoes the truth. In my house, the game only ends one way.
Chapter 4. Lee. My attention is locked on the dark-haired devil's icy blue eyes, his gaze pinning me, cold and predatory, stealing my breath and freezing time itself. I cling to a flicker of hope, knowing deep down that luck has long abandoned my father, and even if it hadn't, the odds were stacked in favor of the house. The Dark Lord's fingers move with precision, spreading his cards across the felt, his gaze never leaving mine, tightening an invisible vice around my chest. My father's sharp intake of breath tells me everything before I even glance at the devil's cards. A full house. The sight sends my stomach plummeting, a cold weight settling deep in my gut. No! The cry rips from my throat, instinctive and uncontrollable, disbelief surging through me like wildfire. My hands shake at my sides as I stare at the cards, struggling to grasp the enormity of what just happened. Radomir, please, my father pleads, his voice cracking with fear. Give me some time to get you the money. The devil doesn't even flinch. His expression remains untouched by the desperation in my father's voice, as if the crumbling of our world is nothing more than an insignificant detail in his night. He leans back in his chair, exuding an unshakable calm that's as chilling as his icy blue gaze. "Congratulations, Mark," he drawls, his voice smooth and laced with mockery. His lips curl slightly, a ghost of satisfaction darkening his expression as he watches the devastation take hold, the fear in my father's eyes, the disbelief etched into my own. "You're now debt-free." To him, this is all a game, a master puppeteer pulling strings, bending everyone to his will with a flick of his wrist. And right now, we're the ones tangled in those strings. A scrape of wood against the floorboards jolts me. I turn to see my father pushing to his feet, his body quivering, eyes searching mine for forgiveness that I no longer have to give to him. As the cold-hearted purveyor of hell basks in his victory, I feel my dreams slipping through my fingers. Los Angeles, songwriting under sunlit skies, all fading into nothingness. The future I fought so hard for is now just another chip in my father's reckless game. "Radomir." My father attempts further coaxing, trying to appeal to the Bratva prince's compassion, which we both know is futile. Radomir Molchanov has no heart. My father's trembling hand threads through disheveled hair, laced with more gray than the rich brown it had once been. "Lee, baby girl, He turns toward me in an attempt to play on my sympathies. Anger surges, hot, consuming, blurring my vision and tightening my chest. The man who was supposed to protect me may as well have just stabbed me in the heart. I'd become nothing more than a pile of poker chips, a toy for the Dark Lord of Vegas. My eyes bore my father, years of betrayal boiling over. My voice comes out sharp, venomous. "You promised me you were done with this," I snarl, my temper rising unchecked. "I asked you, begged you, to think about my future for once, but you couldn't, could you?" My voice rises, cutting through the room. "No, all you care about is your damn addiction. You'll lie, cheat, even steal from your own daughter just to feed it." A red haze clouds my vision as my father steps forward, hands outstretched in a feeble attempt at peace. The giant's grip tightens momentarily, a silent warning to calm down, but I'm too far gone. "Lee, I'll make it up to you." His eyes dart nervously toward Radomir Molchanov, seeking approval like a dog waiting for a master's command. "I swear, baby." "Make it up to me?" A bitter laugh tears from my throat, jagged and grating, even to my own ears. "Dying! That's how you make this up to me. Because the only way you'll stop fucking up my life is if you're dead." The giant lets me go, his grip falling away abruptly, as if the sheer venom of my words has soured his hold. He glares at my father, a flash of disgust crossing his features. Before I can think, my hand finds the vodka bottle, and it flies through the air, propelled by pure rage as it hurls towards my father's head, with a force I didn't even know I had. He ducks just in time. The bottle shatters against the window behind him, sending shards of glass spraying like shrapnel. Players shout and dive for cover. The room plunges into stunned silence. For a moment, the only sound is my ragged breathing, each breath burning as if I've swallowed fire. From the corner of my eye, I catch Radomir's gaze. His expression hasn't changed, calm, calculating, and completely unaffected by the mess I've just created. "What the hell, Lee?" my father shouts. You could have killed me. That was the point, I scream at him, my voice laced with angry frustration as I use the table as a springboard to lunge at my father. Cards and chips scatter through the air, my fingers outstretched, aiming for his throat. Before I can reach him, strong arms catch me mid-flight. They handle me effortlessly, as though I weigh nothing more than a feather, despite my wild struggles. "Let me go, you son of a bitch!" I growl, my voice trembling with fury. "Enough." The command cuts through the room like a whip, its sharp authority freezing everyone in place. There's no mistaking the dominance in every syllable. I make one more attempt to wriggle out of his grasp, my heart pounding against my ribcage, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. But the more I struggle, the stronger his hold gets, unyielding, a reminder of how trapped I am. "Let go of me," I snarl through gritted teeth, but Radomir doesn't budge. "Not until you calm down," he replies, his tone infuriatingly even. "This is not the way to handle things, and a path that leads nowhere for you, Malenka Zadira." I open my mouth to retort and tell him exactly where he can shove his calm and reason. But before I can get the words out, my father's voice catches my attention. "Lee, baby, please try to understand. I did this for us." My father makes another desperate attempt to appeal to my soft heart. I blink at him in astonishment. "Jesus, you're unfucking believable." I wiggle again, my hands itching to rip out my father's throat. "I think it's best if you leave," Radomir advises my father. "I'll handle Lee." A sinking feeling settles in the pit of my stomach, a cold, creeping dread that steals the breath from my lungs. For a minute, the world tilts beneath my feet, the ground crumbling away as the full weight of what my father has done crashes over me. I stare at him, my mind reeling, my heart shattering into a million jagged pieces. I force myself to breathe, steadying my voice as a new plan forms. If I can't fight my way out, I'd act my way out instead. "Daddy, please," I whisper, my voice breaking just enough to sound convincing. "Don't do this." A single sob escapes, the kind I know will tug at his heartstrings. "Lee," my father's voice breaks. "Sweetheart." His eyes travel to Radomir's, who still has me clamped against him, and I almost falter in my performance when I feel something start to fill out near my butt. The fucking jerk is enjoying me struggling against him. It's time to take this performance up a notch. "Please," I try to twist and look at Radomir. "Please just let me say goodbye to my dad." I see Radomir's eyes narrow, looking at me skeptically. I let my face crumple and a few tears flow over. His grip loosens as he nods and steps back. "But you do so here." Radomir's eyes hold a dark warning. "Don't try to leave the room." I look at him and nod. Years of grifting drummed into me by my father help me keep the act going. It looks like tonight I'm finally going to make my father proud and execute Dalton's 5D escape plan for when the going got tough and the con artist needed to get going. Distract, divert, dodge, duck, and disappear always come in handy. I walk toward my father. My eyes dart around the room, searching for any opportunity to cause a distraction. Then I spot it. A man slipping a card under the table. Perfect. I straighten, pointing dramatically. "Hey, that guy's cheating!" My voice rings out, sharp and commanding, drawing every pair of eyes in the room toward him. "I saw him slip a card beneath the table." The man glares at me, but before he can deny it or retaliate, the other men at the table are soon on him, and I nimbly start to slip away. "What the fuck?" I hear Radomir boom as all hell starts to break loose at the table. Just to ensure the distraction escalates into a full-blown diversion, I turn and address the other tables, raising my voice over the rising anger. "I'd check who's at your tables if I were you. This man's not the only one I noticed cheating when I walked in." I would love to catch the Dark Lord's eye and give him the finger, but I also know not to press my luck. This may be my only chance to escape, and I head for the door, freedom in my sights. But just in case another obstacle appears out of nowhere to block my way, I slip my hand into my purse, feeling for the cool tin of pepper spray. "Lee!" My father appears out of nowhere, his hand circling my arm painfully, like the good old days when I'd disappointed him. "What the hell are you doing? That man will kill us both." His eyes flash angrily, and just like that, he's transformed from a drunken lout into angry dad mode. "I told you I have a goddamn plan." "And your plans always work," I sneer nastily. "No thanks. I'm going to stick to my plan of escape." His jaw clenches, and I get a glimpse of the confident, strong man I know he once was before my mother died. For a moment, I hesitate, but only for a moment, as the angry roar of the room reminds me that my escape window is closing. "Get back there," my father demands. "He will kill us, Lee. That's no joke, and you'll have ruined everything I've worked so hard for." Disbelief and skepticism wash over me. Yeah, right. Where has he been working so hard, and on what? Out of habit, and that eternal hope I have that he's changed, I want to ask and hear what his plan is, even if I know it's probably just bullshit. A trap to reel me into another one of his fucked up schemes. I'm about to reply, but a crash distracts me, and I turn to see Frederick lunge at a man. Shit, that's my cue. It's time to get out of Vegas. I turn back to my father, trying to yank my arm loose. "No, Dad." I glance pointedly at his hand, bruising my arm. "He'll kill you." A smug smile tilts my lips. "Because I'll be long gone before all this settles, just like you taught me. You know Dalton's 5D escape plan?" "Lee, I swear to God." He seethes, surprisingly lucid for a man who was blazing drunk a few minutes ago and lost me in a game of cards. "If you don't get back there now, you'll what? Ground me? Steal my money? Lose me in a game of poker?" Disdain drips from every word, and I grip the pepper spray in my bag tighter, popping off the lid and feeling for the little hole to ensure I'm holding it the right way. I don't want to spray myself in the face. "There's not much more you can do to me that you haven't already done, old man." I start to move my hand from my purse. "It's in your best interest, and it will be a lot less painful for you if you just let me go, so I can get out of here while the chaos still reigns." "The hell you are," my father snarls. "You're going to cost us everything with this stunt you've pulled." "Us?" I look at him in disbelief. "Oh, no, you don't. This isn't on me. It's on you. You stole my future and then tried to lock me away with a fucking Bratva boss. Without so much as batting an eyelid, you condemned me to hell." "You don't understand," my father says through gritted teeth. "I had a plan, one you've just royally screwed up, and that you're going to fix and bear the consequences of." "Yeah, here's the thing, Dad," I sneer. "I'm no longer a little girl so eager to please her daddy in fear of his drunken wrath. I'm also no longer going to be helping you dig yourself out of the holes you've dug for yourself." I try to pull myself loose again. "Stop fucking around, Lee." His grip tightens on my arm. You're coming with me to face the consequences and ensure this doesn't come down on my head. And there it is, protecting your own skin again by dropping me in the shit, I hiss. Fuck you. My hand whips out of my bag, and I hit him full force in the eyes with the pepper spray. Ugh! My father howls in pain, his hand slipping from my arm to cover his eyes. I warned you it would be less painful just to let go of me. Oh, and don't rub. It just makes it worse. I tut unapologetically. I'm about to bolt, but his hand grabs my shoulder. Stop, he snarls, trying to see out of his painful eyes. Don't you dare run. Let go of me, I hiss at him, and then, without a second thought, I swing. My fist connects with his jaw. Fuck, I growl under my breath, cradling my throbbing hand as my surprised father staggers back. But I don't have time to examine my hand as he regains his balance and lunges for me. But I hit him with more pepper spray. Jesus fucking Christ, he growls. I hope it burns your fucking eyeballs out, you bastard, I say, leaning in as he struggles to clear his vision. I want you to know that I hate you, I spit, each word laced with the hate I feel for him. Do you hear me? You're nothing to me, dead, and if I ever see you again. I lean closer, my voice dropping to a cold whisper. It won't be pepper spray in my hand, and you really will be dead. I give one more squirt, just for good measure. Jesus, stop that! My father yells, his hands flailing around, but I'm already ducking and dodging toward the door, my aching hand cradled in my sweater pocket. I turn to see the room in pandemonium and all bouncers on deck rushing in to control the mob scene. Take that, you fucking cheating scumbag, trying to buy me like I'm a pound of flesh at a butcher shop. I catch Radomir's menacing eyes from across the room, and a cold shiver rushes down my spine at the anger burning in his gaze. Luckily, he's surrounded by a horde of angry rich men, but the look he sends me is clear. This is far from over. Time to disappear, I mutter, my voice low. I think about saluting him or giving him the finger, but I don't want to chance poking the bear any harder than I already have, and my saluting hand is throbbing like hellfire from cracking my father's jaw. I turn to head out the door. Oof! I run into another fucking brick wall. I step back and look into the sparkling aquamarine eyes of a man I recognize from a burlesque club where my best friend Sabrina's mother works. Well, hello. The man eyes me suggestively. Where are you off to in such a rush? A date with my future, I answer. Excuse me. I go to push past him as a shout from behind me catches the man's attention, and I use that moment to slip by him, disappearing into the crowd, trying to figure out when the next bus to anywhere out of Vegas leaves. As I rush out the hotel doors, I feel in my purse. Fuck! I've left my bus ticket at my apartment, and there's no way in hell I can go back there. That's the first place the Russian mob will look for me. I glance up and see the Golden Lights Hotel and Casino sign shining like a beacon in the distance. Sabrina. I glance back. I can't go straight there, as they are sure to get me on those cameras. So I pull up my hood and duck around the corner, dissolving into the night. As the darkness engulfs me, what I've just done starts to hit me. Fuck. I just called out the fucking Prince of Darkness himself. My knees start to feel shaky. God damn it. Carla Craft, the only woman role model I've had for the past 10 years, and my best friend, Sabrina's mother, always warned me that my quick temper would bring me nothing but trouble. Well, seems she was right. Only I think this time it may just have cost me my life and a broken hand. As it turns out, punching someone in the face is not as easy as it seems in the movies. Heading toward my destination, the image of Radomir Molchanov's icy glare sends a shiver down my spine. There was a silent promise burning in those impossibly blue eyes. My breath stumbles. I may be free for now, but this isn't over. My only hope is to put as much distance as I can between me and him.
Chapter 5. Radomir. The room explodes into chaos. Cards and chips scatter like hail. Voices rise in a chaotic symphony of curses and accusations. My controlled kingdom is momentarily shattered, and I feel the itch of irritation crawling under my skin. And in the center of it all, like a fiery-haired hurricane, stands Lee Dalton. She faces off with Mark, her stance defiant, shoulders squared, eyes blazing with fury. I can't hear a damn word over the shouting patrons, my phone pressed to my ear as I bark instructions to Victor and Dolph. But I see the tension crackling between father and daughter like a live wire. Mark's hand clamps down on her arm. Too tight, too careless. My fists tighten involuntarily, a violent instinct surging to the surface. Don't you fucking touch her like that. I want to tear across the room, slam his face into the nearest poker table, and show him what happens when a man lays a hand on a woman like that, especially my woman. But I can't move, not yet. Angry patrons surround me, demanding either refunds or blood, probably both. I've called Judy Petrov, my ace in situations like this, but she isn't here yet. All I can do is watch Lee face off with her father from afar. Mark leans in, his expression a volatile mix of anger and desperation. I've always suspected there's more to him than the pathetic gambler he pretends to be. Tonight, he confirms it. His grip tightens and Lee flinches. She tries to yank her arm away, but he doesn't let go. My jaw aches from clenching. When I get over there, Dalton, you're a dead man. Radomir, someone hisses at my side. Are you listening? This is unacceptable. I force myself to turn, fixing the man with a glare that cuts him off mid-sentence. I deal with him quickly, just in time to hear Mark howl in pain. I spin back, and there she is. The little red menace, holding a can of pepper spray like it's a gun, her father staggering back, his face contorted in agony. Mark stumbles forward, reaching blindly for her, but she sidesteps him with a speed that draws a reluctant smirk to my lips. When her father lunges again, she throws a punch that cracks against his jaw. I can see Lee flinch as she flexes her hand, but the pain throbbing through her knuckles doesn't slow her down. A grin tugs at my lips despite myself. She's chaos incarnate, a fiery-haired wrecking ball in the center of my storm. And I can't look away. I'm trying to decide if I feel furious for the mess she's caused or utterly enthralled. Probably both, and that's dangerous. I've only just met this woman, and already she awakens something primal inside me. Lee sprays Mark in the face again. My cock twitches, imagining all that fire writhing beneath me as I claim her over and over. I shove my lust-filled thoughts aside, focusing on the mess still to be cleaned up. My eyes land on 4 men caught cheating at my tables. When I have plants working the system and loading the houses, odds, those aren't them. My men are rounding them up, dragging them toward the basement for interrogation. Boss! Dolph catches my attention. He inclines his head toward the door. I spin around to see Lee bolting for the exit, weaving through the crowd like a fox slipping through hounds. Anger flares hot and sharp, fucking slippery minx. But damn it, so does admiration. I start to move toward her, but unlike her, it's not as easy for me to slip past the furious patrons. And punching out my VIP guests in my rush to get to her wouldn't be good for business. Her fiery green eyes meet mine across the room as she reaches the door. Even in her defiance, a flicker of triumph shines in her gaze, a silent fuck you meant just for me. I have a feeling this woman, this fiery, maddening woman, will either bring me endless delight or be the death of me. And I can't decide which excites me more. I push through the crowd, but Lee spins and darts through the door, only to smack into my cousin, Gavril. "Grab her, Gavril!" I bark, my patience fraying. Gavril glances at me, confused. Lee takes the opportunity to slip past him. By the time I shove through the crowd, she's gone. "For fuck's sake, Gav!" I seethe at him. "Couldn't you stop her?" "Who?" Gavril looks at me bewildered. "You told me to come here because you had some news and—" His eyes scan the room incredulously. "What the fuck happened here?" "An angry, fiery-haired wrecking ball who just slipped right through your fingers." I growl. "Oh." Gavril's eyes widen in realization. "That beautiful slip of a woman caused all this?" Admiration glimmers in the bastard's eyes. "You called, boss?" Dolph says, appearing behind me. I turn toward him and snap orders. "Let Timur and Gunnar take the cheaters to the basement. Get Victor to take Mark to my office." I glare at Frederick. "You two find Lee Dalton. Bring her to my penthouse no matter how long it takes." Frederick hesitates. Where do we start looking for her?" Gavril gives them an address. I swing back around to glare at him. "How the fuck would you know that?" I snap. "I recognized her from the Ember Club," he says coolly. "She's not a dancer or singer, but my headliner, Carla Craft's daughters, are best friends with your firecracker. First place I'd look is their apartment near the Golden Lights." "Then go!" I bark at Frederick and Dolph. The men nod and disappear. Relief flickers through me as Judy strides in, her sharp eyes sweeping over the chaos like a seasoned general surveying the battlefield. "Jesus, Radomir," Judy says. "What the hell happened?" "A fiery-haired one-woman wrecking ball," Gavril answers, his amusement shining in his eyes. "It was brought to the attention of the entire room that there were cheaters among the players," I explain. Judy frowns. "Our men are professionals." She glances into the room. "Which one slipped up?" "As it turns out," I reply, "the men who were caught are not ours." I nod toward Timur and Gunnar, dragging the four men out of the room. "I need this shit cleared up. You know what to do." Judy nods, frowning again. "How did the guests discover the cheating players?" "The fiery-haired one-woman wrecking ball," Gavril repeats, and this time laughs. "Shut the fuck up," I hiss at my cousin. Judy rolls her eyes and moves into action. I can leave as I trust her to turn chaos into a gold mine. She always does. "So, care to explain why your fiery little minx just turned this place upside down?" Gavril grins, clearly enjoying himself far too much as we make our way to my office. "I won her in a poker game," I reply. Gavril halts mid-step, staring at me as though I've grown another head. "Did I hear you right?" Gavril looks at me in amazement. "You won her? How? Was she trying to win back a debt she owed you?" "Her father put her up for collateral. Needless to say, I won. Now he gets his debts cleared, so he didn't really lose," I answer, shrugging. "No, but she sure as hell did," Gavril quips, stoking the embers of guilt I'm already trying to extinguish. He shakes his head. "You're lucky to have gotten off as lightly as you did. You know hell hath no fury and all that." He raises an eyebrow. "And that woman was fucking furious." "Thanks," I tell him. Her diversion tactic worked in my favor. "How so?" Gavril frowns cautiously. "The men she pointed out that were cheating weren't my men," I explain. But that didn't mean I still didn't lose a small fortune thanks to the fiery-haired wrecking ball. "No." Gavriel shakes his head and corrects me. This isn't her fault, it's her father's. On that, we agree. I tell him, the man is certainly no contender for Father of the Year. Wait, Gavriel says. Her father's that grifter, Dalton, right? Yes, I confirm. He's waiting for us in my office. He's the one with information about the Greek matriarch. Suspicion darkens Gavriel's eyes. Did you manipulate the man into putting his daughter up as a bet? Fucking Dick knows me too well. It didn't take much to get him to give her up. Jesus, cousin, Gavriel tells me. I hope you know what you're doing here. Of course I do. I snap at him. I'm totally in control of the situation. Once I have Lee back, my men will find her. I have even more leverage over Mark Dalton, and if he truly doesn't care about his daughter, he still owes me a fortune as I haven't cleared his debts yet. My mouth lifts into a smile thinking about Lee. Dark desire coils deep in my gut as I determine what my little Spitfire's punishment for the chaos and running away is going to be. While I have his daughter, I have more than just leverage. I have someone who knows his secrets. So Lee Dalton is just your latest amusement and leverage? Gavriel looks disgusted. Exactly. I snap, shoving down the nagging voice in my head that echoes Gavriel's disgust far too loudly for my liking. Walking into my office, we find Victor corralling a very nervous Mark Dalton. The man's face is red and swollen, his eyes streaming with tears from the pepper spray. He stumbles into the chair across from my desk, muttering complaints under his breath. Jesus, Gavriel utters, looking at the state of Mark. Did you run into a brick wall? No, he was on the wrong end of a can of pepper spray and a left hook. I reply on Mark's behalf. The fiery-haired one-woman wrecking ball? Gavriel looks at me for confirmation, and I nod. Wow, he whistles. She's going to be fun to have around. He grins at me smugly, and I glare stonily back at him. The memory of Lee's fiery exit twists something deep in me. Anger, desire, or both. My cock twitches. My lips curl at the thought of her eventual surrender. Chapter 6. Radomir. I settle into my chair, the smooth leather cold against my back, watching Mark writhe, his discomfort as palpable as a worm on a hook. Victor looms by the door, silent but radiating menace, a reminder that escape isn't an option. Before I can speak, Mark dives into his performance, his desperation pouring from every trembling word. It's almost pathetic, almost amusing. Please, Radomir, don't hurt Lee, Mark pleads, his voice breaking on the words. She's angry and impulsive. Her temper gets the better of her sometimes. The false paternal concern in his tone grates against my patience. My disbelief nearly has me gaping, not a shred of accountability. It's all deflection, pushing the blame onto his daughter. She'll be punished, I say coolly, for the chaos she's caused and for running off. But this is on you, Mark. The mention of Lee ignites a tension deep in my core. Her defiance burns in my mind, a flame that refuses to die out. She's trouble, no question, but I've built my empire on taming chaos. And Lee Dalton? She's just another storm waiting to be controlled. I was the one she attacked. Pepper spray, a bottle to the head, the whole 9 yards. Mark insists, his voice shrill. You don't know how hard it's been to control her. Control her? Gavriel snaps, his voice cutting through the tension. She's your daughter, Mark, not some stray mutt. Mark bristles, his jaw tightening. I did my best. You tried being a single father. He hesitates, then his expression lights with a spark of desperation. but I can find her for you. I know her hiding spots, the people she trusts. For fuck's sake. Gavriel's disgust boils over. That's your daughter, and you're offering her up like a sacrificial lamb? You really are a piece of shit. Enough. I cut in, silencing them both. Gavriel shoots me a glowering look, but I ignore him, returning my attention to Mark. He's visibly shaken now, though I suspect it has less to do with Lee's fate and more with the thin ice he's skating on. Write down every place she could run to, I order, my tone leaving no room for argument as I shove a notepad and pen toward him. Mark hesitates before the pen touches the paper. His hand shakes as he scrawls out a list. When Mark hands me the notepad, I tear off the page and hand it to Victor. Get this to Dolph and Frederick. Victor nods, slipping out of the room. Mark shifts uneasily in his chair, his hands twisting together. This won't affect our deal, will it? The wheedling tone grates on me, the con artist in him momentarily shining through the cracks of his cowardice. I savor the silence, watching the sweat bead on his brow, his nerves unraveling one thread at a time. Mark doesn't realize that he's not negotiating, he's begging. And beggars in my world get nothing unless I allow it. Right now, I allow him to breathe, nothing more, and I get to torment him with another of his weaknesses, his daughter. I'll let you know once my men find Lee, and how willingly she submits to me. I break the thick silence. Mark's face drops, his lips trembling as he raises his hands in a frantic, useless protest. No, wait, he blurts out. Lee is... She's... His voice falters, his composure cracking. Fuck, I can't do this. He shakes his head, and I can see he's fighting with what little conscience he has. There must be another way. I'm unsure if he's speaking to me or himself, as his voice is a hoarse whisper and he's looking down at his legs like a homeless person having a conversation with the pavement. If you're talking about Lee... I lean forward, my eyes hardening as he looks back at me. There is no other way out for her. You've already sealed her fate. He has gone still and is watching me through his red, puffy eyes. His jaw is swollen, and I can't help the pang of pride I feel for the hellion that did that to him. At least I know she can handle herself in a tough situation, and I can imagine that taking on her father was really tough for her. Spineless prick, Gavriel mutters, glaring at Mark with the kind of disdain only a man bound by honor can muster for someone who abandoned his. And my cousin has more honor than anyone I know. Gavriel's fate was sealed years ago, a victim of family duty and the promises of a past generation. Dmitry Mirichin, my mother's youngest brother, had fucked up a deal with a remote Russian village to secure their unwavering loyalty. To fix the fuck up and secure an agreement, a Mirichin son and the village elder's granddaughter would be bound by marriage. That promise hung over our family like a curse until it fell squarely on Gavriel's shoulders. He was forced to marry Irina Voronina, the village elder's granddaughter, to uphold the pact. Without the marriage, we would have lost the village's vital support, their resources including drugs and weapons that have bolstered our power for decades. Irina is beautiful, but her heart is colder than the wind that cuts across the Siberian tundra. She's also fiercely possessive, a dangerous trait given that Gavriel is in love with someone else. A secret Alexei, and I know, though Gavriel doesn't realize it. He sacrificed his freedom for the family, and I haven't forgotten it. Knowing this, I understand how the situation with Lee must weigh on him. Gavriel has always valued freedom, even if he's never truly had it. Born into the Bratva, he's lived his entire life shackled by obligations he didn't choose. I hope you haven't led my men on a wild goose chase, just because you've suddenly suffered an attack of conscience. I warn Mark, sitting back and watching him intently. Because if you have, When my men do find Lee, and they will, my eyes bore into his as I let my words drift. You'll both be punished for it. I lean forward, a slow smile curving my lips, making sure Mark knows exactly what kind of punishment I intend for his daughter. While my men handle you, I'll be claiming what's mine. Lee. His eyes widen and his face has gone ashen as he chokes. No, wait. His hands fly up. Lee is an innocent. He blurts out, making my brows shoot up. Jesus! He runs a shaky hand through his hair. I can't do this! He mutters again, his eyes dropping to the floor. There has to be another way. Now you grow a fucking conscience? Gavriel growls at Mark. You've already tossed her into the wolves' den to save your own skin. That's not what I did! Mark roars, shocking both Gavriel and me. His mask slips, and for a fleeting moment I see it. The calculating, ruthless man behind the veneer of cowardice. But just as quickly, it's gone. He slumps again, hands trembling. Mark's gaze flickers with guilt before he blurts out. She's pure, untouched, a virgin. Time freezes. His words sink into my mind like razor-sharp claws, ripping through my thoughts with their implications. My chest tightens as an unfamiliar possessiveness surges through me. A virgin. Lee. Fiery, defiant Lee. Untouched. Unclaimed. The thought is intoxicating as my want of her grows into something the likes I've never felt for another woman before, and the power of it is dangerous. I school my expression, refusing to let Mark see how his confession has affected me. Gavriel lets out a low whistle, his disgust palpable. You really are a fucking bastard, he mutters to Mark. Selling your own daughter knowing. He doesn't finish the thought, shaking his head in disbelief. How would you even know something like that? She's never had a boyfriend, not serious anyway. Leah's dated a few times, but never the same guy twice. She's never let it get that far, Mark says. Maybe she just hid it from you, Gavriel points out. I know I would never trust you with anything. Mark pinches the bridge of his nose. Her best friend confirmed it. What the fuck? Gavriel hisses. You asked her best friend? That's fucked up. No, I did not. Mark looks at him like he's mad. Sabrina's mother overheard them talking a few days ago. Oh, a Nosy Parker mother. Gavriel looks even more disgusted as he has a Nosy Parker aunt. My mother. Why would she tell you that? We're old friends. Mark shrugs. Regardless, my daughter is an innocent. He turns to me almost pleadingly. I don't care one way or the other. This changes nothing. I rise to my full height, towering over Mark's slumped figure. Lee is mine now. No longer your problem. But if you're so desperate to make amends, there is something else you can tell me. Mark looks up, his eyes reflecting his torment. What? The Greek matriarch, I reply, watching him closely. To my surprise, he doesn't flinch. No panic, no fear. It's just a flicker of curiosity. It's unsettling. Most men would rather face death than breathe her name, but Mark? He barely reacts. I lean forward, ready to press him harder, but a knock at the door cuts through the tension like a blade. Victor steps inside, his face unreadable. He leans close, speaking quietly. You're needed in the dungeon. There's something you need to hear. I grit my teeth, irritated by the interruption. But Victor wouldn't dare disturb me unless it was important. "Stay here," I bark at Mark, then nod to Gavriel. "Let's go." As we step out of the office, Gavriel's voice is low and laced with anger. "You don't have to do this to Lee, Rad. I'm helping her escape her loser father, aren't I? And I'm setting her up in a life of luxury." I reply sharply, the edge in my tone unmistakable. "A gilded cage, you mean?" He hisses, his blue-green eyes blazing. "For fuck's sake, Rad, she's an innocent. We don't hurt innocents, or did you forget that?" "I have no intention of hurting Lee." I snap back, meeting his fury with cold detachment. "You know how this world works, Gavriel. The children always pay for their parents' sins. You, of all people, should understand that better than anyone. Because of what Lee is sacrificing, her father gets to live free of debt. That is the deal." "What's she sacrificing?" He spits the words like venom, his expression twisted with disgust. "You make it sound like she had a choice." His words hang heavy in the air, and neither of us speaks for a moment. Then he steps closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "I hope, for your sake, you haven't just bitten off more than you can chew, because I've seen just how much Lee values her freedom. And trust me, you have no idea what people like us, people whose souls crave freedom, are capable of when someone tries to chain them." His words linger long after he turns and walks off, each one striking a chord I'd rather ignore. When we walk into the basement, Gunnar greets us with a grim expression, looking more frustrated than usual. "The boss of this little crew has something to say. We didn't even have to touch him before we started asking for you." Gunnar's voice carries disappointment as he leans against the wall. "Why don't you go start trying to extract information from one of the others?" I suggest. "Because the scrawny, demanding one," Gunnar points to the man chained to the stone wall, "assured me his men would die before saying a word, and if I harmed a hair on one of their heads, he wouldn't give up some information he knows you'd want to hear." Ballsy. My eyes meet the young man's, and for a moment I am taken aback by how young he looks. Barely old enough to shave. He's calm. Too calm, which is dangerous. He has that look, though. The one I had when I was thrust into power too young. He's been molded by something hard. "Who are you?" The young man stares back at me, unfazed despite the chains. "Someone with information you want," he says, his voice steady. "Information you'll only get if my men are guaranteed safe passage out of here." Spoken like a true leader, looking out for his men first. I arch an eyebrow, my mind whirring. "Who the hell are you?" Gavriel steps closer, suspicion etched into his face. "How old are you, kid?" The young man glares, annoyance breaking through his calm facade. "What the fuck does that matter?" Recognition flickers in his eyes, and he sneers. "Wait, you're the owner of the Ember Club." Gavriel snorts, leaning back against the wall, arms crossed. "What's it to you?" His tone is sharp, his muscles tense, ready to act. "Who the fuck are you? And don't make me ask again." The kid doesn't flinch. He's either the Mafia or some form of law enforcement. Trouble either way. "Gavriel," I snap, my voice cutting through the tension. "Let him speak." Gavriel looks at me irritated, but steps back. "Fine," he mutters, his tone dripping with skepticism. The man straightens, meeting my gaze with an unsettling calm. "I'm Luca Fabri." The name hits like a freight train. Fabri. Mafia. "You're Enzo's son," I say, narrowing my eyes. Your father and I have an agreement because of a shared enemy. Why the hell would you undermine that by cheating at one of my poker tables? Luca doesn't flinch. I'm aware of the alliance. That's why I joined your game. I scoff, folding my arms. Some introduction. Cheating at 4 of my tables? We weren't cheating, Luca says, his tone sharp. We used your planted players' seats to gather intel on the 4 men who joined your game last minute. The whole game was last minute, I counter, narrowing my eyes. The kid's right about the newcomers. High rollers vouched for by some of my oldest guests. What's your point? Luca doesn't hesitate. The 4 men are Greek special forces. They infiltrated your game. The room goes still. My jaw tightens. The Greek matriarch's men? Luca nods. I believe so. Why are you after them? Gavril presses. And where's your father? Luca's expression hardens. My father's dead. He was killed 5 days ago. There's a long, shocked pause. Gavril curses under his breath. That's why you're here. I mutter, the realization sinking in. Enzo, dead? How did your father die? They shot him, Luca says flatly. Those Greek bastards were after information. When he wouldn't give it up, they killed him, and every man with him. Jesus, kid, Gavril breathes. Enzo was a good man. Luca doesn't acknowledge the sentiment. His gaze locks on mine. They're after Mark Dalton. He has something they want. The name slams into me like a wrecking ball. Mark Dalton. Of course. I turn to Gunther. Verify what the kid said. I bark. Without another word, I storm toward my office, rage boiling under my skin. I have an ugly feeling in my gut that I'm somehow being played. The door crashes open and Victor jumps to his feet. Gavril is right behind me, but I cut them both off with a snarl. Out. Now. Gavril and Victor hesitate at my order, but step backward out of the office. I slam the door shut before they can argue. Mark barely looks up from his seat, his casual demeanor infuriating. Before he can speak, I grab him by the collar, drag him from his seat, and slam him against the wall. Start talking, Dalton. I growl, my voice dripping with venom. Who the fuck are you protecting from the Greek bitch, and what is she after? Mark raises his hand slowly, his movements deliberate. His hand dips into his jacket pocket, pulling out a thick, folded document. He holds it out to me. I shove him aside and snatch it, unfolding the paper. The moment my eyes scan the contents and I flip through the pages, my chest tightens as 2 names jump out at me throughout the document until I land on the last page. My heart stutters. Is this real? I demand, my voice low, dangerous. Mark nods, his expression is uncharacteristically somber. From that document, you will be able to find out everything you need about the Greek matriarch, and more. His eyes meet mine, and for the first time I see something real. Pain, sorrow, and regret. He straightens his shirt, his shoulders squaring, and fixes his suit jacket. Only if I were you, I'd stick to your mother's advice and not go digging up the past by looking into the Greek matriarch. It will only pull you down a dark path of information that you're better off not knowing, and pull you into a line of fire we've been deflecting from all of you for decades. How do you expect me to believe you or trust any words out of your mouth? I shake the document. This is probably as fake as your newfound bravado. Call your mother. His tone is challenging as he raises an eyebrow. His words send shockwaves through my system. My mother? Before I have time to ponder, he pulls me from my thoughts. Now, I need something from you. His eyes become hooded. Of course, here it comes. I scoff. How much? I don't want your money. His tone shifts. The pitiful mask he wears peeling away to reveal something harder and a lot more dangerous. I want a promise. I say nothing. Just watch him. My eyes narrow with suspicion. A promise that you'll protect my daughter. She doesn't know about any of this, he says, his voice firm as his eyes drop pointedly to the document. Why do I get the feeling there's more to your demands? His gaze doesn't falter. That document you have is the only copy. There are a lot of people after it. You need to hide that and then forget where that is. You're giving me this? Now my suspicion has doubled. Your ticket out of the hell you've created for you and your daughter. He just stares at me, his features a schooled mask. That document you have in your hand is not a ticket to anywhere but hell at the moment. A loaded gun with the most delicate hair trigger. I swear I see a glimmer of smugness in his eyes, knowing he's just given me a live grenade without the pin. So I'm just supposed to bury it? Until the time is right, Mark answers. Then you give it to the rightful owner of it. The Greek matriarch? Lee, he corrects me. Now answer me. His voice grows impatient. Do you promise to protect my daughter and keep her safe? Who or what am I protecting her from? He pauses for a few seconds, his eyes boring into mine. Her father. The words are so quiet I almost question if I've heard them correctly. From you? My eyes widen in confusion. What the fuck is he playing at? There's a shitstorm coming, and the last line of defense we may have to save us all from the devastation is that document and my daughter. Mark's warning is ominous and makes my spine stiffen. Here's a bit of advice for you and your cousins. The sins of our fathers eventually catch up with future generations, so choose your path and the way through it wisely. Try thinking about how your actions will affect your children in the future. His eyes narrow a bit more. And if you've got any sense, Radomir, when the shit hits the fan soon, you'll keep your head down and stay the fuck out of our way. I'm about to ask what the fuck that's all supposed to mean, but he doesn't let me. His eyes are cold as steel. His voice drops, heavy and deliberate. Do I have your promise to keep Lee safe? His jaw clenches. He watches me. You have my word that I'll protect Lee, I say, my own gaze hardening as the cold realization dawns on me. But you already knew I would. Mark ignores my challenge, his focus unwavering. I'll hold you to that word. I have to warn you that the document is not the only thing a lot of people are after. He lets his words sink in. So know this. If anything happens to Lee, I'll come for your head. His gaze locks onto mine, a silent threat in the air. With that, he strides out without another word. I stand frozen, the weight of his warning pressing down on me, mixing with the unease swirling in my gut. For the first time, the ground beneath me feels unstable, as though the foundation of my empire has begun to crack, And as the door clicks shut, one chilling truth settles over me. Tonight, Mark Dalton didn't lose. He won. And I've only just realized it.
Chapter 7. Lee. The Las Vegas Strip blurs around me as I approach the Golden Lights Hotel. My head is down, my hood is up, and my sneakers quietly hit the pavement as the city thrums around me in time to the pounding of my heart. Shit. I really screwed up this time. My mind races, thoughts tumbling over each other like a stack of poker chips. The chaos I caused in Radomir Molchanov's VIP poker room plays on a loop in my mind, tormenting me. I zip my sweater as the night chill starts seeping in and shove my hands into the well-worn pockets. I don't want to get Sabrina involved in this shit, but my best friend is my last hope right now. Maybe she can go to my apartment and get my bus ticket. I should have about $200 or $300 in tips left in my purse. I can change the date on my bus ticket to Los Angeles and leave on the last one out tonight. I'm sure Sabrina would lend me some clothes to take with me, or get me a bag of mine if she can get into my apartment. I sure as shit can't go back there. Ever. Fuck. I can't even process if tonight was real. The memory keeps crashing back to haunt me. I can see my father buckle beneath Radomir's proposal, and just like that, I become an item to bet with. I blink back the hot prickle of tears and refuse to let them fall. Crying won't fix this clusterfuck of a situation. I need to keep my head in the game and figure a way out of this mess before it swallows me whole. The glittering facade of the Golden Lights Hotel looms larger with each step. An icy tendril of fear slithers down my spine. My sixth sense starts to tingle. I glance back to make sure I'm not being followed. When I turn, I freeze. 2 figures from the Diamond Hotel's VIP room emerge from the shadows. The one whose name I've yet to learn steps directly into my path, and Frederick, or Tweedledum as I've dubbed him, steps behind me, cutting off my escape route so I can't turn tail and flee. Jerking to a halt, my breath catches in my throat. I assess their stares and designer suits wearily. I note that the Dark Lord takes care of his men, dressing them in expensive attire. My eyes quickly scan my surroundings, while my brain calculates the probability of me escaping. "Hello, Miss Dalton." The unnamed one greets me. "Mr. Molchanov would like you back at the hotel." My eyes dart between them as I search for an escape route. The street beside me stretches, empty and dark, the gaudy lights of the Strip now menacing rather than inviting. I glance to the side of the brick shithouse in front of me. The shiny glass door of the Golden Lights Hotel seems to mock me. It's only about 20 steps away across the street. I was so close to getting help. "Is that so?" I feign nonchalance, though the tremor in my voice betrays me. "Well, you can tell the Dark Lord that I'm a bit busy at the moment. Perhaps we could reschedule this little rendezvous." I hear Frederick sigh behind me, and I turn as he replies, "I'm afraid Mr. Molchanov insists you meet him tonight. It would be in your best interest not to resist." I see it in his eyes again. Compassion. But he's helped me once tonight, and I get the impression I'm all out of free help cards from him. My mind whirs, desperately seeking a way out, but coming up blank. They have me cornered, and we all know it. My shoulders sag in resignation. A flicker of anger ignites in my gut. I breathe it away. My temper has already gotten me into enough hot water for one night. These dudes might be Radomir Molchanov's muscle, but no one is immune to pepper spray, and I have more than one tin. I imagine myself whipping out the pepper spray like an action hero, one tin in each hand. I spray their eyes full of burning fire, then vault over the nameless man running off into the night. What if I pay you to look the other way? I start to unzip my purse. I have about... Before I can even pull the zipper, Frederick grips my wrist from behind. Please, Printessa, Dolph has no qualms about knocking you out if you become uncooperative, Frederick warns me. And I don't fancy making love to my wife tonight, half blind from that shit you carry around in there. I ignore the graphic reference to what Frederick plans to do when he's off duty and jump on the part where his kidnapping partner would actually knock me out. You'd hit a woman? My head swivels to the man I now know as Dolph, my eyes widening in disbelief. No. Dolph shakes his head, and I can swear I see a glint of admiration and humor in his eyes. But I'm not averse to using chloroform. He pulls a bottle and a rag from his suit pocket. You seriously carry that shit in your pocket? I gape, incredulous. You do know it's an illegal substance, right? Dolph's amused chuckle makes his muscular chest bob. Nothing's illegal for the Molchanovs. Of course not. I roll my eyes. I guess when murder, mayhem, drugs, guns, money laundering, and whatever else criminal activities the family is into, a little chloroform is nothing. What's it going to be, Miss Dalton? Dolph asks, ensuring I see the bottle and rag in his hands. Fine, I bite out through clenched teeth. I don't relish the fucking headache and cotton mouth that crap leaves a person with. I take a step toward the vehicle. Let's go. They flank me, escorting me toward a sleek black car idling at the curb. My heart starts to thud against my rib cage. Panic surges through me, and my eyes dart around. But as I climb into the vehicle, my heart starts to sink. Fuck, Lee. This is it. You're being driven to your doom. But as the car door slams shut, closing me in with the suffocating scent of leather and the ominous silence, I make one last-ditch effort to escape through the other door. Only Dolph appears on the outside of it, shaking his head before climbing into the driver's seat, and the fucking back door won't open. The child locks are on, Dolph tells me, glancing in the mirror. I hate fucking child locks. They should be illegal. I fold my arms across my chest and look out the side window, watching my freedom disappear as we pull away from the curb. The car ride is a tense affair, the air thick with unspoken threats and the weight of Radomir's power. I fidget in my seat, trying to ignore the way Dolph's eyes track my every move in the rearview mirror. Keep your eyes on the fucking road. A child or a dog could run in front of you. I'm not going to jump out. Although, to be fair, I would if I could. You've trapped me in here, remember? So if we get hit by a truck and the two of you are knocked out, I can't get out of here to pull you from the vehicle when it catches a light. My eyes narrow at him in the mirror. We'll all just burn. We're just going 3 blocks. Frederick turns to me from the front passenger seat. The chances of that happening are slim. You're part of a crime family, I point out. I'd say that while the chances of that happening to a normal person are slim, I suck in a breath through my clenched teeth. For you guys, I tilt my hand, indicating 50-50. I'm still not releasing the child lock, Dolph tells me. If that happens, you'll have to climb over the seat. He catches my eye and grins. Then you can run off and leave us to burn. Is it wrong that I'm hoping a truck or bus hits us? I shake the thought off, and as soon as I do, the image of Radomir's angry, burning eyes standing in the middle of the shit show I caused flashes in my mind. A cold shiver slices down my spine, and I gulp nervously as we turn toward the parking garage. Fuck. There's never a bus or truck when you need it. The car descends into the Diamond Hotel's underground parking garage, a cavernous space that seems to stretch on forever. The sleek lines of luxury vehicles gleam under the fluorescent lights, showing off the wealth and power surrounding me. We glide to a stop. I catch a glimpse of my reflection in the tinted window. Auburn hair tousled, green eyes blazing with a mix of defiance and trepidation hiding the fear. I looked like a woman on the edge, and I suppose, in many ways, I am. On the edge of my last hours on Earth, or breathing fresh air when I'm locked up in some underground dungeon. Dolph exits the driver's seat, moving to open my door. He watches me wearily as Frederick joins him. I slide out and stand between them. "A lot of women would kill to be going to meet the boss in his penthouse," Dolph tells me. I'm not sure if that's meant to make me feel better, but it doesn't. "And don't worry, if he wanted to kill or torture you, we'd be going that way." He points to a door marked private, and I stifle a shudder. I'm sure most of the women that go to your boss's penthouse aren't being taken there against their will, I retort, my gaze darting around the garage, searching for any means of escape. Could we rather go that way? I point to the private door that leads to Radomir Molchanov's hell. But Frederick shakes his head, realizing I'm trying to distract them to make a dash. "Don't even think about it," he warns. "You wouldn't make it 10 feet before the other guards catch you." I swallow hard, my bravado faltering in the face of his quiet intensity. I know he's trying to be as kind as he can, and he is right, of course. Even if I could outrun them and the invisible men lurking in the shadows, where would I go? My best option is to play it smart, bide my time, and wait for an opportune moment. Dolph leads me toward the elevators. I can't help but marvel at the grandeur of even the Diamond Hotel's parking garage. This place is a world unto itself, a glittering oasis of luxury and excess that seems to mock the gritty reality of the streets beyond its walls. Where I'm from. The elevator whizzes upward, each second carrying me closer to my doom. Beneath the facade of luxury, danger lurks in every shadow. It's in the watchful eyes of the security guards and the hushed conversations that fall silent as we pass. The air all around me hums with a kind of coiled tension. Fear starts to escalate as we get nearer to the top floor. What the fuck has my father gotten me into? My heart is hammering against my ribcage as the elevator doors slide open with a soft chime and a tiny bounce. Dolph ushers me inside, but Frederick stays in the lift. He has an exchange in Russian. Of course, it's one of the languages I don't speak. Why couldn't my father have lost me to the Italian or Greek Mafia? I speak those languages. Shit, I'd even do better with some Spanish warlord, as I'm fluent in that, too. Frederick nods goodbye, and the elevator doors slide closed, sealing me inside the sprawling penthouse suite. Floor-to-ceiling windows offer a breathtaking view of the city below, the lights of the Strip glittering like a sea of stars. If I weren't petrified and trying to rack my brain on how to get the fuck out of here, I would be gaping at the sight sparkling outside the spotless windows. Dolph ushers me through to the living room. I've only ever seen places like this in magazines. Plush leather sofas, gleaming marble floors, and an enormous crystal chandelier casting a soft, ambient glow over everything. Fuck. It's magnificent. A lifestyle I'd only ever dreamed of. And how the hell does the Dark Lord's cleaning crew get everything so shiny and clean? "The boss will be here soon," Dolph assures me, as if I wanted to know that. "While we wait, I'm going to have to ask you to hand over your purse." I hesitate, my fingers tightening instinctively around the strap. My eyes meet Dolph's. His has a terrifying hard edge, but they soften slightly, looking at me, like he's trying to be gentle and not scare me. Well, it's not working that well, because I'm fucking terrified. Well, on the inside, I'm terrified, but I'm damned if I'm letting anyone else know. He steps forward, holding out his hand, and I know I have no choice. Slowly, reluctantly, I slip it off from around me and hand it to him. Letting the strap slip from my grasp, I watch as Dolph immediately unzips it and rifles through it like a mall cop looking for stolen goods. As Dolph rummages through my purse, I fight the urge to snatch it back. There's a lot of personal shit in there. "Seriously?" Dolph says, holding up my lock-picking set. I force a smile, trying to look indifferent. "For when I accidentally lock myself out of my apartment." Dolph raises an eyebrow, clearly not buying it. "And the pepper spray?" he asks, dangling the small canisters between his fingers. "Expecting to be caught in a mob raid? How many cans of the shit do you need?" I shrug, remembering that the one tin must be nearly empty after I dumped it out in my father's face. A twang of guilt hits me, but I harden my resolve. The fucking bastard deserved to have his eyeballs burned out their sockets for what he's done to me. I look at Dolph. A girl can never be too careful these days. Dolph chuckles, shaking his head. "We'll need to replace this one." He shakes it, and I know it must be the one that I shot my father with. "I think you nearly emptied the entire can." I have no regrets. I hold my chin high and see that flash of admiration in the big guy's eyes again. He shoves the cans back into my purse and scratches in it once more before looking at me with narrow eyes. "Please give me your phone as well." Dolph zips up my purse, but doesn't hand it back, I note. My heart skips a beat, but I force myself to remain calm. I hope I don't get a message, as it's on vibrate, and I'm sure my jeans will shake. "I don't have it with me," I lie. Dolph's eyes narrow, his gaze boring into mine as he tries to figure out whether I'm lying. I sigh. Unzipping my sweater, I pull it off and lift my arms, trying to ignore the throbbing in my hand. My pink t-shirt hugs my figure, leaving no space to hide a phone. I pat down my jeans, showing him there is no rectangular bump, then spin around, patting the pockets on my ass as if searching for the device. "See, no phone, and I promise I don't keep it between my butt crack," I say, giving my tight jean-clad butt a cheeky wiggle. "I'll be sure to check a little later." The deep voice makes me whirl around, my heart leaping into my throat as my eyes lock with Radomir Molchanov. Chapter 8. Lee. Radomir shrugs off his suit jacket, and Dolph immediately takes it. I zip up my cozy sweater, the hobo chic thrift shop look, making me acutely aware that it probably costs less than a single button on Radomir's jacket. "What do you want me to do with this?" Dolph holds up my purse. "Lock it in my office," Radomir tells him, and they have an exchange in Russian. Dolph nods and wanders off down the hallway, and Radomir turns to me. "I need to use the restroom," I say abruptly, my voice steady despite the fear coursing through me. Radomir raises an eyebrow, his gaze assessing. For a moment, I think he might refuse to let me use it, but he nods toward the passage. "It's down the hall, first door on the right," Radomir tells me. "Oh, and Lee, don't waste your time or energy looking for an escape hatch in there." We stare at each other for a few more heart-pounding seconds before I glance away and bolt toward the bathroom, doing a great impression of a terrified rabbit. In a few quick strides, I reach the bathroom, slip inside, and lock the door. The moment it's secure, I sag against it, feeling breathless from how my pulse and heart are racing. I reach down, my fingers fumbling with the strap of my ankle holster. I have picked many a person's wallets or skillfully liberated their phones. I know where to hide my things so I don't become a victim of it myself. With shaking hands, I pull out my phone, my fingers flying over the screen as I type out a frantic message to Sabrina. Rena, I'm in a tight spot. My father fucking bet me in a poker game to none other than Radomir Molchanov. I'm trapped in his penthouse. Need help. I hit send, watching the message delivery confirmation pop up on the screen. I look at my aching hand. It's swollen and a bit blue. Note to self, never punch someone in the jaw again. I flex my fingers, wincing at the stiffness. Stupid blind rage. Taking a deep breath and steadying myself, I tuck the phone back into my ankle holster, rip it off my leg, and quickly find a spot to hide it. No way am I giving up my only means of contacting the outside world. Glancing at the door, I know I can't stay hidden in here forever, but I also want to pee. Once I'm done washing my hands, I nearly jump out of my skin when someone bangs on the door.
Lee.
Radomir's voice booms through the thick wood.
What's going on? You're not trying to escape, are you?
Was he making a joke? No, he probably means it. I can't imagine the man has a sense of humor. If he does, it's probably dark, like laughing at baby seals being clubbed to death. After a final glance in the mirror, I smooth my hair, square my shoulders, and brace myself. Taking a steadying breath, I unlock the door and yank it open, only to come face to face with the Dark Lord himself. He's so close to me that I can feel the heat from his body, and the scent of his expensive cologne teases my senses, doing that strange thing to my stomach and nether region again. I should step back as emotions churn inside me, but showing weakness isn't an option. As long as my shaky legs hold, I'll stand my ground. We stare at each other for a few seconds, and I'm even more aware of how this man towers over me. My father stands at 6 feet 1 inch, so at a guess, I'd say Radomir was close to 6'3", and not short on muscle either. Don't look, Lee. Keep your eyes ahead. Just not too ahead. That will land your gaze right on his pecs, perfectly framed by the 4 undone buttons on his shirt. I clear my throat. Are we just going to stand here all night? I glance over my shoulder. You can check for any loose tiles if you want, but all my tunneling tools are in my purse that you confiscated. Then, to my utter disbelief, Radomir's face becomes even more handsome as his lips curl into a smile, and I nearly gasp as a glint of humor flickers in his blue eyes.
How about we have dinner together first? I'll check the tiles later,
Radomir suggests, stepping back so I can exit the bathroom. The dining room is just as plush and modern as the rest of the penthouse, with a crystal chandelier casting a warm glow over the mahogany table. 2 place settings are arranged on the table, one at the head of it and the other directly to the right. I'm guessing the throne seat is for the Dark Lord. Radomir pulls the chair out for me.
Sit,
he commands, his voice leaving no room for argument. I ignore the feel of my hackles rising at being treated like a dog. But if he pats me on the head, I swear I will bite him. Reluctantly, I sink into the chair, watching him take his throne beside me. A server appears, placing a plate of food in front of me. The aroma is tantalizing, and my mouth starts to water. My stomach gives a soft gurgle, reminding me I left my sloshy Chinese takeout at home uneaten. I'm about to push the food away, ignoring my screaming system, but my hand freezes near the plate.
You should eat. It's been a long day,
Radomir says, a suggestive glint in his eyes.
You need your strength.
His words send a jolt of heat through me, stirring a restless ache in my pussy I can't ignore. I try to press my thighs together, hoping to quell the sensation, but the friction of my jeans only fans the fire.
Champagne?
Radomir's question snaps me from my thoughts, and I nod, trying not to squirm under his intense gaze. He reaches for the bottle of champagne chilling in a silver bucket beside him, and I can't help but notice how his shirt strains against his powerful muscles. A persistent heat coils low in my belly, growing stronger with each passing second. I force myself to focus on the food in front of me. "This looks delicious," I squeak out.
My chef does not disappoint,
Radomir says, setting a crystal flute filled with golden liquid bubbling and fizzing in front of me. As he leans toward me, his knee touches mine beneath the table, making me jump, and another jolt zaps my hungry lady's part. I can feel I'm starting to get soaking wet, and I have to think of something else, as I would be mortified to stand up and have a damp spot on the front of my jeans. I sense that it will give the fucking bastard great satisfaction to know how my body seems to respond to just a look from him. I know what will dull my traitorous senses, though. Champagne. I'm not a drinker. I'm the person at a party who will walk around with one drink the whole night, sipping at it until Sabrina eventually finishes it for me, and then gags as it's warm. I lift the glass, the cool stem slips between my fingers, and take a gulp. I nearly choke when I notice Radomir's gaze burning into me. A shiver runs down my spine. There's something about the way he looks at me, like he's trying to climb into my mind. I find that very unsettling and exciting. Trying to ignore his stare, I start to eat, and oh my God, it's as delicious as it smells. I can't stop the tiny moan of pleasure as the flavors burst across my tongue.
Good?
Radomir asks, lifting his glass to his lips. As I have a mouthful, I nod, and as soon as I've swallowed, I answer. Yes, it's delicious. He starts to eat, and the room descends into an awkward silence. This is why I avoid dating. Small talk and prying into people's lives aren't my strengths. Unless, of course, it's intel my father needs me to gather. I hate awkward silences, and because I lack small talk skills, I end up babbling on about some random subject I'm interested in or read off the internet. A sure recipe to ensure there is never a second date. Which I know delights my father, who thinks I'm going to be an old maid and his sidekick for the rest of my life. The thought of my father sends an instant spurt of hot rage through me. After thinking of him, another memory hits me. The chaos I caused in Radomir's VIP room. My jaw clenches as I finish another bite. Time to do the right thing, Lee. I wipe my mouth on a napkin, probably worth more than all the linen in my apartment, and turn to Radomir. I'm sorry about the chaos in your VIP room, I say, watching his brows rise in surprise. I have a terrible temper, and I regret that my anger at my father cost you. Radomir finishes the food he's chewing. He wipes his mouth and takes a sip of champagne, his eyes never leaving mine, and I feel my breath hitch in my throat. He gives nothing away, and I brace, waiting for him to tell me what I owe, or for the punishment he's sure to dole out.
Your apology is accepted.
Radomir leans back in his chair. To my surprise, a small smile plays around his sexy lips.
The chaos you caused led to some good.
My brows shoot up so high in surprise. Did I hear him right? How?
The first man you accused of cheating?
Radomir leans forward.
Not one of mine, but their capture uncovered some valuable information.
Radamir's lips twitched into a smile, his eyes glinting with a mix of amusement and something darker, more intense.
My cousin suggested that the next time we have a high-stakes game, we get you to watch out for more imposters.
I ignore his attempt at teasing as I get an unwanted spurt of concern for my father. And my father? I look at him. Is he...
You no longer have to worry about him, Maya Kotyanok.
His words make my heart squeeze and my eyes widen. You didn't hurt him, did you? I know my father is a first-class dick, but that doesn't mean I really want him dead. It wasn't his fault I lost it.
On that, I don't agree.
Radamir shakes his head, twirling the glass on the table.
Your father stole from you, did he not?
More like a long-term loan, I say, sipping the heady golden liquid. I put the glass on the table, resting my hand near the stem, and before I can pull away, Radamir takes it in his and examines the tender knuckles, running gentle fingers over the bruised skin.
Tomorrow, I'll get my doctor to look at it.
No, I pull my hand from his. It's nothing.
Still, it's best to make sure,
Radamir tells me. I have a feeling my objections will go unheard, so I just nod. 3 courses and 2 bottles of champagne later, I feel like I'm about to burst. I'm so full. We're finishing off the champagne when an idea hits me. Let me win my freedom back, I challenge, meeting his gaze as his eyebrows lift. Best of 5 hands of poker. I gulp down the last of my drink. If I win, I go free, no strings attached.
And if I win?
Radamir leans his elbows on the table. His eyes darken as they scan my person, making me all tingly.
Do you agree to surrender to me? Completely. Mine to keep, body and soul?
His voice dips and takes on a husky lilt that draws my eyes to his lips, and for an instant, I can picture them doing crazy things to my body. I gulp, and desire hums through me, every nerve alight with longing. Suddenly, all I want is his hands on my body. I clear my throat, feeling my cheeks heat, and nod. Yes. Radamir's smile widens, a predatory edge to his expression. I feel like I've just sold my soul to the devil, or at least challenged him for it.
I'll agree to this, only if I get to choose what type of poker we play.
Radamir's smile grows. Okay, I agree. I can play most games. He nods.
All right then, let's take this somewhere more appropriate, shall we?
I nod, starting to feel like I've been duped somehow. Radamir slides his chair back, stands and moves behind me to help me out of my chair. He holds out his hand, and I place my unhurt hand in his. His gaze fixed on me, he says,
"This way."
My stomach clenches as I allow him to lead me past the living room, the bathroom, hiding my phone, and a few other doors. My heart starts picking up speed as I wonder if we're going to his study. At the end of the hall, he stops and pushes open the door to the main bedroom, and I stiffen.
"We'll sit at the table, by the window."
Radamir points to it.
"I thought it more private than in the living room, where one of my men could walk in."
Stepping through the doorway, I feel like I'm following the white rabbit down a rabbit hole into a strange new world filled with forbidden temptations and dark desires. Why does it matter if anyone sees us playing poker? I ask, my eyes flicking around the room. The massive king-size bed looms like a silent witness. Its perfectly arranged pillows feel like they're judging my shabby attire. A cozy seating area surrounds the flickering gas fire, and the round table near the window frames a stunning view of the glittering city skyline. Despite the luxury, unease prickles my skin.
"Because, my beautiful Lee."
His voice dips, smooth and dangerous, as he guides me to the chair. I sink into it, every nerve on edge as he leans in from behind. His warm breath brushes my ear, sending a shiver down my spine that I can't suppress. My game of choice is strip poker. I freeze, my heart thundering. My lips part to respond, to protest, but the words die in my throat when his hands rest on the back of my chair, trapping me. His tone darkens, his breath a whisper of seduction and command. And I never lose. The room feels smaller, the air heavier. A battle drums inside me, a collision of defiance and the pull of something deeper, something I don't want to name. As I meet his eyes in the reflection of the glass, I realize one thing with alarming clarity. I'm playing a game far more dangerous than I imagined.
Chapter 9. Radomir. I pour the clear liquid into 2 crystal glasses, the sharp scent of premium vodka filling the air between us. Lee shifts in her seat, her emerald eyes darting to the door, then back to me. She's trying to mask her nerves, but the slight tremble of her fingers as she adjusts her hair betrays her. A knock at the door makes her flinch. I suppress a smile as Dolph enters, his towering frame filling the doorway. He hands me a pristine deck of cards, a knowing look in his eyes. Thank you, Dolph. That will be all for now. The door clicks shut behind him, leaving Lee and me alone again. I place the cards in her hands, feeling the faint tremor in her delicate fingers as they brush against my calloused skin. As she shuffles the deck, I lean back in my chair, savoring the tension that hangs between us. My body responds instinctively, desire heating my blood because soon enough she will belong wholly unto me. The cards glide across the table, Lee's nimble fingers dealing at a speed that almost matches the pounding of my heart. I study her intently, the way her teeth worry at her lower lip, the determined set of her jaw. She's all fire and spirit with a touch of innocence in her core. Lee is about to pick up her cards, but I stop her. First, the rules. Her eyes widen slightly. The winner of the hand gets to choose the items of clothing the loser takes off. Okay. Lee's voice comes out a little gruff, and she clears her throat. No cheating. I raise my eyebrows. That goes for you, too. Lee snaps back. I smile, nodding. If you win, Dolph will take you home. I see the pulse at the base of her neck quicken as I lay down the last rule. If I win, you're mine, and I get to decide what we do for the rest of the night. Lee nods and picks up her cards. I check my own hand, keeping my expression neutral. Ladies first, Mila Moya. Lee lays down her cards, a full house staring up at me. Triumph flashes in her eyes. The irony is not lost on me. It's the exact hand I won her with earlier this evening. Unless you can somehow beat that, she says, a hint of smugness in her tone. I win this round. A slow, predatory smile spreads across my face. So you have. And what would you like me to remove? Her eyes flicker to my chest, then snaps back to meet my eyes. A rosy hue blooms across her cheeks, a delicate contrast to the dim light enveloping us. She battles her evident shyness, her tough exterior wavering for a moment, and I smile. Your shirt, she breathes, her voice barely audible over the soft hum of the room's ambiance. The words hang between us, charged with unspoken tension. Rising slowly from my seat, I maintain eye contact as my fingers work the buttons of my shirt. The whisper of fabric against skin fills the silence as I shrug it off, revealing my bare chest. Shadows play across my torso, accentuating every contour and my tattoos. Lee's gaze remains fixed, but I catch the darkening of her pupils and the tremor in her hands as she reaches for her crystal glass. Her vulnerability, barely concealed beneath her determination, stokes the fire building within me. In this high-stakes game we've embarked upon, the real prize is the unspoken connection forming between us. Fragile, electric, and utterly intoxicating. Do you like what you see, Batichka? She glances away, breaking our intense connection, and I settle back into my seat with a ghost of a smile. Lee's throat constricts as she swallows. Her voice emerges softer than before. You have quite the physique. I like your tattoos. Her eyes lower as she nudges the deck toward me. Your move. Now it's my turn. I collect the cards with deft fingers, feeling their familiar weight. Each shuffle echoes in the room like a pulse. I lay out my hand, straight flush, and watch Lee's expression shift from confidence to unease. Now it's time for you to remove something, I say, my voice tinged with promise. Your sweater and t-shirt. Her brow furrows momentarily. But that's 2 items. She protests, her voice wavering just so. I lean forward slightly, letting my words sink in. The rule was set. You agreed that the victor chooses which items are lost. My gaze holds firm. Lee rises with measured grace despite her reluctance. Her movements are deliberate, as if weighing each action. She eases off the sweater first, the fabric sliding down her arms until it falls at her feet. Then comes her t-shirt, drawn over her head, exposing skin kissed by soft light, revealing toned elegance framed by lace-edged pink lingerie. The sight stirs heat within me. Every curve invites exploring. Stunning. Breathe softly past my lips. My eyes trace every contour hungrily. Despite visible goosebumps dotting Lee's skin under my scrutiny, she stands tall, an image of pride and vulnerability, a paradox fascinating in its complexity. Lee's gaze flickers back to the table as she bridges the distance between us once more. Reluctance, tempered by curiosity, dares her to glance at my chest again, her eyes lingering where shadows dance teasingly over taut muscles and intricate ink. She resumes her seat opposite me, shuffling the cards with nimble fingers. The hypnotic motion draws my attention back to the challenge at hand. Victory remains uncertain, but the outcome promises intrigue no matter how the next hand is dealt. I watch her, admiring the way the soft light plays across her skin and the determined set of her jaw. She lays down her cards, a triumphant smile curving her lips. 3 of a kind. I believe it's your turn to lose something. I incline my head, acknowledging her win. Of course. Rising to my feet, I stand before her, enjoying how her gaze rakes my body and the soft intake of breath she can't quite suppress. What will it be? Your pants. Lee breathes, her voice barely above a whisper as she averts her eyes. I toe off my shoes, then reach for the button of my pants. Lee's eyes are back on me, widening as she watches me. I take my time, deliberately sliding the zipper down. The fabric falls to the floor, and I step out of it unhurriedly. Standing before her in nothing but my boxer briefs, my arousal strains visibly against the fabric. Lee's gaze darts away, but not before I catch the flicker of interest in her eyes, the way her teeth catch her lower lip. "Don't be shy, mi la moya," I murmur, my voice a rough caress. "I like your eyes on me. Look at what you do to me, beautiful Lee." Her gaze snaps back to mine, the storm in her eyes a mix of defiance and intrigue. Her shoulders tense briefly, betraying her effort to maintain control. "Do you want to touch me, Lee?" I coax, leaning in slightly. A visible tremor runs through her shoulders, her eyes darting away as she pushes the deck of cards toward me. It's your turn," she stammers, keeping her focus fixed on the table. The next hand is mine, a full house. I savor the moment, watching Lee's expression shift from hope to disappointment. "Your jeans, Lee." My command is soft but unyielding. She stands, determination pushing through her nervousness. She kicks off her sneakers and then reaches for the button of her jeans. The denim slides down her long, toned legs, revealing the matching pink lace of her panties. I take in the sight of her, my heart thundering against my ribs. Lee stands before me, her chin raised proudly, an alluring vision that has me almost panting with lust, making my cock harden and throb. My fingers twitch, aching to explore every inch of her creamy skin, untouched by any other man's hand. I down another shot, relishing the burn as Lee lifts her chin a little higher, refusing to cower under my heated gaze. But I see the rapid flutter of her pulse at her throat and the way her nipples strain against delicate lace. The final hand is dealt. Cards slide across polished wood as I watch Lee's face, drinking in every micro-expression. Her brow furrows slightly. Disappointment. My own hand is strong, victory assured. I lay down my cards, capturing her gaze as she reveals her own. Understanding dawns in her eyes. "How about another 2 hands?" Lee's voice wavers, a hint of desperation creeping in. I chuckle. "No, Petichka. We agreed. 5 games. Winner takes all." Lee presses her lips together, a flicker of hesitation crossing her face as I clear away the cards. Her lips part as if she's about to argue while conflict wars in her eyes, stubborn pride battling undeniable attraction. Leaning over the table, I trace her jawline, gentle yet possessive. "Say it, Lee. Say you're mine." Her eyes flutter closed, a shuddering sigh escaping her throat. "Look at me." I command, my tone low and firm. "I want to hear you say it." Emerald eyes lock onto mine. "I'm yours." Lee breathes, but defiance flashes beneath the surrender. Lust surges through me, hot and heady. It's time my little spitfire learns about consequences. "Stand up, Lee." My voice drops, laced with seductive steel. I see rebellion brewing in her. Do not try to run or disobey. I've humored you enough tonight, allowing liberties others would have died for. Fear flickers in her gaze. Now stand, little spitfire. I want to see you. Cheeks aflame, Lee rises. Her shoulders straighten, her chin lifting as she stands proud in pink lace, unaware of how her innocence and beauty are slowly unraveling me. Take off your underwear. I lift my glass, maintaining a cool facade as I watch her. Shock and uncertainty war across her features. My fierce minx is full of contradictions, fire and modesty. Her eyes widen. You can't be serious. Don't make me ask twice. My voice leaves no room for argument. I want to see all of you. Her chest rises and falls, her breath quick and uneven. She's frozen between hesitation and the magnetic pull of the moment. Her eyes meet mine, flickering with a storm of emotions. Fear, defiance, and the unyielding spark that has gripped me from the start. I'm waiting, Petichka, I say, letting impatience seep into my tone. If you'd prefer to move this to the basement for your punishment. Her fists clench briefly at her sides, and for a moment, I wonder if she's going to lash out at me the way she did in my VIP room. But then her gaze drops to the floor. A shuddering breath escapes her lips, and trembling fingers reach behind her back. Her bra loosens, and with some reluctance, she lets it fall to the floor. My eyes devour her small, pert breasts. Soft pink areolas crowned by rosy nipples tighten under my gaze, betraying the desire she's trying so hard to hide. You're beautiful, Lee. My voice drops, rough with raw hunger. She flinches slightly at the compliment, but doesn't back away. Instead, her hands move to the waistband of her panties. Slowly, painstakingly slowly, she hooks her thumbs under the lace. The fabric slides down her legs, pooling at her feet. Lee stands before me, entirely bare, vulnerable and proud, a goddess carved in fire and innocence and utterly, breathtakingly mine. She's more incredible than I could have imagined. I rise from my chair, the distance between us shrinking with each step. Lee looks up at me, her eyes wide, lips parted as if to protest, but no words come. You have no idea how perfect you are, Petichka, I whisper, my hand cupping her cheek, my thumb brushing the soft curve of her jaw. She shivers at my touch, her lashes lowering. My free hand traces the line of her collarbone, then lower, caressing the delicate curve of her breast. She gasps, her body responding even as her mind struggles to keep control. I move my hand and cup the soft mounds, my thumb teasing her hard nipples. A little moan echoes in her throat, and my cock responds with a jolt as my lips tease hers. Radomir? She whispers, her voice trembling with uncertainty. I... She swallows, her eyes glazed with desire. I haven't... I know, baby. I lower my head until our foreheads touch. I'll take care of you. Trust me. My lips skim her ear as I speak, my breath hot against her skin. Can you do that, Pichka? I kiss her, slowly, deeply pouring every ounce of restraint into that connection as my desire is now almost painful. Her lips are soft and yielding. As she responds to me, I feel her defenses begin to crumble. She nods, a single hesitant movement, her body relaxing under my hands. Touch me, Lee. I want to feel your hands on me. My hands start to knead her breasts and my thumbs tease her nipples. Lee breathes, Her eyes drop to watch me play with her breasts. They move to my chest. Her hands reach for me, tentative at first, then more assured as her fingers trace the lines of my shoulder and the muscles of my chest. I groan, the sound low and guttural, as her touch stokes the fire already raging inside me. My lips capture hers once again. My hands leave her breasts, and without breaking the kiss, I lift her into my arms. She gasps, feeling my rock-hard erection press against her as it tries to escape the confines of my boxer briefs and reach for her honeypot. Her legs instinctively wrap around my waist. I carry her to the bed, laying her down, her auburn hair spilling across my pillow like a fiery halo. I pause, drinking in the sight of her beneath me. Her chest heaves, emerald eyes locked on mine, torn between fear and trust. I stand up, holding her gaze while I pull off my boxer briefs and set my aching cock free. "Oh," Lee gasps and reaches out toward my long, sensitive shaft. The moment her hands touch me, it takes everything I've got not to explode like a 16-year-old schoolboy having sex for the first time. "Wait, little one." I grab her hand and lie down beside her.
Chapter 10. Lee. I lie on the bed, every nerve attuned to Radomir's presence. My skin warms where it brushes against his, my heart pounding in an uneven rhythm as I fight to steady my breath. This is all so foreign to me. Sharing a bed with a man, being this close, feeling this rush of fear and anticipation swirling inside me. Radomir rolls onto his side, propping his head on his hand as he gazes down at me with those piercing blue eyes. The intensity in them sends a shiver down my spine.
"Relax, Krasiva,"
He murmurs, his deep voice like velvet.
"I'll make this easy for you.
He kisses my lips gently.
I'm not going to hurt you."
I lick my dry lips. "I know," I whisper back. And somehow, despite everything, I do know it deep down. Radomir may be a feared Bratva leader, but there's something about him, a gentleness as he looks at me now, that makes me feel safe, even as my body trembles. I hesitate, my fingers brushing against the hard, silken steel of his erection. Radomir's breath hitches, a low, guttural growl rumbling from his chest at my inexperienced touch. Fear jolts through me, and I snatch my hand back, eyes wide. "I'm sorry," I whisper, my voice catching in my throat. "Oh God, what am I doing?" My cheeks burn with embarrassment. "I didn't mean to hurt you." Radomir's gaze locks with mine, a heady mix of hunger and reassurance. In one smooth motion, he swings over me, his elbows braced as his face hovers inches from mine. The warmth of his skin ignites a fire low in my belly.
"Oh, Lee."
He murmurs, his lips grazing mine with each word.
"That was not a growl of pain, Krasiva. Your innocent touch is driving me wild with pleasure."
He captures my mouth in a searing kiss, his tongue delving deep, claiming me with an intensity that steals my breath. I melt into him, my fingers tangling in his hair, holding him close as the kiss overwhelms my senses. Radomir breaks the kiss. His mouth trails down my neck, his teeth grazing my sensitive skin and sending sparks of pleasure coursing through my veins. I arch into his touch, craving more, needing to feel his hands and lips everywhere at once. "Radomir," I breathe, my voice a desperate plea, a prayer for the ecstasy only he can provide. He answers my unspoken request, his hand cupping my breast, his thumb teasing the hardened peak. I gasp, the sensation electric, my body responding to his skilled touch.
"Do you like that, little one?"
Radomir murmurs, his tongue flicking the rosy bud, his deep voice a seductive caress.
Do you want more?
Yes, I whisper, my inhibitions melting away, devoured by the inferno of passion he's unleashed within me. Please, Radomir, yes. Oh, God, just like that. His mouth closes over my breast, his tongue teasing and swirling, sending bolts of pleasure straight to my core. I'm lost in overwhelming sensation. His other hand finds my neglected breast, kneading and teasing, driving me to the brink of madness. Radomir, I moan, my fingers clenching the sheets, my back arching off the bed, desperate for more of his touch, more of this exquisite torture, desperate for him to explore more of me. He releases my nipple with a soft pop, his eyes finding mine, dark with desire, and a hint of something deeper, something that terrifies and thrills me in equal measure. Radomir's hands skim down my sides, his touch leaving trails of fire in their wake. He settles between my thighs, his broad shoulders parting my legs, and I tremble, both with anticipation and a flicker of fear. This is uncharted territory for me. The hunger in his gaze quickens my pulse and sends a pang of aching need through me.
Open your legs for me, my beautiful little bird,
he commands, his voice a low rumble that resonates through my body. Lost in a swirl of desire, I obey, bearing myself to him. Vulnerability prickles beneath the haze of lust, a voice inside me whispering warnings I don't want to hear. But his gaze, hungry, reverent, drowns out the fear. It's as though, with each touch, he claims a piece of my soul. He sucks in a sharp breath, his eyes darkening as they roam over my most intimate parts. I feel exposed and vulnerable, but the reverence in his gaze, the way he licks his lips as if he's starving and I'm his favorite meal, sends a surge of feminine power through my veins. Slowly, almost teasingly, he runs a finger along my slit, and I nearly burst out of my skin at the sensation. A whimper escapes my lips as he parts my folds, his finger finding my clit and circling it with maddening precision.
So wet for me,
he murmurs, his voice thick with approval.
I've barely touched you, and you're dripping. Do you have any idea what you do to me, Lee? I want to possess every part of you.
I can only moan in response, my hips lifting off the bed, seeking more of his touch. He chuckles, a dark, sinful sound that only fuels the fire raging inside me.
Patience, little one,
he admonishes, but there's a hint of strain in his voice, a tell that he's just as affected as I am.
We have all night, and I intend to take my time with you. And when I'm done, you'll crave my touch, my cock, like the very air you breathe. You'll be mine, body and soul, Pachichka.
His words should frighten me, should set off warning bells in my head. But all I feel is a bone-deep craving, an ache that consumes me, body and soul. With Radomir's fingers working their magic on my clit and his eyes boring into mine, I know he's right. He's claiming me, branding me as his own, and a part of me welcomes it, craves it with an intensity that steals my breath.
I want to taste you, Krasiva,
he rumbles, his voice a sensual caress.
I want to drink your sweet nectar.
I can only moan in response, my hips lifting off the bed, seeking more of his touch. Radomir's head dips lower, his breath fanning over my sensitive flesh, and my entire body tenses in anticipation. When his tongue finally makes contact, I let out a strangled cry, my fingers twisting in the silk sheets beneath me. He licks a slow, deliberate stripe up my slit, savoring my taste, before swirling around my clit in a maddening pattern. "Oh, God," I whimper, my head thrashing against the pillow. "Radomir, please." I'm not even sure what I'm pleading for, but I know he can give it to me. He hums against me, the vibration sending shock waves of pleasure rippling through my body. "Please what, Petichka? Tell me what you need." I struggle to form coherent thoughts, my mind hazy with desire. I need. But before I can finish, he's sliding a long, thick finger into my dripping channel, and the world falls away. He pumps slowly, deliberately, curling his finger in a come-hither motion that has me seeing stars. When he adds a second finger, stretching me deliciously, I nearly sob with relief. "That's it," he coaxes, his voice rough with his own arousal. "Let go for me, Lee. Let me see you come undone." His fingers pick up speed, thrusting and twisting, hitting a spot deep inside me that I hadn't even known existed. The tension coils tighter and tighter, my body wound like a spring, ready to snap. And when his lips close around my clit, sucking hard, I shatter. The orgasm rips through me like a tidal wave, my body convulsing, my back arching off the bed. Radomir's fingers never slow, working me through it, prolonging the pleasure until it borders on pain. I'm dimly aware of the sounds I'm making, a litany of moans and gasps and broken pleas, but I can't bring myself to care. As I float down from the high, my body boneless and sated, Radomir presses a tender kiss to my inner thigh. "Beautiful," he murmurs, his voice filled with a reverence that makes my heart clench. "Absolutely fucking beautiful." Radomir crawls back up my body, his heated skin slick with sweat, leaving trails of warmth against my own. His scent, spiced with musk and faint cologne, fills my senses, grounding me in the moment. His eyes are dark, his pupils blown wide with desire, and I can feel the hard length of him pressing insistently against my thigh. "You are so responsive, my untouched Lee," he murmurs, his voice husky and filled with a possessive edge that sends a shiver down my spine. "So perfect, so made for me." He dips his head, capturing my lips in a searing kiss that steals the breath from my lungs. I can taste myself on his tongue, tangy and forbidden, and it only fuels the fire burning in my veins. I arch into him, my hands coming up to tangle in his hair, desperate for more, for anything he'll give me. But then he pulls back, just far enough to meet my gaze. "I'm sorry, Petichka," he whispers, his thumb brushing over my kiss-swollen lips. "This is going to hurt." Hurt? What does he mean, hurt? But before I can ask, before I can even begin to process his words, he's kissing me again, deep and consuming, and I'm lost. Lost in the feel of him, in the heat of his body, and the promise of what's to come. As the blunt head of his cock nudges at my entrance, I realize what he means. Sabrina had told me that her first time stung for a few seconds. "Just relax and let it happen," she'd said. So I close my eyes and wait for the pain, wait for the burn, wait for Radomir to claim me, body and soul, in the way I know we've both been craving since the moment we first laid eyes on each other.
Radomir. Her body is like molten silk, hot and clinging and so damn tight around my cock. I fucked countless women in my life, but nothing feels like this. It's a heady, intoxicating feeling that threatens to cloud my judgment, and I lock it down ruthlessly. "Relax," I growl in her ear as I fight to hold back the tide of pleasure threatening to consume me. You're so damn tight, Lee. My words are punctuated by shallow thrusts, each one taking me deeper into her depths until I'm buried inside of her up to where I feel the barrier. Her nails dig into my back, but her eyes are what undo me. They're on fire, reflecting the same abandon, the same need that courses through my veins. And in that moment, I'm lost, consumed by a hunger I never knew existed, a hunger for her. I'm sorry, Petichka. I grunt, giving one hard, sharp thrust, and feel the barrier give way. Her body tenses, her eyes widen, and her grip constricts around my arm. I still for a moment, leaning down to kiss her lips. Are you okay, Petichka? Her eyes search mine, and she nods, then starts to move, pushing herself on my cock. Please, Radomir, I need you. She breathes. I need this. Don't stop. Oh, fuck, Lee. Her innocent desire unravels me and I start to move. Lee matches my pace as I drive into her, slowly losing control. You're driving me crazy. Oh, fuck.
Lee. Radomir's words are my undoing, unraveling the last threads of my self-control. His gruff words send shivers down my spine, and I arch my hips up to meet his thrusts. The pain is a distant memory now, replaced by a white-hot need that engulfs me whole. Yes, I pant, my nails raking against his back. Oh, Radomir, don't stop. Don't stop, please. His response is a feral groan, and he obliges, slamming into me with a ferocity that should have scared me, if it weren't for the way he does it, with a possessiveness that ignites my insides, making me burn brighter than the Vegas Strip outside our window. God, Lee, I don't think I'll ever get enough of you, he grunts, his thrusts becoming even more potent, his grip on my hips bruising. You feel so fucking good. So good. Tangled up in his arms, with his cock buried deep inside me, I realize that I don't know if I'll ever get enough of him or this either. I've never felt such fire, abandon, and need before. Thought dissolves into the dark haze of lust. My body reaches a peak I didn't know was possible, shattering as I cry out his name. For a moment, nothing exists, only raw, mind-numbing pleasure. I drift back as Radomir grunts and tenses. Oh, fuck, Lee. He groans as my pussy walls clamp around his cock, milking the last pulses of pleasure from him as he spills his seed inside me, dropping to his elbows, his face buried in the crook of my neck. We lie there in silence, our breaths slowly evening out. He shifts us onto our sides, his arms wrapping around me possessively. You're mine now, Lee Dalton, he whispers against my ear. No one will touch you like I have. I should push back, say something, anything, but I can't. I'm too spent to his hold. For now, it feels safe. It feels almost like love. But as sleep begins to pull me under, a sharp voice in the back of my mind whispers, this safety has chains, and this warmth will leave scars. Then, just before darkness claims me, his voice comes again, low and dangerous. If anyone even tries, Petichka, I'll kill them. The words follow me into sleep, cold and inescapable, leaving me wondering if they were real, or if it was part of my dream state. Either way, I feel the chains that trap me to Radomir tightening. And even though I've only just met him, he's already started stealing parts of my heart and soul. That's dangerous, and all the more reason I have to find an escape as fast as I can. But not tonight. I snuggle closer and give over to sleep. Chapter 11. Lee. I wake to the sensation of silk sheets against my bare skin and the lingering scent of expensive cologne. Memories from the night before crash over me like a tidal wave. Radomir's intense blue eyes, commanding touch, and how he'd made me feel things I'd never experienced. My body aches in places I didn't know could ache. A delicious soreness sends a shiver through me. I squeeze my eyes closed, not ready to face the reality of where I am or who I'm with.
Good morning, Katyanek,
Radomir says, his gravelly voice rolling over me, igniting a shiver that betrays my attempt to stay composed.
I trust you slept well?
I force my eyes open, immediately locking gazes with him. Even fresh from sleep, he exudes power and control. It's intoxicating and terrifying all at once. Yes, I manage, my voice barely above a whisper. Thank you.
How is your hand?
Radomir reaches out and takes my now blue-knuckled hand. Heat floods my cheeks as the sheet slips down, exposing my naked breast. I try to pull it back up, but Radomir stops me.
No, Katyanek,
he says, his voice low and commanding as he pulls the sheet away and flicks a thumb over my nipple, making my pulse race.
You will not cover up in front of or try to hide from me. Is that clear?
He gently kisses the hand he is still holding and runs the back of his free hand over my breast, making the nipple harden, sending signals to the triangle between my legs.
I love looking at your magnificent body.
He lowers his head and pops his lips over the nipple, swirling his tongue.
When we are alone, I may just make it a rule that you are always to be naked.
He laughs at his sick joke, which I'm not too sure is one. My eyes fly to his. You're joking, right? I squeak, trying to pull away. But every nerve ending in my body tingles as his hand runs down my stomach and dips between my pussy lips, making me gasp and my hips lift into it. Oh, I suck in a breath as he starts to tease me.
Your mind may resist, Petichka,
he murmurs, his gaze locking with mine.
But your body tells me otherwise. You're already soaked for me.
What were we talking about again? Were we talking? My brain starts to fog over as desire ignites, lit by the flame that his clever fingers are fanning as they manipulate my greedy clit. Then he sticks 2 fingers into my channel as he slowly starts to finger fuck me. Oh. My hips begin to move in time to his digits.
You like that, don't you, beautiful Lee?
His eyes move from mine down my body.
God, you're magnificent.
He turns and captures my lips as he starts to drive me over the edge.
Come for me, Petichka. Come all over my fingers.
He drives me over the edge and into another powerful orgasm, only this time he removes his hand before I've fully come down off my desired fueled high. A whimper escapes my throat. My body feels deprived of the full pleasure of the orgasm. He positions himself over me. Leaning up on his hands, he pushes the tip of his cock inside me, pulling it in and out, teasing me.
Look at me, Katyanek,
Radomir demands.
Do you want this?
He pushes himself a little deeper inside me and moves in and out.
Do you want me to fuck you? To bring you to the release your body's still craving?
I'm getting lost in the depths of his blue eyes, which are pools of desire, and his vulgar words should repulse me, but they're fueling this dark desire, coiling like hot burning hunger inside me. I nod.
What was that?
Radomir gives a few harder thrusts, pushing right inside me, making me press against him, wanting him to move and fill me. Yes! I almost sob in pleading as his lips nick, suck, kiss my neck, and torment my ears while he pulls completely out of me, playing a game of control and manipulating me to play it with him by tormenting my weak flesh. "No," I breathe. "Please, please don't stop." My breath is labored, and my mind tuning out everything else but my need to reach the ecstatic heights he drives me to. "Radomir, please." My hips start to buck, my hungry little pussy pressing against the fur that surrounds his cock. "Tell me what you want, Lee." Radomir's voice is deep and throaty as he whispers in my ear, the soft tip of his cock teasing my entrance as he rains kisses along my chin. "Only good girls that ask get what they want." His nose nudges my ear, and his tongue teases my earlobe. "If you want me to bury my cock deep inside your sopping little pussy, you have to tell me. Say it, Lee." "I want you to..." I swallow. I know what he wants me to say, but I've never said it before. I feel. But at the same time, I want to say it. It makes me feel wanton, dirty. My eyes snap open. What is wrong with me? A pang of horror settles in as I realize I want this. Crave feeling wanton and unrestrained. I want him to whisper dirty words into my ears and beg him to do things to me. My stomach starts to churn with disgust for myself. But before I can get in my head about it, Radomir drops his lips around my breast and nips my tender nipple before he stops moving. I feel his cock slip out of me. I move, trying to push myself onto him. "I'm still waiting to hear what you want." Radomir nips my breast while keeping the tip of his cock at my entrance. "I want you," rips from my throat, a desperate moan wrapped in a plea. "Please, Radomir, I need you to fill me up. I need you to fuck me." My voice raises with frustration, and my hips rub my clit along the rough hairs of his groin. "That's my girl," Radomir purrs, his lips crushing mine as he starts thrusting into me, and I meet each one as the intensity builds, driving us toward the pinnacle of pleasure. I'm about to peak, and he growls, "Tell me who you belong to." He grabs my hair, pulling my head back and forcing me to look into his eyes. "Say it." I'm not sure how he can have so much control, but I'm about to tumble over the edge. Right now, I would say anything as I plunge into a mind-blowing orgasm. I scream, "You! I belong to you! I'm yours!" My cry reverberates around the room as Radomir starts hammering into me and I see stars. "I'm yours! Oh, fuck! Fuck! That's so... Oh, God!" A growl rolls out of Radomir's throat as he pumps faster. "Jesus, Lee. Fuck. I'm coming, baby." As he explodes, pouring his seed inside me, I feel myself riding the ripples of my orgasm aftershock as Radomir collapses onto his elbows, careful not to squash me. His head is on my shoulder as his movements slow, and I feel the walls of my pussy milk the last drops from his shaft. Radomir wraps his arms around me, and while he's still inside me, he rolls us onto our sides, with me buried against his solid chest. We lie wrapped together, slowly catching our breath, and I feel my eyes drifting shut when he kisses my head. "Although I'd love to stay here with you all day and explore the heights I can take you to." He reaches down and squeezes my butt. "I have some business to attend to." He kisses my forehead. "You get some more sleep. It is still early. I have ordered clothes, toiletries, and other necessary items." Radomir's cock plops out of me. He unravels himself from me and sits. "I will have breakfast delivered here in 2 hours." My body starts to relax, and my eyes are closed when I feel Radomir slip off the bed, and a few seconds later, the shower goes on. I don't know how long I've been drifting on the edge of sleep when I hear the shower stop. There is dead quiet for a few minutes before the fresh scent of soap and cologne wafts into the room. I hear closets opening and closing, the sound of a belt being buckled, but my eyes are too heavy to open and look. When the door to the bedroom gently clicks shut, I give over to the oblivion of sleep. The sound of the bedroom door jolts me awake. My eyes fly open. I grip the sheet to my chest and sit up, meeting the startled gaze of a housekeeper in a neat uniform. She holds a tray in her hands. It is filled with the delicious aroma of bacon and freshly brewed coffee, making my mouth water and stomach growl. "Oh, Miss Dalton, I'm so sorry to have woken you," the young woman says apologetically. "I was going to leave your breakfast tray Mr. Molchanov ordered for you." She gives me a tight smile. "It's okay." Pulling the large sheet around me, making it into a navy blue toga, I follow the breakfast tray to the table where we played poker the previous night. I try not to let my mind give me a play-by-play and concentrate on breakfast. "I'll come back in a while to collect the dishes and make the bed," she tells me before slipping out the door. I dig into the delicious breakfast of mouth-watering flavors. Shit, Radomir's chef even knows how to magically make bacon and scrambled eggs taste better. Sated, I sit back and stare at the city through the sparkling, clean windows as morning rises over it while I sip my coffee. I guess it's not the worst prison to be held captive in. Finishing the coffee, I feel guilty about not taking my own dishes to the kitchen, although I doubt the silk sheet toga I'm sporting would be the proper attire to pad through the apartment. My eyes fix on the bathroom. But I need a shower and to wash my hair. It must look like rat tails now. Not to mention, it was probably knotted into painful twists. Padding into the bathroom, I brace my feet to meet the cold marble floor. But to my surprise, they're pleasantly warm. Huh, rich people even have warmer floor tiles. Breathing out, I head toward the shower that could fit my entire kitchen in. The shower looks designed for a giant, or maybe just a man with an equally oversized ego. I reach out for the taps. What the? I spin around, searching in vain for the taps. All I see is sleek chrome and a glowing panel that looks like it belongs in a spaceship. Great. I've stumbled into a teleportation unit. Knowing my luck, it'll send me to fucking Siberia. Naked. Jesus, I mutter, staring at the control panel that somehow knows I'm there as the screen greets me. "Good morning. What setting would you like for the shower jets?" My head shoots around, looking for hidden cameras, and I suddenly feel like I'm being watched. I touch a button. I'm not sure what button it is, as it's clearly not written in English, and it's designed for someone with a master's in computer science. It looks like something out of a sci-fi movie, all sleek chrome and blinking lights. Who designed this? NASA? My brow furrows as I reach for another button when the one I hit does nothing. I hope this isn't a teleportation unit. I jab at a few buttons. A jet of ice-cold water blasts me square in the face. "Shit!" I yelp, stumbling backward. Okay, not that one. I try again, activating what seems to be a steam function. The bathroom quickly fills with fog, leaving me no clearer on how the fucking thing works. I hit another button, and I'm once again treated to a spray of ice-cold water. Only this time, the malicious shower hits me in the eye. "For fuck's sake," I grumble, grabbing my eye and jumping out of the shower of doom. "Is a simple on-off switch too much to ask?" I yell, fumbling for a towel while trying not to rub my eyes. "Miss Dalton?" The housekeeper peeks into the bathroom, hesitating just inside the door. Her eyes travel the length of my body, making me feel very uncomfortable. I grab the first towel my fingers latch onto and bring it to my... Fuck! It's a hand towel that barely covers the front of me. "Oh, I'm so sorry." The housekeeper holds up her hands. "I didn't mean to stare. You have an amazing body." My eyes widen. Oh, no, not like that. I like men. I'm a designer. She smiles at me. Well, an aspiring designer. I'm working my way through design school. She runs a hand over her uniform. I also do personal shopping for Mr. Molchanov. She glances over my shoulder to the evil shower. That's why he asked me to go shopping for you. She points to the shower panel. May I? You can work it? I look at her in surprise. Her smile broadens. Only just learned, she whispers conspiratorially. I take it there's no instruction manual? Let me show you, she says, laughing and walking to the control panel to show me how to use it. When you want it to switch off, you can either hit this button or say, "Shower, switch off," she commands, and the water stops flowing. Although I think that's a bit creepy. She shudders, like the shower's watching me when I clean it. Thank you. I breathe a sigh of relief and look in. Shit. Do you know where the shampoo and conditioner are? Oh, her eyes widen. I got you some, specially for your hair type, to put the bounce back in your curls and help keep them tangle-free. She rushes out of the room and returns within a few seconds, her hands loaded with bags from top cosmetic houses. She puts them on the counter and pulls a bottle of shampoo and conditioner from one. My eyes widen. Here, she hands them to me. Jesus, I say, taking it. Fuck, I've only ever dreamed of buying this shampoo. Thank you. I hold up the bottles. I look at the shower pointedly and then give her a, "That's your cue to leave" type look. Thanks again. She nods and leaves me alone in the bathroom to tackle the shower. 40 minutes later, I walk out wrapped in a fluffy towel, smelling and feeling like $1 million, with my clean, blow-dried hair all silky, smooth, and shiny. The housekeeper bought a selection of expensive high-end skincare products, cosmetics, deodorant, creams, and perfume. I feel like a queen. I look around the room for my clothes, but they're gone. Even my sneakers are gone. Shit! Radimir's voice cuts through the quiet. Looking for something? I spin around, clutching the towel tighter. My clothes, I hiss. They have been cleaned and donated, Radimir tells me. What? My eyes widen. You have no right to take my stuff. A knock on the door interrupts us. Come, Radimir barks, looking at his wristwatch, as the housekeeper who helped me earlier enters. Sorry, Mr. Molchanov. I didn't know you were here, she apologizes. That's all right, Tracy, Radimir tells her. I was on my way out. He turns to me. Please be dressed and ready in 20 minutes. He swivels on his heel and leaves the room. I've sent the rest of your new outfits to the estate, Tracy tells me, holding up an armload of bags. I kept these back. I will order the rest for your closet in the penthouse during the week. Excuse me? I look at Tracy with raised brows. My heart has picked up speed. That's not good. I can't go to an estate. I need to stay in the city if I'm going to escape. Mr. Molchanov requested I stock the penthouse and the estate with your wardrobe. Tracy smiles. It saves packing for short visits. I hardly register what she's saying. What estate? Oh, Tracy's eyes widen. I thought you knew. Mr. Molchanov has an estate on the outskirts of town. Tracy explains as she starts pulling outfits out of the bags and hanging them on a rail that mysteriously appeared. It's beautiful out there. She smiles at me. You're going to love it. Love it? Yes, that's where you're going in 20 minutes, Tracy replies, glancing at her wristwatch. Speaking of time, you must hurry and dress, Miss Dalton. Mr. Molchanov doesn't like to be kept waiting. I don't give a flying fuck about Radimir's aversion to lateness. My mind is reeling with this information about the estate I'm being taken to. Excuse me. I need to go to the bathroom. I'm about to storm out of the room when Tracy stops me. "Miss Dalton, maybe you want to get dressed before you go out there?" Her brow creases and her voice lowers. "One of Mr. Molchanov's men is outside the door." "Yes, you're right," I say, turning around and eyeing the admittedly beautiful collection of clothes. "What do you suggest?" I ask, pointing at the rack. Tracy holds up a sleek pantsuit. "How about this? It will cover your phone." My eyes widen and shock zaps through me. "You found my phone?" I whisper. "Yes." Tracy nods. "Luckily, I was the one restacking the towels this morning." "Did you tell Radomir?" I begin, my voice tight, but she shakes her head quickly. "No," Tracy promises me. "I understand that you need to be in contact with the outside world." "How much do you know about me being here?" My brow creases, and my eyes narrow questioningly. "Everything," Tracy tells me. "I'm Dolph's youngest sister. I tend to get most of the top information." "Well, that's just great." "Don't worry, I know what it's like to be trapped in this world." Tracy's eyes darken. "And wanting a way out." She glances at the door. "You get dressed, and I'll get your phone for you." She turns and leaves me staring after her, wondering if I can trust her, even though I know I really want to. It would be nice to have an ally on the inside.
Chapter 12. Radomir. The soft click of the estate's front doors echoes behind me as Lee walks silently at my side. She hasn't said a word since we stepped out of the car, but I can feel the tension radiating off her in waves. Her gaze flickers around the sprawling foyer, taking in the soaring ceilings, the marble floors, and the crystal chandelier dripping from above. "This way," I say, my voice firm as I place a hand on the small of her back, guiding her toward the grand staircase. She stiffens under my touch, but doesn't pull away. Her lips press into a thin line, her posture stiff as she meets my gaze, not backing down, but not quite challenging me either. She's biding her time. She doesn't think I know exactly what's going on in her mind, but the way her eyes dart slyly around the room suggests she's looking for weaknesses. At the top of the stairs, I lead her down a wide corridor lined with antique sconces and oil paintings of Russian landscapes, scenes of snow-covered forests and icy rivers that always remind me of my childhood home. Lee's pace slows, her gaze lingering on one of the paintings, and for a moment I wonder what she's thinking. But I don't ask. I can already feel her resistance, and I won't give her the satisfaction of prying. We reach the double doors to my bedroom. Our bedroom. I push them open, revealing a space that's as much a statement of power as it is a place to sleep. The room is massive, with floor-to-ceiling windows that flooded with light during the day and offer a view of the sprawling gardens below. A four-poster bed dominates the room, its dark wood polished to a gleaming finish, and it's dressed with luxurious linens. Lee hesitates at the threshold, her lips pressing into a thin line. "Is this my room?" she asks, her tone sharp. "This is our room," I correct, stepping aside to let her enter. Her gaze sharpens, but she crosses the threshold cautiously like a cat entering unfamiliar territory. "Don't worry, you'll have your own space," I say, gesturing to a smaller set of doors to the left of the bedroom. "Come." Her shoulders stiffen, but she follows me, her curiosity getting the better of her. I push open the doors to reveal a lavish sitting room, complete with a writing desk positioned by the windows, a chaise lounge upholstered in soft cream fabric, and a private balcony that overlooks the gardens. The room is bright and inviting, a stark contrast to the darker tones of the bedroom. "This is for you," I say, turning to face her. "A place where you can write, think, and be alone when needed." Her eyes widen slightly, but the look of surprise is fleeting, quickly replaced by suspicion. "Why?" she asks, her voice laced with mistrust. "Why would you do this for me when you've made it quite clear I have no privacy where you're concerned?" I don't recall saying that, I murmur, reaching for the desk drawer to pull out the leather-bound songbook and hand it to her. "Because I know your writing is important to you, Petichka." Her eyes flickered at the book, then narrow as they dart back to me, her expression clouding over with outrage. "You've been through my things," she accuses, snatching it from my hand, her cheeks flush with anger. "I wanted to understand you better," I say, my voice low, the weight of my words hanging in the air between us. "Your songs are good, Lee. I can see why you'd want to pursue music." Her eyes narrow. "How do you know about that?" "Like I've told you, I make it my business to know," I say simply. "And before you get any ideas, your belongings from your apartment have been put into storage. You don't need them here." Her anger flares, her eyes flashing like green fire. "You had no right." I step closer, cutting her off. "Your life is my life now," I say, firm and unyielding. "An open book to me. You can be angry if you want, but it doesn't change anything. It will only make you miserable." Her breath catches as I take her chin in my hand, tilting her face up to mine. For a moment, the fight in her falters, replaced by something softer, more vulnerable. I lean in, brushing my lips against hers in a kiss that's both a promise and a warning. The taste of her stirs that dark, primal instinct in me, a need that burns hotter every time I'm near her. "I have business to attend to," I say, my tone hardening slightly as I pull myself away from her. I can't let myself get lost in her. There is much to do today. "You're free to explore the house and the grounds," I tell her, "but don't do anything foolish. You won't get far." My words are a challenge, daring her to test me. Her jaw tightens and I can see the wheels turning in her head, but she says nothing. I point to a door next to the closet. "Through there is your own private bathroom and a dressing room." I give her a slight bow of my head. "I'll see you later." I leave her standing in the center of the room, her songbook clutched tightly in her hands, and head to my office. Her scent lingers on my skin. It's a constant reminder of the temptation I just walked away from. When I enter the office, Victor and Dolph are already waiting for me. Morning sunlight streams through the windows, illuminating the heavy wood paneling under the large desk, an imposing centerpiece that has witnessed more deals and more bloodshed than I care to count. "Who is watching Lee for the day?" I move to my office chair. "Frederick's on Lee watch duty for now," Dolph reports. "I'll take over later this afternoon." "Good." I sit behind the desk, motioning for him to proceed. "What do you have for me?" Victor leans forward, sliding a folder across the desk. "Luca Fabri's intel checks out. The Greek Special Forces are tracking Mark Dalton, but they've started asking questions about Lee." His words sound like a hammer. "How much do they know?" "They didn't have a face to match her name. Until last night," Victor says grimly. "Dalton's kept her one of his best hidden secrets for years, but the chaos in the VIP room exposed her. Now they know what she looks like. It's only a matter of time before they come for her, either to get to him or to see if she can lead them to whatever they think he's hiding." Fuck. I run a hand through my hair, tension coiling in my gut. Cut Fabry and his men loose. The last thing we need is a Mafia war on top of this mess, especially when we don't know the Greek matriarch's endgame. There's a reason her men are shadowing Dalton instead of taking him out. They're waiting for him to lead them to something, somewhere, or someone. A chill runs through me, though I shove it down. I think I know exactly who that someone is. My stomach knots at the thought of what could have happened if my men hadn't gotten to Lee first last night. The footage I reviewed earlier replays in my mind, the 4 Greek operatives slipping out of the poker room right after Lee disappeared. No doubt they had their sights set on her. The door opens and Gavril strides in, his expression grim. "Alexei's not coming," he says without preamble. "The Greek special forces hit our warehouses in LA last night. The Italians are taking heavy losses too. Los Angeles, New York, Chicago," Victor adds, ticking off the list. "They're targeting our strongest territories." "Are we the only ones being hit?" I demand, my tone cutting through the room. "What about the smaller syndicates?" "So far, it's just us," Dolph replies. "But I'll send out feelers, see if anyone else is in the crossfire." Gavril leans back in his chair, his jaw tight. "This has to tie back to what happened 10 years ago. Why else would the Greek matriarch resurface now and come after us? Fabri's intel and a prisoner's ramblings are all we have to go on," I say, teeth clenched as old memories claw their way to the surface. My father and uncle, their deaths still cast a long shadow. It's too easy to make this about her, but I force myself to push the emotions aside. We don't know it's her. Not yet. Mark Dalton's cryptic warning about the sins of the fathers comes to mind, and regret gnaws at me for letting him walk out of my office last night. But I should have had him locked in a cell and put Gunther on him. But Dalton's an enigma full of more secrets than anyone realizes. Breaking him wouldn't be simple. Who else could it be? Gavril shoots back, his voice low and cold. She resurfaces and suddenly we're under fire. That's no coincidence. We were being attacked before we even knew she was back in America. I counter, my words biting. And we have nothing but rumors tying her to this. You really think that means it wasn't her? Gavril growls, his brow furrowing. I slam my fist on the desk. We don't start wars blind. My voice is lethal, slicing through Gavril's frustration. No proof, no action. We move when we're certain, and right now we know jack shit. I turn to Victor and Dolph. Find out everything you can about the Greek special forces at the poker game last night. Names, movements, alliances, I want it all. What makes you think they're still in Vegas? Victor asks. A hunch, I say, my voice dark. And my hunches are rarely wrong. Gavril stays behind after Victor and Dolph leave to dig deeper into the Greek threat. He's silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the dark wood of my desk. Why would she want them dead? He asks finally, his voice low. Our fathers. Why would the Greek bitch have them killed? What business did our fathers have with her? That is what we need to find out. My head turns toward the bookshelves that line the one wall of my home office. It never made a lot of sense to me. Standing, I walk toward them, move one of the heavy Russian journals and press a small button. The bookshelf clicks open and I pull it back. Speaking of the Greek matriarch, I have something interesting to show you. Gavril stands and follows me to the bookshelves. I pull a document from the hidden safe behind the bookshelf and hand it to him. His eyes widen as he reads, his grip tightening on the paper. Is this real? He demands. I'm not sure yet, I say. I can confirm that Vivian Reynolds is Lee's mother. The other name on the document, Nicholas Vasilikis, is the son of Alexandra and Dante Vasilikis. Do you think it's the Greek matriarch? Gavril's eyes widen and he glances at the document, giving a low whistle. So Vivian was connected to the Greek bitch. I believe so. I nod. I also found out that Nicholas died 19 years ago. His body was found in his burnt-out car near an old farmhouse outside London. Murder? Gavril asks, and I see he's drawing the same conclusion I did when I found out about the man earlier this morning. Yes, It wasn't the car fire that killed him. He had a bullet through the skull, execution style. Jesus, you don't think that our fathers or Uncle Dmitri killed the Greek bitch's son, do you? Gavriel's eyes widen. The burnt-out car and bullet through the head is one of their signature calling cards. Yes, it is one of Uncle Dmitri's favorites. If one of our fathers or Uncle Dmitri killed the Greek bitch's son, that would explain her retaliation. Gavriel's eyes fall on the document again. I have no idea. I say honestly. We were kids back then. Yeah, but your mother would know, and if we could find Uncle Dmitri... Gavriel's voice trails off. Our uncle is not one of Gavriel's favorite people. He has also been missing for almost 5 years and is presumed dead. As Oleski has said, the scumbag uncle of ours is probably dead. Roaches like him don't die easily. Gavriel's eyes flash nastily. I know I'd love to squash him like the bug he is beneath one of my boot heels. We've all already agreed that if the prick resurfaces, you're the one that gets to send him to hell. I look at the document. Would you be able to find out more about the hit on the Greek bitch's son? Of course. Gavriel looks at the document in his hand once more. Where did you get this document? He looks at me questioningly. Mark Dalton. The man's a fucking grifter, a known liar and cheat, Gavriel says, shaking the document. This thing is probably not even real. He's probably conning you. I don't think so. But that's why I need you to check it out. I tap the document. According to Dalton, this is the only copy of the document and the certificate. I believe he called it a loaded gun with the most sensitive hair triggers. Oh, good. He landed us with precious cargo and a grenade ready to go off. He flicks his hand over it. This is probably what the Greek bitch's goons are looking for. It was very clever of Dalton to palm this and his daughter off on you. A bitter taste fills my mouth. If Dalton was lying, he'd just dragged us into a storm that might tear us apart. But if he wasn't, the truth might be... That's why I need you to check it out. Maybe start by hunting down the attorney listed on the document. I tap the letterhead on top of the page. You may also be able to ask Carla Kraft. She obviously knows the Daltons well. I believe he visits Carla regularly. Yes, they've been fucking like rabbits for years. Gavriel nods. Why don't you come to the Ember tonight and we can talk to her together? Sure, we can do that. Taking the document back from Gavriel and locking it up safely once again. You can't let anyone, not even Alexei or my mother, know about that document. I won't tell them, Gavriel promises. I do need the number for GK Attorneys, the firm that drew up the document. I'll send it to your phone. Do you think Lee's mother killed the son? Gavriel looks at me questioningly. And maybe our fathers somehow got caught up in the middle of it. Vivian Dalton was a headliner at the Diamond Lounge for years, and both of our fathers thought very highly of her. I don't know. I shrug. It's something worth looking into, but if anyone killed Nikolaos Vasilikis, my money would be on Mark. Dalton? Gavriel raises an eyebrow in disbelief. He had a motive. Yeah, but really? Gavriel is not convinced. I think we all underestimate the man, I warn Gavriel. There's something beneath that loser's down-and-out alcoholic exterior, and last night I saw it morph through more than once. You think he's dangerous? Gavriel is surprised at my comments. I don't think he's dangerous, cousin. I know he is. More than we know. My brow furrows as a thought hits me. But I do know someone other than Carla Kraft who might know more about Dalton and that document. My eyes narrow. The man could have been fucking Nikolaos's wife, got caught, killed the man, then fled to Vegas to hide out. The Greek bitch hunts him down in Vegas and comes for revenge. Gavriel picks up my theory. What is the connection to our fathers, though? I shake my head. I'm not sure. But I do know someone who would. Gavriel's eyes narrow as they search mine. Your mother. Correct. When I questioned Dalton about the document's authenticity, he told me to call my mother. I always suspected Titushka Galina knew more than she ever admitted about why our fathers were killed, Gavril remarks, his tone laced with lingering suspicion. So I wouldn't be surprised if she knew something about that document, and if it is real, how Dalton ended up with it. You get on to finding the attorneys. I move the bookshelves back into position. I will call my mother later today. Let's hope now that we're under attack by the Greek bitch, she'll be ready to open up about 10 years ago. Does Lee know about any of this? He tilts his head thoughtfully. Not according to Dalton. But you're going to make sure? Gavril guesses. I will find out, I reply. I know you're not going to want to hear this. Gavril's voice drops. We do have leverage now. My gut tightens at his words. I know he's right, and if it comes down to it, I will do what is necessary. That's a last resort. Gavril's brows shoot up, and he looks at me in surprise. Fuck, cousin. A smug smile splits his face. One night, and Lee's already gotten under your skin. He pulls a face. I've warned you about free-spirited people. He chuckles. Shut the fuck up, Gav. My voice lowers dangerously as I glare at him. I promised Dalton I'd protect her, and I keep my word. That's all. Whatever you say, cuz. Gavril lifts his hand, but the smile on his face says it all. Ignoring his jibes, I return the conversation to the Greek bitch we've been after for 10 years. Be extra cautious when looking into the Vasilikis family. We don't know for sure yet if Alexandra Vasilikis is the Greek matriarch. They are a very powerful family, and we don't want to piss off someone who has entire militaries at their disposal and is practically royalty. No, I don't particularly want to go up against the military, Gavril replies. You know, I'll use the utmost discretion. I know we can't afford to make a wrong move. I know. I can always count on you for that. My mind flicks to images of Lee, and my body instantly responds. I sit down behind the desk to regain control. Fuck. Gav's right. She has gotten under my skin. I'm going to have to put space between us as I can't afford the distraction right now. You'd better doubly secure the fortress, though. Gavril glances around the house. Lee has been trained by her father, so I'm sure she's already casing the place and looking for ways to escape. She won't escape. I cut him off. I've already got Dolph and Frederick making sure of it. But even as I say the words, a gnawing unease settles in my gut. I can't shake the feeling that we're teetering on the edge of a black hole, unable to see the bottom or what's inside, and completely unprepared for what might come out.
Chapter 13. Lee. The door to my private sitting room clicks shut behind me. I take a deep breath, trying to shake off the overwhelming sense of being trapped in a gilded cage. Sure, it's a cage with a private balcony, luxurious furnishings, and a price tag higher than I'd make in 3 lifetimes, but it's still a cage. I notice the adjoining bathroom Radomir mentioned and step inside, locking the door behind me. My heart races as I pull my phone from its hiding spot where Tracy told me she hid it. Relief floods through me when I see that Sabrina has finally answered. Her message flashes on the screen. Call me ASAP. I hit the call button and she picks up almost instantly. Lee, are you okay? Where the hell are you? Sabrina's voice is a frantic whisper. I'm alive, for now, I joke, though even I can hear the hollowness in my voice. Rena, I'm not in the city anymore. Radomir brought me to his estate. Estate? She repeats, incredulous. Yeah, it's like a Bond villain's lair, only with more landscaping. Jesus, what's the plan? I hesitate, gripping the phone tighter. I don't know yet. I need your help with one. In the meantime, I'm trying to figure out the layout, see if there's any way out. Good. Message me often so I know you're okay, Sabrina says, her voice soft with concern. Lee, are you okay? I mean, really okay? Heat creeps up my neck as memories of last night and this morning flood my mind. Let's just say I'm not an old maid anymore. There's a pause, followed by Sabrina's gasp. You slept with him? Yeah, more than once. My voice is barely above a whisper. And before you say anything, it wasn't like I had much choice. Fuck, Lee! Her tone is a mix of concern and disbelief. Did he rape you? No, I interrupt, trying to find the words. More like he seduced me. I swallow hard. He was, I don't know how to explain it. Gentle, thoughtful, even. And he made me feel things I didn't think my body was capable of feeling. God damn, Sabrina mutters. I always pegged him as the dark, sexy type who'd know his way around a woman's body. A surprised laugh escapes me, cutting through the tension. Yeah, well, you were right. Her laughter joins mine for a brief moment before we both fall silent, the weight of reality settling back in. Just hang tightly, Sabrina says finally. I'll think of something. In the meantime, don't do anything reckless, okay? Okay, I promise, even though I know it's a lie. This place, from the little I've seen so far, is like Fort Knox. Every layer of security reminds me just how outmatched I am, but I'll figure out a way. Then please don't try anything, Lee. Sabrina goes quiet for a few seconds. Don't alert him that you're thinking of an escape, or he'll double down on security, especially if he's not willing to let you go. After a few more words and my promise not to do anything dumb, we hang up. I find a new hiding spot for my phone, take a deep breath, and unlock the door. Determined to keep my cool, I step out. Glancing out the windows, I decide to take a tour of the grounds and get a feel for the layout of the land. I walk through the large, masculine room, deliberately avoiding the sight of the big bed dominating it, or the vivid memories it stirs about a similar bed. I yank the bedroom door open. Outside my door, Frederick stands like a sentinel. Not that I'm surprised to see him there. Oh, hello, I say, arching an eyebrow. Are you my human pit bull now? My very own Bratva guard dog? The corner of his mouth twitches with a hint of a smile. Something like that. Awesome. I start to walk down the hallway, and Frederick follows close behind me. He tilts his head. Where are you headed? I shrug and start to turn back toward the room. If you give me a minute, I'll write up an itinerary for you. He rolls his eyes and shakes his head. I'm with you, regardless of where you're going. I just thought I'd ask. You know, making conversation. I'm going for a walk around the gardens, I tell him. Let me guess, you're staking out weaknesses to escape? My heart skips a beat, but I recover quickly, forcing a laugh. As if I wouldn't even know where to start in this fortress. Frederick chuckles, his knowing look saying more than words could. Actually, I was going to map out a running route. I lie, then frown. As my shadow, you might as well make yourself useful and give me the grand tour. I grin sweetly. Maybe you even know of a good running path. You look like a fit guy. Frederick leads me through the sprawling, movie-worthy grounds, manicured gardens, sunlit fountains, and timeless sculptures. There's an outdoor heated pool surrounded by luxury cabanas, equestrian stables with sleek, powerful horses, and even a private vineyard. But it's the security that catches my attention. Discreet cameras are tucked into the corners of the grounds, and motion sensors blink faintly along the pathways. Guards patrol the perimeter. Their presence is subtle but undeniable. So this is how the other half lives, I mutter, more to myself than Frederick. Well, the Bratva other half. He grins. While the other estates dotted around this area have good security, I can assure you they're not as heavily guarded as this place. Is that a subtle warning, Freddie? It's the truth wrapped in a gentle warning. Frederick corrects me. I think I'll take a dip in the pool later, I tell him. Then I suggest you use the indoor pool, he advises. I don't think the boss will take too kindly to you being skimpily clad in front of his men. Why? My brows rise with my ire. Haven't they seen women before? Frederick sighs and shakes his head again. Can I give you some advice? Would it stop you if I said no? No, Frederick admits with a laugh. The boss has a soft spot for you, but don't push him. And if you stop fighting him, you may just start enjoying your new life. Is that your form of pep talk, Freddie? I pat his solid shoulder. You might want to work on it, because everything you just said had the exact opposite effect that you were going for. Frederick rolls his eyes again. Come on, let's map out a running path for you. Do I need to wear a suit of armor to avoid titillating one of the boss's men? I quip, falling into step behind him. By the time we return to the house for lunch, my head buzzes with information. Far more than I expected to learn about the estate. The security here is tight, almost impenetrable, but I've noted a few potential vulnerabilities. Whether I can exploit them is another matter entirely. Radomir waits for me in the dining room, seated at the head of a long, polished table. The spread before him is enough to feed a small army, and my stomach growls embarrassingly loudly at the sight. Enjoy your tour? His tone is casual, but his sharp gaze cuts through me. It was enlightening, I reply, sliding into the chair beside him. I'm sure Freddie is already typing up a full report for you. His jaw tightens, but he says nothing, letting the tension hang in the air between us. I focus on the food, trying to ignore the way his gaze feels like a physical weight on me. The meal is decadent. Truffle pasta, roasted vegetables, fresh bread. But it tastes like ash in my mouth with Radomir sitting there, silently watching my every move. Halfway through the meal, his phone buzzes. He glances at the screen and then stands abruptly. I have to take this. He glances at me. Enjoy the rest of your meal and afternoon. He strides out, leaving me alone at the table. After lunch, I decide to explore the house. The interior is as opulently extravagant as the exterior, dripping with obscene wealth. I wander through a ballroom with glittering chandeliers, a private cinema with plush reclining seats, and a state-of-the-art gym near an indoor pool and sauna. The pool catches my attention, its crystal-clear water shimmering under the soft overhead lights. Back in the bedroom, I find the walk-in dressing room Radomir mentioned earlier, filled with brand-new clothes, all in my size. My fingers trail over the soft fabrics, and I pull out a pink and blue bikini that's almost too pretty to wear. I slip into the bikini, its fabric cool against my skin as I tie the strings behind my neck. I drape a robe over my shoulders before heading toward the pool area. The air feels heavy with humidity as I walk through corridors adorned with art that speaks of wealth and history. My footsteps echo on the polished marble floors until I reach the pool room. The pool glimmers under soft lights, its surface smooth as liquid glass, inviting me to dive into its warm embrace. Eager for distraction, I dive in. The water envelops me in an embrace that quiets the noise in my mind. Stroke after stroke, I cut through the pool's length, focusing on the simple rhythm until my tense muscles relax. Eventually, I find solace in the spa pool on one side. The jets work wonders on the knots of tension in my muscles, each bubble rising to the surface as if carrying my stress away. Closing my eyes helps me detach from reality for brief moments where worries can't reach me. That tranquil bubble bursts when Radomir's voice slices through, deep like distant thunder, yet near enough to send ripples across both water and my nerves. Mind if I join you? My eyes snap open, instinct jolting me upright so quickly that waves crest around where I floated serenely. Radomir stands at the poolside, clad only in swim trunks, perfectly fitted over powerful legs, and his chest and arm muscles ripple beneath his skin. The man is fucking gorgeous, and as hard as I try, I can't stop the way my skin and other more intimate parts of me respond to him. My skin prickles as Radomir wades closer, the water rippling around him like a predator circling its prey. His words are soft, but the weight behind them is anything but. You look nervous, Lee, but you don't need to be, unless you're hiding something. His gaze pierces me, sharp and unrelenting, and I realize there's no hiding anything from this man. Not for long. Chapter 14. Lee. I'm not nervous. I try to shrug it off, but the faint waver in my voice betrays me, undermining the effort. It's your pool, I add, a half-hearted attempt at humor that falls flat against the tension crackling in the humid air. The water ripples around him, mirroring the unease tightening in my chest. Instinct screams at me to retreat, to create space. But his deliberate approach is as steady as the pull he exerts over me. You're not planning to leave me here all alone, are you? His voice is low, textured, humming with a dark promise that sends a shiver down my spine. I swallow against the sudden dryness in my throat. I just thought you'd want to enjoy your spa, I reply, aiming for nonchalance, though the words feel hollow. His gaze locks on mine, and I feel every defense I've built start to crumble under the weight of his intensity. I want to enjoy it with you, Petichka, Radomir murmurs. His eyes travel over me, lingering on my bikini-clad form. The heat in his stare sears my skin. You are the perfect picture. Fire, defiance, innocence, and just a trace of vulnerability. Exquisite, rare, a true masterpiece crafted for my eyes alone. My stomach twists, an unsettling knot of anger and longing coiling tighter at his words. His possessiveness, arrogance, and sheer audacity, claiming me as if I were nothing more than a prized painting tucked away in his private gallery, ignite a spark of rebellion. Yet beneath the fury, a yearning begins to stir, something that I've secretly craved in the quiet corners of my soul. Safety, belonging, and the certainty of being wanted. It leaves me frozen, torn between the woman I've fought to become and the fragile, pathetic longing born of insecurities I've always kept buried. I try to pull away, but his hand catches my wrist like a band of steel. Where are you going? His brow lifts, his gaze sharpening with unmistakable desire. I need to finish some work, I say, my voice faltering as I cling to the remnants of control slipping away like water over my skin. A song I started. Sounds interesting. He draws me closer. The slickness of the water heightens every sensation where our bodies meet. His voice dips lower, a whisper against my ear that feels like molten silk. What's it about? My determination falters as his fingers glide along my collarbone, tracing a burning path to my chin, tilting my face upward to meet his. The proximity makes it impossible to think, coherence slipping away under the onslaught of sensations. His touch, his heat, the dark pull of his gaze. It's about life's cruel twists and turns, I finally murmur, though my voice is barely more than a breath. Radomir's lips ghost over my jaw, trailing to the sensitive spot behind my ear. Ah, he murmurs, his tone laced with dark amusement. So it's like a lyrical memoir of your life? I guess, I croak, as he kisses along my neck, his hands slipping around my waist. I feel his arousal pulse against me, and my body responds, a tantalizing warmth spreading through me. Where his touch goes, my resolve falters, and I feel the bitter sting of self-betrayal, not just of my will, but of something deeper. My body, my heart, even fragments of my soul seem intent on surrendering to him, and I'm powerless to stop it. His lips claim mine in a slow, deliberate kiss, igniting a fire that consumes my resolve. The walls I've fought so hard to maintain crumble as his touch sears through every defense. An involuntary shudder courses through me as his hands grip my waist, pulling me flush against him. My body betrays me completely. My pussy clenches with need as the hard press of his arousal against me teases through the fragile barrier of my swimsuit. His hand slides to the back of my neck, the other grazing over my breast, sending a jolt of electricity through me as my nipples harden under his touch. His fingers pinch and knead with deliberate skill, drawing a gasp from me as I arch into him, the need simmering inside me, boiling over. I barely notice the knot at the base of my neck loosen until the top of my bikini falls away, exposing me to him. In one swift move, Radomir undoes the remaining knot, discarding the top with a possessive ease that leaves me breathless. He deepens the kiss, and an involuntary moan escapes me when the hand down south slips into my wet swimsuit bottom. His fingers trace along my soft slit before parting them to swirl around my clit, then dipping inside me to find how wet I am for him already.
Ah, my beautiful Lee,
Radomir murmurs, pulling his lips from mine to hold my eyes.
You can try to run all you want to, Petichka, but your body defies you.
He starts to move his fingers within me, driving me into a mindless, desire-induced haze. My hand slides up his muscular back, trailing over the warm skin until it reaches his neck. I sink my nails lightly into him, feeling him shudder beneath me, and my hips move to the rhythm of his hand.
That's it, Petichka,
Radomir encourages, his other hand kneading my breast.
Give yourself over to the pleasure.
His head ducks, his tongue swirls around my nipple. I start to pant, and my body starts to build to that delicious peak of release as his mouth and fingers strum my desire. Oh, oh, oh. My hips grind onto his fingers, and my hands pull his mouth closer to my breast. That feels so good.
Yes, my little one, let go.
He moves his mouth over to my other breast. His finger moves faster inside me, inserting two more that pump to the gyration of my hips. It's not long until my head is thrown back, and my scream echoes through the pool room. Radomir keeps thrusting his fingers into me as I ride down the wave. The shattering orgasm leaves my knees weak, and I collapse against him. With a growl, he picks me up effortlessly and sits me on the side of the pool. His hands grip the sides of my bikini bottom, yanking them off impatiently, throwing them to one side.
Open your legs for me.
His voice is a seductive command.
Offer your pussy to me.
still trembling from the aftermath of my orgasm, a release that only seems to have deepened the ache he stirred within me. I obey, unable to fight the pull between us. Our eyes remain locked as I slowly spread my legs, revealing myself to him completely. Radomir's gaze drops, his sharp inhale betraying the effect I have on him. For the first time, the dynamic between us shifts. His impenetrable control fractures, a flicker of raw vulnerability in his eyes before his composure wrestles it back. The realization crashes over me. He's as bound and compelled by this powerful attraction between us as I am, as vulnerable to it as I feel. It's exhilarating, a rush that surges through me and ignites a daring confidence. Emboldened by the subtle power I've uncovered, I tilt my hips toward him. My one hand glides over my hip, dipping to my pussy. I open the folds and start to play with myself. Radomir watches my movements, as if entranced. The rise and fall of his chest gets deeper as I start to move my hips and throw my head back, soft murmurs rolling from my lips as I pleasure myself in front of him. My eyes close as I feel myself peeking, my tongue sliding over my lips, my stomach clenching. I'm about to come again when Radomir's strong hand clamps over mine. He pulls my hand from my pussy, bringing my finger to his mouth. He licks my juices from them. "You taste so sweet," he rasps, his voice rough with need. "Jesus, you're a dark temptress disguised as an angel." He releases my hand and moves with a speed that leaves me breathless. In one swift motion, he sheds his trunks and thrusts into me, his thick cock stretching me to the brink. His hands grip my ass firmly, holding me in place as he stills, his body trembling with restraint. The veins in his neck bulge, and his jaw clenches as if he's waging an internal battle. "Fuck, you're so tight," he groans, his voice raw with a mixture of ecstasy and torment. "I feel like I'm going to lose it, right now." The growl that escapes him is feral, an aching blend of agony and pleasure that sends a shiver through my entire body, leaving me utterly captive in his grasp. And it's almost painful to keep myself from moving against him. But my greedy pussy clenches involuntarily around his hardness, impatient for release, drawing a ragged groan from his lips. "Oh, fuck, Lee." Radomir's voice is thick, strained, as if the last shreds of his composure have shattered. His fingers dig into my hips, and his pupils dilate, eclipsing the blue of his eyes with raw, unrelenting hunger. His jaw tightens, his body trembling with the force of barely restrained need. He starts to move, his hips driving into me with a force that steals my breath. Each thrust is powerful and deep as I wrap my legs around his waist. His breath comes out in broken growls with every pump of his hips, the sound vibrating between us and driving me higher to the edge. "Radomir," I pant. Oh God, oh God, oh God." My nails dig into the flesh of his biceps as my body teeters on the brink of release. "Look at me." His voice is breathless. "Let me see you come undone in my arms." My breathing becomes more and more labored, my body bouncing as he slams into me, and he holds my gaze with his. "Come for me, moja charovnica. Soak my cock with your juices." His thumb presses against my clit, and I explode. "Radomir, oh fuck!" My scream echoes through the pool room, my nails digging deeper into the hard flesh of his arms. The orgasm pulses through me. I barely feel his hands grip my hips as he gives a few more hard thrusts and lets out a guttural groan, spilling himself inside me. Radomir wraps his arms around me, pulling me against his chest. His body shudders with mine. My legs clamp around him a little tighter as we ride the waves of the shattering orgasm aftershocks locked against each other. We stay like that for a moment, tangled together in the water, our breaths mingling as we come down from the high. My head rests against his shoulder, my body still humming with the afterglow, and I find all I want to do is snuggle into his solid chest and drift off to sleep. Slowly, he pulls out and disentangles himself from me. For a moment, he stands there, his eyes locked on mine, an unreadable expression flickering before his gaze turns cold and shuttered. Without a word, he turns and steps out of the spa, utterly unconcerned about his nakedness. My eyes trace the contours of his muscular frame, lingering on the dragon tattoo that stretches across one side of his back, its tail coiling around his waist and splaying across his abdomen, a striking symbol of the power he wields over his kingdom. Radomir's eyes are still cold and impersonal as he grabs 2 towels from the rack and tosses one at me. "Cover yourself," he orders, his voice brisk, devoid of the warmth that had consumed us moments before. His gaze averts, as though the intimacy we just shared has already been erased. Confused, I obey, clutching the towel to my chest and wrapping it around myself. He secures a towel around his waist, the gesture efficient and detached. "I have meetings in Vegas," he states flatly. "I'll be gone until morning. I assume you can find ways to entertain yourself." The words cut deeper than they should, leaving me floundering in a storm of emotions, confusion, hurt, and the unwelcome sting of rejection. Wrapping the towel tightly around me, I rise to my feet, my limbs unsteady under the weight of his sudden shift in demeanor. Unsure how to proceed, I start to walk away, but as I pass him, his hand shoots out, gripping my arm painfully. I glance up, startled. His expression is unreadable, his tone cold and probing. "What do you know about Alexandra Vasilikis?" The name catches me off guard, and I blink at him, shaking my head. "I've never heard that name before," I reply cautiously, the confusion in my voice genuine. His eyes narrow, as though searching for cracks in my words. "What about Nicholas Vasilikis?" Something about that name grabs me, but I shake my head. "No, I don't know him either." He exhales sharply, his jaw tightening. "And the Greek matriarch?" He presses, his words slicing through the tense silence. My breath hitches, my eyes widening slightly. Is he talking about the Matriarch Records icon? Everyone knows her. She's a legend. They call her the Greek goddess of fame, and every recording artist in the world dreams of signing with her, including me. Oh, God. Does he know Harry, my agent, sent my songs to the matriarch? Before I can stop myself, the words tumble out. "Do you mean E. Elenita Matriarchis?" I say her name in Greek reflexively. "The head of Matriarch Records?" His jaw ticks, and the air between us feels heavier, charged with something I can't quite decipher. "How do you know her?" "I don't," I answer truthfully. But fuck, I'd love to. Every recording artist or wannabe in the world knows who she is. She's a legend in the music business. If you can sign with her, your career is made. His eyes narrow further. "Is that why you were running to Los Angeles?" "How do you—" I stop short, fury bubbling to the surface at the memory of how he invaded my life, like a thief rifling through my most private moments. My tone sharpens, laced with ice and defiance. Matriarch Records is a lot further from Vegas than Los Angeles, and I'd need a plane ticket to get there, which is a bit out of my price range. "Where?" "Where what?" I snap, irritation flaring.
Where is Matriarch Records headquartered?
London, I reply warily, unsure of where this interrogation is leading. Something flashes in his eyes. Calculation, maybe? But I don't have time to dissect it before he speaks again.
What else do you know about her?
Not much, I admit, shrugging. She doesn't do interviews and keeps her private life locked up tight. In fact, according to the tabloids, she's very reclusive. I think she's from an extremely powerful Greek family or something. Not many people have met her. I think her real name is Alexis Archontis, which is where the name for Matriarch Records comes from. Her last name means ruler or leader in Greek. I have no idea why I just gave him a Greek language lesson, except for the fact that he's kind of freaking me out right now.
And your father has never mentioned her, or her family?
No. I shake my head, bewildered. Why would he? My eyes narrow as suspicion stirs. Has someone from Matriarch contacted him? Is that why you're asking? Did they try to get to me through him? His eyes glint with something unreadable, his tone dark and cutting.
That's what I'm asking you.
Well, they haven't. My voice rises as anger takes hold. Do you really think if Matriarch Records had contacted me, I'd fucking still be here? His voice turns cold enough to freeze the room.
That's where you're wrong, Petichka. Your path always led here. To me.
His eyes pin me in place, sharp and unyielding.
If anyone from Matriarch Records contacts you, you will come to me immediately. No exceptions.
How will anyone contact me or approach me? I challenge, fire sparking my voice. You've got me locked up in your fortress with no way to contact the outside world, like fucking Rapunzel locked in a tower.
People are surprisingly resourceful when they want something badly enough.
He sneers.
And if that happens, you'll come to me immediately.
Got it. Crush my dreams even further by reporting any sliver of hope I might have for a career or freedom to you. I salute mockingly with my free arm, the one not currently caught in his iron grip. I won't be able to write music anyway if you keep crushing my arm like this. His hand drops away as though my skin has burned him, his lip curling in disdain.
Don't delude yourself, Lee. You won't get far, no matter what fantasies you cling to. Every door you think is open will be locked. Every path you take will lead straight back to me. Your freedom? It's a mirage I've allowed you to entertain.
His voice lowers, every word cutting deeper.
Not even the Greek matriarch could save you if she wanted to. And if you did somehow escape, there's nowhere on this earth you can hide where I won't find you.
He leans closer, his gaze sharp and mocking.
And as for that dream of a music career, it'll happen only if I permit it.
His words strike like a slap, the cold finality stealing my breath. My chest tightens as the fortress walls close in, suffocating under the weight of his control. He turns and leaves the pool area. By the time I return to the bedroom, he's gone. The emptiness of the room swallows me whole, amplifying the ache in my chest. I sit on the edge of the bed, trying to make sense of the whirlwind of emotions tearing through me. My mind reels at how quickly Radomir shifted from passionate lover to cold, calculating interrogator, squashing my dreams with a cruel, almost relished finality. I bury my face in the pillow, the tears I fought so hard to suppress spilling over in silent waves. The sobs rack my body, muffled by the plush fabric, and I cling to it as if it can absorb my pain. Minutes bleed into hours until exhaustion takes over. Even as sleep claims me in the late afternoon light, it brings no comfort. My dreams are restless and full of shadows, accusing whispers, and the suffocating weight of his words. The chains of his control coil tighter, even in the sanctuary of my subconscious.
Chapter 15. Radomir. I storm out of the pool area. My thoughts are a chaotic mess. My skin still burns where hers brushed mine, and I can't shake the memory of how I lost control. I never lose control. Ever. Yet Lee fucking Dalton pulls strings I didn't even know I had, and it's pissing me off. She makes me feel things I've buried under a decade of blood and violence, things I've never felt before or ever wanted to feel, and I know she's fucking lying to me about knowing the Vasilicuses. I saw recognition in her eyes when I said Nicholas's name. I will find out why. I shove the door to my study open and strip off my wet towel, tossing it aside. Catching my reflection in the mirror, I scowl. My fists clench. The man staring back at me looks the same on the outside, but inside, something is changing. What the fuck is that woman doing to me? I knew she was going to be trouble. I hate to admit it, but my cousin might just be right. I may have bitten off more than I can chew. At the bar cart, I pour a double shot of vodka and down it in one go. The burn steadies me, clears the haze. Fuck that. I can't let that auburn-haired, green-eyed seductress in the form of Anne Angel derail me. There's too much happening around me with the fucking Greek bitch closing in on us. I head into the bathroom of my study, take a cold shower, and change into a suit. I'm just about to down another vodka when my phone buzzes on my desk. Reaching for it, I see that it's Gunnar. What is it? I snap, my patience razor thin. Another truck's been hit. Same pattern. Shipment from the port. All our men are dead except one. He's been shot and is banged up, but he's alive. I grip the phone tighter, my knuckles whitening. Where? He rattles off the location. A back road cutting through the desert to avoid the main highways. We just changed the route after the last truck was hit. I'll be there in 10 minutes. I end the call, tossing the glass back onto the bar. It doesn't shatter, but the sound is satisfying enough before I storm out to find Victor and Frederick. Arriving at the location of the hit, the scene is worse than I expected. The sand is soaked with blood, pooling around the lifeless bodies of my men. The truck is riddled with bullet holes, its back torn open completely, stripped of its cargo. Daniil, the lone survivor, leans against a tire, his face pale as death, his shirt soaked in blood. I crouch in front of him. What happened? He blinks at me, struggling to focus. They left me alive to give you a message. My jaw tightens. What message? The leader. Dark hair, gray streaks, green eyes, cold as death. He winces, coughing up blood. He wants journals and a golden key. Books and a key? The words swirl in my head, senseless and yet somehow dangerous. He coughs again, forcing himself to continue. The man spoke Greek to his men, who called him Monarch. I couldn't make out much more. Fuck, now the matriarch is a goddamn monarch. Jesus. That's his message? My brow furrows. He attacked my truck and left you alive to tell me he wants books and a golden fucking key to what, the city? Daniil draws in a ragged, gurgling breath and shakes his head. Dalton. He wants Dalton, who has the books and key. His head starts to loll. Daniil. I take his face and steady it. Stay with me. His eyes are barely open. Why come after me for Dalton? They think you're hiding. Dalt. Daniil's head drops forward and his body droops. I feel for a pulse. It's barely there. Frederick, take Gunner's car and get Steele to the hospital. My teeth grind as I stand, fury coursing through me as I glance at the empty, damaged truck. Gunner, Timur, clean this up and get the truck back to the warehouse. My tone leaves no room for argument. Victor falls in step beside me as we head back to the SUV. My mind races, connecting dots I don't like the shape of as once again they draw an image of Mark fucking Dalton. I climb into the back of the SUV and Victor takes the wheel. Victor drives in tense silence. The desert outside stretches endlessly, a calm oasis while the tension inside the SUV coils tighter with every mile. What? My eyes meet Victor's in the mirror. You've got that look that says you're skeptical and suspicious. It's Steele. Victor stares straight ahead, navigating the sandy road with practiced ease. Let's hope he makes it. 3 of my men will not be going home to their families today. Those Greek fuckers were going to pay for this, as will Mark Dalton when I find him. This time our meeting won't be held in my office. There's something off with Steele, Victor tells me. I need to check the shipment logs. My brow creases as what Victor is suggesting clicks into place. You think Steele's the mole? He was one of the only survivors in the last 2 attacks here in Vegas, and was at the warehouse in Los Angeles when it was hit, Victor points out. I'd say once, twice maybe he'd gotten lucky. He glances at me in the mirror. But this is beyond luck now, and we don't deal in coincidences. I also think it's very convenient that he only overheard what he told us. As one of our translators, Steele speaks 8 languages fluently, which includes Greek. Fuck. This is just getting better and better. Not only do I have 2 Daltons who have become a huge thorn in my side, but now I may have disloyal people working for me, helping to conspire against my family. When these attacks started, at first, I thought it was another crime family trying to muscle in on my territory. Even after hearing the Greek matriarch had reared her ugly head again when we captured our first Greek prisoner, I didn't believe it was her. The whole thing just seemed too neat and convenient. A diversion tactic. So we're looking the wrong way when the real shit goes down. But after Greek special forces infiltrated my poker game, the conversation with Dalton last night, the documents he gave me, I have to believe it is the Greek matriarch. What was it that Mark said? The sins of our fathers eventually catch up with future generations. Maybe Gavril is right. The Greek bitch is back to finish what she started 10 years ago. Look into Steele and anyone else that may be helping him. Get hold of Frederick. Tell him not to let anyone else know about Steele. Then bring his sister in. My eyes narrow as my fury reignites. I don't tolerate disloyalty, and I can't stand moles. And Victor, keep this between you and me. No exceptions. Victor looks at me in the mirror and nods. Out of everyone, Victor is the one I trust with my life. We've gone about 10 miles, and a shot rings out, thwacking against the bulletproof windshield. A barrage of bullets slams into the SUV. Victor jerks the wheel, swerving hard before the engine sputters and stalls, leaving us stranded. Out, I bark, pulling my weapon. The 2 of us hit the dirt, taking cover behind the vehicle as gunfire rains down. The desert is alive with the crack of rifles and the shouts of men. 6 of them, dressed in black tactical gear, move in with precision. I fire off a shot, dropping one, but the odds are against us. My head throbs, blood dripping from a cut I don't remember getting. Victor curses as a bullet grazes his arm but returns fire and takes another one of them out. Then salvation. Gunner and Timur roar onto the scene in the truck, mowing down 2 of the attackers with well-placed shots. The 2 remaining mercenaries are subdued, their hands zip-tied behind their backs. I wipe the blood from my temple, now barely able to contain their rage simmering just below the surface. I want them alive. Take them to the dungeon. I walk back to the SUV. What do you want me to do with those bodies? Timur asks. Leave them for the scavengers. My gaze sweeps over the fallen attackers. Strip them of weapons and search the bodies for intel. Victor and I leave Timur and Gunnar. We head back to the Diamond Hotel. I storm out of the lift from the parking garage, heading to my office. I'll get on the investigation and call Frederick. Victor starts to break away, pulling out his phone. Where are you going? I ask, seeing him turn toward the hotel staff quarters. To find Dalton. He lifts the phone to his ear. Nodding, I turn and am about to turn the corner from my office when I'm stopped by Judy. What is it? I snap impatiently. Jesus, what happened to you? She eyes my disheveled state and bloodied forehead. We had a run-in with some Greek prairie dogs. I growl. Ambush? Her eyes widen and I nod. I can see she wants to ask about Victor, but holds back. What the hell did they want? Her voice has a slight waver, the only thing that gives away her worry and fear. I shrug. I'm sure Gunnar and Timur will have a lot of fun getting it out of the two of the attackers we caught. My eyes narrow. What did you want, Judy? She taps the screen of her tablet and hands it to me. This is just going to dark in your already fucked up mood. I take it and my knuckles turn white, anchored around the screen as I try not to hurl the device across the hallway when I see my office in the penthouse has been ransacked. Fuck, when did this happen? 20 minutes ago. I was about to call you when I heard you. Judy stops me before I can spin to head for the elevator. Wait, there's more. Boss. Victor's voice booms from behind Judy, interrupting us. She turns and I see her shoulders sag with relief when she sees him. Judy? He smiles at her before turning back to me, his eyes dark with concern. Did you find Dalton? No. He shakes his head. His room had been ransacked and someone was hurt. There's blood pooled on the floor and stained on the walls. That's Dalton's room and my penthouse office that has been ransacked. My eyes land on Judy. How did this happen? Where is my hotel security? They were attending to the intruder in your office. Judy informs me. What the fuck? My jaw clenches. I address Judy. Who's in my penthouse now? Gavril and one of his men. Judy informs him. He came to fetch you for your meeting at the Ember Club. Crap. I hiss, running my hand through my hair and heading back toward my office with Victor and Judy following me. Victor, find Dalton and get Gunnar and Timur extra hands so they can start interrogating those Greek fuckers. My jaw is so tight now I fear I might crack my molars. The truck and ambush were just distractions to infiltrate the hotel. My eyes narrow further. How the fuck did they infiltrate the Diamond? Judy's face is grim as she fiddles with her tablet and shows me the footage. They were already here. It was 2 hotel staff. My eyes widen in disbelief. Jesus. These 2 women have been here for what? 11 to 12 years? Isn't that Neil's sister? Victor asks, his eyes flashing with anger. I knew it. He and his sister are working with the Greeks. Fuck! My brow creases tightly, and my head starts to spin. I hand the tablet back to Judy. Where are they? Dead. Judy's words make my anger erupt. For fuck's sake! Now I want to punch something or someone. How? Took their own lives when they were caught. Judy answers. Just before they did, they sent messages from their burner phones to an untraceable number. Both the messages said, Tipota. That's not Russian. No, it's Greek. Judy informs me. According to a translation app, it means nothing. A cold feeling creeps up my spine. Daniil said the monarch was looking for books and a gold key. That could be what these 2 bitches were looking for. They must think because Mark works and lives at the Diamond Hotel, the items are hidden here. I want Dalton found. He has a lot of explaining to do. My phone rings. I look at the number and my heart jolts. It's Dolph. Shit, Lee. I hope those fucking bastards haven't tried to hit the estate. Dolph, I answer. Is everything okay? I was just phoning to let you know that I've doubled the canine unit to patrol the grounds at the estate and secured it. We are officially in fortress mode. Dolph reports. I'm personally on Lee watch. Thank you. My attention is drawn as Victor steps into my office and sucks in his breath. Keep me informed and get someone to watch my office at the estate. Fuck me. Victor breathes as I hang up. He turns to me. I've found Dalton. I walk into my office. The place is a disaster. There's blood smeared across the floor, books have been thrown off the shelves, all the drawers and closet doors open with the contents dumped out. My desk looks like a hurricane hit it. I step past Victor and my heart pounds as I see Mark slumped in a chair, a knife wound in his stomach. Fuck, is he alive? I rush over, pressing 2 fingers to his neck. The pulse is faint, but it's there. Dalton, wake up. I slap his face lightly, trying to rouse him. Want me to get some ice water? Victor's voice is unemotional. Mark's eyes flutter open, unfocused. Protect Lee. Gold key at... His head flops and his eyes close. My grip tightens and I give him a shake. What does that mean, Mark? What journals are they looking for? Sabrina, he murmurs, fighting to stay conscious. Song. Book. Jesus Christ, Mark, what the fuck are you rambling on about? I glance at Victor. Get the ice. Radomir. Judy hisses. No, he needs to go to the hospital. I see her phone is already drawn to her ear and she turns to talk to the emergency services. Mark. I shake him and he flops around like a rag doll. Attic. He barely manages to whisper before passing out. Fuck. I stand and slam my fists into the door, sending it banging closed. Rude? Gavriel barks from the other side of the door, pushing it open again and storming into the office, coming to a stop when he sees Dalton. Did you kill him? He looks at me accusingly. Right now, I would love to throttle the fucking bastard. I turn to Victor. Get someone to go with Mark to the hospital. If he survives, put guards on him 24/7. Do the same for Daniil. I don't care what you have to tell the hospital. Victor nods. Holy crap. Gavriel's eyes scan the room. This looks as bad as your office in the penthouse. What time is Carla on tonight? I start leaving the office. She's on early tonight, so in 2 hours. Gavriel follows me. Good. Time enough to change and grab something to eat. I turn to Judy. Get this cleaned up and someone into Dalton's room. Look for anything that will give us a clue as to who did that to his room or him. There has to be a third person here at the hotel, and it's probably a man. She nods, calling after us. Get your head looked at. Gavriel and I head for the penthouse. What the fuck is going on, Rat? Gavriel asks as we step into the elevator. The sins of our fathers are catching up to us, and somehow Mark Dalton is in the middle of it all. My jaw clenches. If this is about him stealing another man's wife, I swear I'll cut his fucking cock off. Love is a powerful thing. Gavriel pats me on the back. Wars have been fought over it. History is full of stories about it. No, that was more like obsession, power struggles, and the fight for control. Exactly. His words have my brows raising at the double meaning.
Chapter 16. Lee. I wake to a soft knock at the door, a sound that feels far too gentle for the reality I'm trapped in. For a moment, I'm disoriented, my mind still foggy from sleep, and it takes me a few seconds to process where I am. My fingers brush against the silk sheets, the fabric cool and smooth against my skin, and I roll over, half expecting to find Radomir, but the space beside me is empty. My heart stutters for a brief second as the memory of the pool encounter floods my mind. I pull the sheet over my body as if it can shield me from the uncertainty gnawing at the pit of my stomach. The knock comes again. I blink a few times, trying to clear the lingering fog, and call out. Come in. My voice sounds rough, still raw from sleep. The door opens, and to my surprise, it's not one of Radomir's men, but Tracy, her blonde hair pulled back into a simple ponytail, wearing a soft gray dress that looks practical yet elegant. She smiles at me, a little nervous, but there's warmth in her eyes as she steps inside. Radomir asked me to trade places with one of the housekeepers, she says, her voice soft with an underlying kindness in it. He thought you seemed to like me, and I was happy to help. I nod, sitting up slightly and pulling the sheet tighter around me. I'm glad you're here, I say, forcing a smile, though it doesn't quite reach my eyes. Dinner is almost ready, Tracy continues. Would you like me to run you a bath, or would you prefer to shower after your meal? I hesitate, my eyes drifting toward the pristine bathroom. Other than slipping into it to call Sabrina, I haven't explored it yet, and a flicker of unease settles in my chest. No, I'll shower now, I decide, but then pause. Actually, I pause as a thought crosses my mind. I haven't even checked out the shower. The last thing I need is another confusing encounter with a bathroom smarter than me. Tracy notices my expression, and a knowing smile tugs at her lips. I'll put the shower on for you, she offers, her tone light. And if you'd like, I can choose something for you to wear for dinner. For a split second, I feel like royalty, a princess in a palace, with someone waiting on me hand and foot. But it's not a feeling that sits well with me. I'm not used to this kind of attention, not used to being treated with such care. It feels wrong. No, Tracy, I say quickly. You don't have to fuss over me. I can choose my own clothes. She laughs softly, reassuring me. I don't mind. Besides, you're one of the nicer of Radomir's girlfriends. Her smile falters. Shit, sorry. That was a stupid thing to say. A sharp flicker of jealousy twists in my chest. Unexpected. Unwanted. It's only a brief flare, but it catches me off guard. Radomir's past or present romances are nothing to me. I don't care, but I can't shake this feeling inside, or the thoughts that start to nag at the back of my mind. I do my best to push them aside and ignore them. No need to apologize, I say gently, shaking my head. Actually, Tracy, if you could pick something for me, I'd appreciate it. I force a warm smile and keep my tone light. I wouldn't know where to start in a dressing room I could probably fit my bedroom into. Just finding the bikini this afternoon was like wading through a jungle of clothing. Tracy's smile returns, and she turns toward my dressing room. I'll pick something lovely for you, she chirps. Has Radomir gone to Vegas? I ask, trying to keep my voice casual. Tracy stops at the dressing room door, her eyes flickering toward me, and she nods. He's been gone for about 3 hours. 3 hours? I splutter in surprise. I've been asleep for that long? My eyes glance at the large clock hanging over the door. Fuck! I slept the afternoon away. You did have an early start this morning, Tracy points out, and you've had quite the emotional upheaval with moving to a new home. I purse my lips and nod, not liking the way she said new home, which makes this fortress of solitude sound like a cozy cottage with a warm fire in the hearth, a white picket fence, and bluebirds chirping in the trees. This is not my home. It's my prison. Tracy disappears into the bathroom and is back a few minutes later. The shower is on, she informs me. There is a call button beside it if you need me. Oh, great. Now I feel like I'm in a retirement home with emergency call buttons in the shower. Maybe there's one of those stools in there, too. I can use it to help me hang myself with this huge sheet from the space-aged showerhead. Sighing, I slip off the bed, and with the sheet dragging behind me, I make my way into the steamy bathroom. 20 minutes later, I'm standing in front of the mirror, dressed in an impossibly expensive-looking dress. The soft material is cool against my skin and fits me like it was made just for me. The sandals on my feet are impossibly comfortable, and while I look like $1 million, I feel like a fraud. Admittedly, I had dreamed of one day having a big house with gorgeous furniture, a vanity of overpriced skincare, and clothes sporting designer tags. But it would have been through my own success and hard work, not like it's some reward for being some rich crime lord's possession. I let out a shaky breath, smoothing the fabric down over my waist, and walked toward the door. The moment I step into the hallway, Dolph's broad frame blocks my path, his expression unreadable. "Off to dinner?" he asks, his tone clipped. "No, I thought I'd saddle a horse and ride into town for a night of clubbing," I mutter sarcastically, brushing past him. The sight of even more guards than usual stops me in my tracks for a few seconds and stokes the embers of my irritation, because I know that Radomir's over-the-top security measures are a warning to me. As I descend the staircase, the events at the pool earlier flash through my mind. Radomir interrogating me about matriarch records, his intensity cold and biting. He doesn't trust me, that much is clear. And now I can't help but wonder if he has a reason. Has matriarch records tried to contact me? Is that why there are so many damn guards? The dining room is breathtaking, as always, the kind of luxury that should make anyone feel special. Instead, it amplifies my isolation. This must be what the Beast in Beauty and the Beast felt like. The massive table stretches endlessly before me, the plates gleaming under the chandelier's glow. I sit at one end, feeling like a child at a giant's table. The room, so inviting in the day, now feels cold and imposing. The silence presses in, and the house, once beautiful, seems eerie and hollow, like an old mansion in a horror movie. A shiver snakes down my spine, though I know I'm not really alone. There's an entire platoon watching over me. I force myself to eat, but each bite feels mechanical. My thoughts won't stop racing, bouncing between the upgraded security, Radomir's accusations, and the gnawing ache of being utterly alone. I've been on my own before and have relished every moment, but I never felt alone like I do now. Finally, unable to take it anymore, as my thoughts snap to what the fuck Radomir is doing in Vegas and who he's doing it with, I grab my plate and wine glass and head toward the kitchen. Laughter and voices filter through the door, and I pause, surprised. The warmth of the sound contrasts so sharply with the oppressive silence I've just escaped. Taking a breath, I push the door open, and all eyes turn toward me. Tracy, Dolph, and an older woman in a chef's outfit. "Are you okay, Miss Dalton?" Tracy asks, her concern evident. "Please, call me Lee." My voice is tight, but I force a smile. I just didn't want to sit out there alone. The older woman stands, her face soft with an inviting smile. "Come in, my dear," she says in accented English. "Join us." Before I can object, she takes my plate and glass, ushering me toward the table with a maternal authority that leaves no room for argument. "I'm Katerina." She introduces herself as she sets my things down. "It's nice to meet you, Katerina." I glance at Tracy and Dolph, who seem unsure of what to do. "Are you just going to stand there, or join me?" Katerina barks something in Russian, and they both sit immediately, their sheepish expressions making me stifle a laugh. She mutters a few more sharp words at them. "Mama," Dolph utters, shaking his head and saying something back in Russian. "Mama?" My eyes widen curiously. I look from Dolph to Katerina. "Katerina is our mother," Tracy explains. "Your mother?" I look between them in surprise. Your brother and sister?
Yes,
Dolph says simply, his usually guarded demeanor softening slightly. Katerina sits across from me, her presence calming in a way I can't explain. Her warmth feels foreign, yet soothing, like an echo of a memory I've long forgotten. I have 4 children, Katerina explains. Judina, my eldest, works at the Diamond Hotel with Mr. Molchanov. Dolph also works with him. Her eyes darken with emotion. My 3rd daughter, Anastasia. She lives far away. She looks at Tracy, smiling lovingly. And Katerina is my youngest. Katerina? I look at Tracy in surprise. That's a beautiful name. Why would you use Tracy? It's more American. Tracy shrugs. My oldest sister uses Judy, and Anastasia doesn't use her full name either. It was just easier at school. I nod in understanding. You're lucky to have such a big family. I smile from Tracy to Katerina. I always wanted siblings. My family is your family now, Katerina says softly. If you ever need company, my kitchen is always open. Her kindness squeezes at my heartstrings, and a tear slips down my cheek before I can stop it, and I quickly swipe it away. Thank you, I manage, my voice trembling. The rest of the meal passes in a haze of stories and laughter. Tracy and Katerina fill the room with their easy camaraderie, and even Dolph joins in, though he keeps his usual stoicism. This is how I've always dreamed of family mealtimes, basking in the love and camaraderie of your loved ones as you fill each other in about your day. I was lucky if my father came home at all, and usually ate Chinese takeout or pizza in front of a fuzzy TV or around the wobbly kitchen table as I did my homework. As we finish eating, Katerina stands, brushing her hands on her apron. You've had a long day, Lee. I'll make you something to help you sleep. Salted caramel hot chocolate. It's an old recipe from my grandmother. I nod, unable to find the words to express my gratitude. For tonight, at least, the weight of this house doesn't feel so heavy. I smile back at her, feeling a warmth in my chest I haven't felt in a while. Thank you, I say, although I'm not sure a hot, sugary drink will help me sleep, especially after I slept the afternoon away. I'll go prepare your bed, Tracy says, leaving the kitchen. I move from the table to the kitchen counter, watching Katerina move around the room, making the beverage. As I reflect on how this is one of the best evenings I've ever spent, I'm snapped from my thoughts when Katerina hands me the mug of hot chocolate. The rich, sweet aroma hits me first, chocolatey and comforting. I take a sip, and the warmth spreads through me, settling in my chest. For a moment, the tension in my body fades, and the sweet softness soothes me. After thanking her and receiving a hug, I retreat to my room, the silence of the house swallowing me once again. The walls feel too thick, the air too heavy. Walking into the room, I find that Tracy has remade the bed with clean sheets and has turned the bedding down, ready for me to climb in. I put the hot chocolate on the bedside table when I notice the cotton pajamas Tracy has laid out on the bottom of the bed. I change into them and go to brush my teeth. While I'm in the bathroom, I check my phone. My heart drops when I don't find any new messages or calls. I type a text for Sabrina. I'm here alone for the night. Radomir's not back until sometime tomorrow. If you're around, call me. I can talk freely. I stare at the message, hoping Sabrina reads it soon. I'm about to put the phone away when I see that my message has been read, and within a minute she replies, "We need to talk. Call me." I swallow hard, my thumb hovering over the call button. I hesitate for only a moment before hitting dial. 3 rings, and Sabrina answers. Her voice is filled with excitement. "Lee, I have news." She doesn't even give me a chance to say hello. A woman came to my show tonight. She was looking for you. You'll never guess who she is."
"Hello to you too, Rena," I laugh, before my brow furrows worriedly and my spine stiffens at her words. I don't like people looking for me. They're usually after my father for something he did or, more likely, stole.
"Who is she?" "She's a top exec at Matriarch Records," Sabrina says breathlessly. "The label has seen your songs and they love them." My heart skips a beat, my pulse quickening as the enormity of her words sinks in. This can't be real. Shit like this doesn't happen to me. The shock reverberates through me until my eyes catch my reflection in the mirror. The elation fizzles out as reality slams back into place. Of course this would happen now, when I'm nothing more than a rabbit trapped in a den of foxes. Then another realization strikes, sharp and bitter. Radomir knew a record exec was looking for me. He must have known. That's why he interrogated me by the pool. Chapter 17. Lee. "Lee!" Sabrina's voice snaps me back to the conversation. "You haven't passed out, have you?" I'm just startled. That's not a lie. "Matriarch Records? Are you serious?" "Yes! The woman is so excited to see more of your work. This could be everything, Lee. This is your chance." Sabrina's voice trembles with excitement, a perfect mirror of the spark igniting inside me. But reality crashes down, swift and heavy. "Rena, how would that even be possible? I'm still stuck here in Fort fucking Molchanov." The words taste bitter on my tongue. Just my luck. A dream comes true, only for a nightmare to trap me in hell and lock the door. Sabrina pauses before responding, her tone full of promise. "We'll figure something out. Just leave it to me." Her confidence sends a pang of gratitude through me. But deep down, doubt nags at the edges of my mind. How am I going to break free? Even if I am able to come up with a plan, I have no idea how long it's going to take. Record labels like Matriarch don't wait forever. "What did you tell the woman?" "That you were away at the moment, and I'd pass the message on to you," Sabrina says. "I've got her card." "You're the best, Rena. Speak again soon." The call ends, and for a moment, I just stare at the phone. Did Sabrina really just say someone from Matriarch Records wants to see more of my work? My thumb hovers over the call log, and when I confirm the conversation happened, a small smile tugs at my lips. Holy shit. Matriarch Records. Back in the bedroom, I crawl under the covers, replaying the conversation on a loop. I feel like a kid on Christmas Eve, buzzing with anticipation. "Fuck! I did it!" I squeal into a pillow, kicking my legs about in glee. My work has been recognized by one of the giants of the music industry. This is my future. Everything I've dreamed of for as long as I can remember. But then, like the Grinch stealing my dreams and future and dampening my excitement, the memory of Radomir's cold voice detonates in my chest like a grenade. "You'll have a music career if I allow it." White-hot anger flares at his audacity. Who the fuck does he think he is? God? Newsflash, I'm not religious. I don't worship anyone, let alone live by some man's misogynistic rules. Screw that. This isn't the Dark Ages, and I'm not some shiny ornament for a man's arm, warming his bed and popping out babies. My whole life, I've been a pawn in someone else's game. My resolve hardens, solid as steel. I'll be damned if Radomir, or anyone else, gets in the way of my dreams again. I'm intelligent, resourceful, and grew up with the greatest con man of all, my father. Those years of watching and learning from him are about to pay off. If there's a way out of this trap, I'll find it. All I have to do is pull off the con of a lifetime. I chew the side of my mouth, rifling through my mental file of my father's strategies. My brow rises, a slow smile curving my lips as a memory surfaces. The Gambler's Cross. One of my father's most brilliant cons, a high-stakes maneuver meant to outwit even the most cunning rivals. The brilliance of the strategy is in its simplicity. Set up 2 or more unwitting parties, each convinced they're the sole player in a beneficial scheme. Neither knows about the other until it's too late. When chaos erupts and they're at each other's throats, he slips away with the prize. It's bold, brilliant, and has never failed. My mind races, sketching out ways to adapt the Gambler's Cross to my situation. As the pieces start to fall into place, exhilaration bubbles in my chest. But then, beneath the excitement, there's a tug, a dull, insistent ache. The piece of my heart and soul Radomir has twisted my resolve, planting doubt where there should be none and making me hesitate. I close my eyes and pull from the cold, ill-gotten wisdom of my father. Remember, Lee, his voice cuts sharp and clear through the years. When you've decided on a play, act with cold, ruthless precision. No distractions. No second-guessing. Block out the noise. Trust the plan. And wear your best poker face throughout the game. Mistakes and hesitation, they'll cost you. And when you're playing a high-stakes, dangerous game, they can get you caught. Or killed. I bury the flicker of doubt. The flicker of Radomir. Emotions are luxuries I can't afford. Not in this game. I crush the traitorous feelings stirring for the Prince of Darkness. Flatten them until there's nothing left. I will not live my life under the thumb and at the beck and call of anyone again. I've paid my dues in a stolen childhood. No one will take my adulthood. Especially not when it's destined to be signed with matriarch fucking records. If I can pull this off, I'll finally have what I've worked for my entire life. But my heart squeezes, and guilt seeps in, whispering warnings as faces flash through my mind. The people I love, the ones who will inevitably be caught in the crossfire of my bid for freedom. I close my eyes and grit my teeth, swallowing the rising bile. Another of my father's twisted lessons resurfaces like an unwanted tutor. Don't play the game if you're not willing to risk the stakes. Always ask yourself, are you in it to win it? If you're not, walk away before you lose something you can't afford. Am I ready for this? Is it going to be worth it? Because this time, it's not just money or an object I'm risking. It's everything I hold dear. The price is the people I love and care for most in this cruel, fucked up, unforgiving world. Going through with this means never seeing them again. And do I have the nerve to follow through, knowing the consequences if I fail? Because this is going to be the most dangerous thing I've ever done, especially when the mark is the king of the seedy underbelly of Vegas, the head of the Russian mob, one of the most dangerous men alive. I'm about to lock him into a ghost game of my making, where I'll move the pieces, manipulating the players with clever lies and calculated moves. Before the Prince of fucking Darkness even realizes he's playing, I'll have vanished with my prize, my freedom, and moved on to the final stage of my plan, securing my contract with Matriarch Records and slipping into a new life. A flash of memory gives me a bit of comfort, a lifeline I hid long ago, something I created, knowing that one day, with the kinds of people my father crossed, it might save me. That day has come, and soon Lee Dalton will no longer exist. Restless, I throw back the covers and storm into my writing room. Sleep is impossible with my mind racing, caught between the promise of Matriarch Records and the risky, reckless plan taking shape in my head. I may as well be productive and get some more songs written while I'm tunneling out of this fortress. My gaze falls on my songbook. I can even start the song I lied to Radomir about earlier today. Thinking of my lie takes me back to the steamy sex we had in the pool, and how fast he became a grade A jerk afterward. His dark threats echo through my mind, along with a name that, for some reason, sparks an inkling of recognition when he mentions it. Nicholas Vasilikis. As hard as I try, I can't remember where I've heard it before. As always, in the midst of turmoil, an idea for a song suddenly pops into my mind. I grab my book and sit at the desk, searching for a pen. When I can't find one, I start rifling through the drawers when my hand freezes. My heart slams into my chest when I spot the leather-bound book with gold lettering. Song Journal. Along the spine, also in gold, are the remnants of what was once a number, but I can't make it out. It's one of my mother's song journals. Tears sting my eyes as I reach for it, and I wonder where Radomir found it. I'd asked my father for her song journals, but he told me he couldn't find them. My fingers trace the soft leather, and I hug the book to my chest. A memory springs from nowhere. I'm transported back in time to our old house, where my mother's desk stood in a small studio, and I'm sitting right beside her. Her voice fills my mind, as soft and warm as the sunlight streaming through the windows. "What are you writing about, Mama? Is it a song about a princess?" "No, it's about a little duchess named Lulu Petal." "That's me! I'm Lulu Petal." "Yes, you are, my darling. Do you want to sing it with me?" "Yes!" I bounce up and down, clapping in glee, my favorite white princess dress swaying around me. I clutch the book tighter, barely noticing the tears slipping down my cheeks. Softly, I start singing the song she always sang to me. Where golden keys and ink entwine, a throne unclaimed, a hidden sign, a truth concealed in shadows deep, for a duchess' soul to guard and keep. A buzzing sound slices through my memories, pulling me back to reality. Shaken, I blink away the tears and realize the sound is coming from the bathroom. Fuck, it's my phone vibrating. Shit, I must have forgotten to hide it in all my excitement over Matriarch Records. I shove the journal back into the drawer and hurry to the bathroom, where the phone buzzes against the marble countertop. That was fucking careless, I mutter, snatching it up. How am I supposed to pull off a con of the magnitude I'm thinking of if I can't even remember to hide my damn phone? I'm about to turn it off when I see a message from an unknown number flash up. "Hello, Lee. I was hoping we could meet. We have a lot to talk about and time to catch up on." My stomach tightens and my skin prickles. Who the fuck is this? Panic floods my mind. Is it someone my father owes? A debt collector? One of his marks? Another message pops up. "Don't worry. I promise I am not someone you ever have to worry about. This isn't about Mark Dalton. It's about you." My heart flips. Could it be someone from the record label? "Are you from Matriarch Records?" I type quickly, holding my breath as the typing bubbles appear. I'm not from Matriarch Records. My heart sinks. Fuck. It's someone after my father. I'm about to turn the phone off when another message appears. "I am Matriarch Records." "No fucking way," I whisper, staring at the screen in disbelief. I answer, "Yeah, right, and I'm a princess." The reply is almost immediate. "Not quite, but close enough. Your grandfather was a duke, and with his passing, your father now holds the title, making you a lady of noble blood, tied to a royal lineage." Now I know someone's either screwing with me or setting a trap. My mother was a lounge singer from some small town in England who ran off to Vegas with my father, a man from a long line of con artists and thieves. Royal lineage? Give me a fucking break. I type back. I think you've got the wrong person, buddy, and I really don't have time for this. But before I can even blink, another message appears. This is not a joke. I can help you, Lee. Remember, pote minstamatas non fatanis tonorano. The words strike me like a lightning bolt. My heart skips, and fragments of memories swirl in my mind, taunting me from just beyond reach. His words automatically translate in my head. Never stop reaching for the sky. I stare at the screen as I read the message again, each line gripping me tighter, the Greek words carrying a sense of foreboding, yet strange comfort. Who are you? I type, and every fiber of my being starts to tremble. The reply comes almost immediately, in Greek. O enas pou peripata viplosu estiai skis. O enas pou se prosahai ota naisai pio ethbuffy. O enas pou kratastinkadia sukie suvine vinami. Otantin kriasese. O enes pou da edine tizoito. Yetiviki su horis na klepse ote ena vlema. O enaspu thas kotosi tus drakosu. O enaspu achimia vakaya tia na exoraxi. O enaspu vorinase vo ethisi naais eleferi. My breath catches, my throat dry, the words stirring something deep inside me as I translate them. The one who walks beside you in the shadows. The one who watches over you when you're at your most vulnerable. The one you hold in your heart that gives you strength when you need it. The one that would give their life for yours without so much as a blink of an eye. The one that will slay your dragons. The one that has a decade to make up for. The one who can help set you free. I stare at the screen, my mind racing. The words feel hauntingly familiar, unsettling, yet oddly comforting. And again, I'm haunted by a fragment of a memory I can't quite grasp. Another message pops up. You'd better hide your phone, little Duchess Lulu Petal. Someone's coming. The air freezes around me as fear claws its way up my spine. I stare at the phone, wide-eyed, confused, tendrils of unease wrapping around me, making my skin prickle. Suddenly, I'm swamped with the unmistakable sensation of being watched. A sharp knock shatters the silence, reverberating like a thunderclap through the stillness. My feet feel rooted to the floor, and my heart hammers against my ribs like a trapped bird. I nearly drop the phone when the knock comes again, louder this time.
As the notes fade gently, let your mind feel lighter, ready to re-enter the world of the story.
And then it hits me, the unmistakable sensation of being watched, a cold prickle creeping over my skin. Fear paralyzes me. Chapter 18. Lee. Lee? Dolph's voice cuts through the silence as the bedroom door creaks open, flooding me with relief. Oh, thank God, it's Dolph. For a second, I thought I was in one of those horror movies where the ominous phone call turns out to be coming from inside the house. I quickly switch off the phone, hide it, and walk into the bedroom, masking my nerves with feigned annoyance. "What?" I frown, crossing my arms to sell the act. Inside, I'm barely restraining myself from jumping into his arms and clinging to him like a terrified baby koala. It's taking everything I've got to keep my jelly legs from buckling beneath me. Is something wrong? Have I been summoned to the bowels of hell for 1,000 lashings? Dolph sighs, undeterred. "Do you mind if I do a quick sweep of the room? Writing area, dressing rooms, bathrooms?" "Looking for contraband, Mr. Prison Warden?" I arch a brow, sarcasm dripping to cover the sheer relief coursing through me. He moves through the space, checking every corner, bolting windows and doors. I fight the urge to trail him, following his every move like a nervous shadow. I've seen enough horror movies to know leaving the guy behind usually means someone's about to get killed. I force myself to play it cool, hoping Dolph doesn't notice I'm on the verge of giving myself whiplash trying to keep an eye on every damn window and door. Seriously, how many fucking windows and doors does one room need? For a family of criminals, you'd think they'd limit how many windows and hiding places for assassins. I hear Dolph walk into the bathroom, and my stomach twists. Did I turn off my phone properly? That's all I need, to get caught because of a vibrating phone. The reason I haven't told Dolph I think I'm being watched is because I'd rather not admit I have the phone. Although, maybe it wouldn't be such a bad thing after the blocked number messenger. I'm so lost in thought that the cool facade I was clinging to evaporates when Dolph suddenly reappears in the bedroom. I nearly jump out of my skin, barely holding back a scream that would have done a little girl proud. His sharp gaze locks onto me. "Did you have a beef with one of your desk drawers?" "Huh?" I frown, my brows knitting as confusion overtakes me. Following his gaze into the writing room, my steps falter. The moment I cross the threshold, my heart clenches. That eerie, skin-crawling sensation from the dining room earlier tonight returns, settling over me like a suffocating fog. The drawer I'd closed earlier, the one holding my mother's journal, is open, dangling on the brink of falling out, like someone rifled through it in a hurry. A cold chill races up my spine, propelling me into the room. Dolph resumes his sweep while I peer into the drawer, the shock hitting me like a punch to the gut. My mother's journal is gone. In its place is a pristine white card embossed with a gold crown. My fingers tremble as I pick it up. A flicker of recognition flits through my mind, but I shove it aside. "Lee, please don't open the balcony door off the bedroom," Dolph calls from the other room. "We're on lockdown." "Open?" I shake my head, quickly dropping the card back into the drawer and shutting it before he sees it. "I didn't—" "Yes, I did. I'm sorry. I like the cold breeze." I walk back into the bedroom. Something holds me back from telling him the truth, that I didn't open that door. "Everything's bolted," Dolph confirms as he finishes his sweep. "You're secure." He says goodnight and leaves, but the room suddenly feels way too big, the shadows too dark. My skin prickles again, as if unseen eyes are watching me. "Great," I mutter, shutting the door behind him. "Guess I'm not getting any sleep tonight." I move through the room quickly, slamming doors shut, locking them, and pocketing the keys. The Bratva might not care about deterring assassins, but I do. I know they can break the doors down, but at least I'll hear the crash and have time to prepare. Breathing a little easier, I glance at the television. Nope, I'm scared enough already without watching something else that may frighten the bejeebers out of me. I think my bejeebers have had enough bejeebersing for one night. But if I'm not going to sleep, I may as well write. Back in my writing room, I grab a pen and reach for my songbook, but my fingers hit solid wood where it should be. What the hell? Panic flares in my chest as I frantically search the floor and behind the desk. It's gone. The air grows heavier, the shadows shifting and stretching around me. The writing room feels alive, its atmosphere thick with an unnatural chill. My mother's journal? Gone. My songbook? Gone. A shiver snakes up my spine as a ludicrous thought strikes me. The fucking room is possessed. First, it swallows my mother's words, and now it's devoured mine. The silence presses down like a weight, my pulse roaring in my ears. I start backing toward the door, fumbling for the key and yanking it from the lock. Spinning on my heel, I bolt out of the writing room as if hell itself is licking at my heels. My bare feet skid on the floor as I dart into the bedroom, slamming the door behind me. My hands tremble as I manage to jam the key into the lock and twist it shut. I lean back against the door, panting. Hell's balls, I mutter, glaring at the writing room like it might come after me. Okay, maybe I have an overactive imagination, but with the luck I'm having, I shake my head. And not a fuck am I going back in there without a priest, holy water, and a match. I point a trembling finger at the door, as if berating it. This place is like a goddamn house of horrors. A shudder racks my entire frame. Standing in the middle of the bedroom, trying to shove the Ghostbusters theme song out of my head, my gaze lands on the round table to the side of the room. An antique chessboard gleams under the dim light, its pieces meticulously arranged, poised for a battle of wits, strategy, and sheer nerve. It's as if the universe itself is mocking me, laying out the perfect metaphor for the con I'm about to line up. Oh, sure, I mutter, a nervous laugh slipping out to spite myself. That's not ominous at all. Clutching my arms, I glance at the bedroom door, really not wanting to be alone in a room that's really way too big, and not to mention as creepy as fuck. I can either use all the salt in the house to put a protective ring around my bed, or steal Dolph's gun, which I don't think's going to protect me if this is a haunting. I also don't think Radomir would look too kindly at me, blowing holes in his furniture at the slightest creak or shadow that freaked me out. So, no gun or salt, but maybe a game or two of chess? My eyes land on the board. I can keep the game going for as long as it takes for the sun to come up. It beats asking Dolph to sleep on the couch because I'm a big fraidy cat crazy lady who thinks the writing room is possessed. Although I do think we really should call a demon hunter or exorcist first thing in the morning. I'm about to reach for the door handle when a hand snakes around my mouth and another locks around my waist, pulling me against a solid, warm body. My heart stops, then pounds wildly in my chest. Relief flickers. Thank God it's not a ghost. But panic surges immediately after. It's a person. And they're here in the room. I'm not sure how, though, as I locked the place up. Oh, fuck. Maybe they're a demon. I'm about to sink my teeth into the calloused hand, praying it doesn't taste like sulfur, when I feel the person's face move closer to mine. I catch the person's shadow on the door. Phew, no horns. I start to struggle, and a deep voice whispers against my ear. Don't fight, Lulu Petal. I'm not here to hurt you. Lulu Petal. The name strikes like a whip. I hear my mother's voice calling me that in memories I can barely piece together. But her voice starts to get distorted in my mind, becoming gruffer, heavier, threaded with an emotion I can't name, but feels like something squeezing my heart. Confusion and panic grow inside me, and I thrash against him, digging my nails into his arm, trying to bite his hand. He lets out a soft grunt, but doesn't loosen his hold. Shh, little Duchess.
He murmurs, "If you scream, I'll have to kill Dolph to protect you, and I really don't want to do that." Terror twists in my stomach, and I go still. "Who are you? What do you want?" I mumble against his hand. "If I let you go, you have to promise not to scream," he whispers, low and calm. "Nod if I can trust you." I hesitate, my body trembling, but I nod. Slowly, he releases me, stepping back just enough for me to turn around. I whirl on him, ready to scream if I have to, but the sound dies in my throat the moment I see his face. Eyes. Those eyes. They're mine. A rare, piercing green, almost too vivid to be real. The exact same pigmentation. His jet-black hair, dusted with silver, frames a face both familiar and foreign. A face that pulls at something deep inside me. A locked door in my memory rattles violently, threatening to burst open. I stumble back, my voice cracking. "Who the hell are you?" His lips press into a thin line, his expression careful. But I see the tension in his jaw, the way his shoulders stiffen. He's holding something back, something heavy. "I'm Nicholas Vasilikis," he says, his voice gentler than before. "This isn't how I wanted us to meet again, Lulu Petal." Again? My chest tightens, and I shake my head, trying to make sense of the swirling chaos in my mind. Shards of memory flash, half-formed images, fragments of voices, laughter, warmth. But they're blurry, distorted, just out of reach. "I know you," I whisper, my voice trembling. "I don't know how, but I do." "You do," he says, the corners of his mouth lifting in the faintest smile. "Your memory may be locked away, but your heart remembers." My pulse thunders in my ears. "How do you know what my mother called me?" I demand, the words rushing out like bullets. "How do you know anything about me? Answer me, or I'll scream this house down." His smile fades, replaced by something raw. Grief, maybe, or regret. It's almost too much to look at. "Lulu Petal," he says softly. "I gave you that name." No. I shake my head, taking a step back, as if distance will undo what he's just said. "You're lying." But the words don't feel right. They stick in my throat, heavy with doubt. My pulse roars louder as the fragments swirl faster, almost frantic now. His eyes, those damn eyes, tug at something buried deep inside me, something familiar, something I'm too scared to name. He exhales slowly, like he's bracing himself for a blow. "I named you, Lee, on the day you were born, because your mother and I hadn't found a name for you yet," he says. "Then, the first time you smiled at me, you became my Lulu Petal." My heart stutters. "Liar!" My voice cracks as panic rises, sharp and jagged. "My father named me Lee." A shadow crosses his face. Nicholas nods, his voice low but steady. "You were named Lee because when you first opened your eyes, their green was so vibrant, it put the lushest spring meadow to shame." His words swirl in my mind, shattering something deep inside me. Tears sting my eyes, but I blink them back, refusing to let them fall. "What are you saying?" My voice is barely above a whisper now, trembling as violently as my hands. I already know. Deep down, I've known since the moment I saw him, but my mind refuses to accept it. "Who are you?" He steps closer, his movements deliberate, his gaze never leaving mine. "I know you're scared, Lee," he says, his voice a mix of pain and warmth. and I know this is too much too soon, but we've run out of time. I back up until my shoulders hit the door. Don't. I'm your father. The words hang heavy in the air, final and inescapable. My breath catches, and for a moment, the world feels like it's tilting. Everything I thought I knew about myself shifts, cracks, threatens to break apart entirely. Nicholas doesn't move, doesn't say another word. He just stands there, letting the truth sink in, his eyes never leaving mine. And in those eyes, I see it. The same pain, the same longing, the same love. The truth.
Chapter 19. Radomir. I swirl the vodka in my glass, the burn of the alcohol doing little to ease the tension knotted in my chest. The penthouse office gleams, restored to perfection after the breach, but the chaos left behind isn't so easily scrubbed away. The Ember Club was a waste of time. Gavril and I had been on our way when Tara called in a panic to report that Carla had been attacked in her dressing room. The emergency button installed in every dressing room in case of pushy fans had saved her life, but not before she broke her leg trying to escape. Carla described the assailant as stocky, no taller than 6 feet, with cold blue eyes, an accent, and dressed in all black with his face covered. Before the Ember Club security could get there, the fucker vanished into the night. 4 break-ins in one day. Carla's dressing room, my office, my penthouse study, and Mark's hotel room, all ransacked. I don't for one moment think it's a coincidence that this happened the day after Dalton gave me that fucking document and put his daughter in my protection. All the break-ins had one thing in common. Him. It's safe to assume this Greek prick thinks I have these items or know where they are. The same thing the Greek bastard, identifying as the Greek matriarch that attacked one of my trucks this afternoon, wanted. With that in mind, it's safe to assume that this Greek prick is under the impression that I have or know where these things are. The man must be under the false assumption Mark is one of my men and I've hidden him in the items they want. I can't even ask Mark to elaborate on what the fuck is going on, as he's in a medically induced coma due to the severity of the knife wound to his stomach. I take another swallow of the vodka to cool the rising heat from the anger and frustration burning in my gut. He wasn't kidding about the shitstorm coming. It's already hit, and I have a sneaking suspicion that it's been hovering ominously for a while. My fingers tighten around the glass as I glance at the notepad on my desk, the scrawled notes about the attacks on my shipments and warehouses of the past few months staring back at me. Questions run through my mind. Why haven't they attempted to make contact or threats? None of the stolen products have resurfaced, and none of our suppliers or customers have been approached. What are they waiting for? Or are they hoping to cripple my businesses and then swoop in when they think I'm at my weakest, like a corporate fucking takeover? What is in those journals, and what is the gold key? Does it unlock the journals, or a box that holds the journals? Mark had vaguely mentioned something about an attic and Sabrina, but I didn't pay much attention to it at the time. My hand stills midway to my lips as a memory flashes through my mind. One of the boxes from Lee's apartment had been marked Memories of Mom Attic, Box 3. In it, I had found some jewelry, a few items of clothing, a photo album that I barely skimmed through, and a leather-bound songbook that looked old. It had seemed personal, and I presumed it belonged to Lee's mother. I didn't look any deeper into it beyond the front pages. I put it in Lee's desk drawer at the estate, hoping it would bring her some comfort. Songbook had been Mark's words along with attic. A cold wave of realization dawns. Could the journal they're hunting be disguised as that songbook? I need that songbook. I pull out my phone and I'm about to call Dolph when I get an incoming video call. It's my mother. About fucking time, too. I've left her 3 messages today. I answer. Hello, Mother. Hello, son. Her voice is deliberately slow with just the faintest hint of ice. I have a feeling one of her many spies in Vegas has filled her in on a few details of what's been happening on the home front. How is Russia? From the look on her face, I know this isn't about returning my calls. My mother is furious with me. Frosty, as it always is at your grandfather's house. Her features remain composed. I've just had a very interesting conversation with Carla Kraft. She drawls, and I draw in a breath. It seems like you've had a busy few days. Big winnings in the poker game, break-ins, and trying to kill staff members. If you're referring to Carla's broken leg, I swear that wasn't me. I paused briefly before continuing. She did that to herself, tripping over a chair in her dressing room, while trying to get away from an assailant who broke in searching for something. What has that got to do with me? I shrug, giving away nothing so I can find out just how much she knows. I was nowhere near the club. So it wasn't one of our men, then? Her shrewd eyes search mine as if she's trying to pry the truth directly from my brain. No. Why would I want to break into Carla Kraft's dressing room, for fuck's sake? I don't have to break into it, Mother. The club belongs to my cousin, in case you've forgotten. My voice oozes sarcasm before my brow furrows. And why would you assume it was one of our men? The attacker spoke to Carla in fluent Russian, indicating he knew her heritage. Wait, Carla's a Russian? I nearly choke in disbelief. And why the fuck wouldn't she tell Gavril about the man speaking Russian? She didn't have to confess to being one. Because there are only a handful of people who know her heritage. Her words hold a warning in them, and it's clear. She's entrusting me with this secret. Just because the attacker spoke Russian to her doesn't mean he knew she was from there, I point out. The man told Carla that if she didn't find him what he was looking for, he'd tell some very nasty people back in Russia where she was. She told Gavril that he asked for journals and a gold key. So from what you've just told me, there are now Russians and Greeks looking for those items. What do you mean? My mother's words are stilted as she looks at me questioningly. One of our trucks was hit this afternoon. Only this time, the driver, Steele, was left alive because the attacker, who goes by the Greek monarch, wanted to give me a message. He wants to know where I'm hiding the gold key, journals, and Dalton. Which Dalton? My mother's face pales, and there's a flash of fear in her eyes. I was really hoping it was Mark, but something tells me by the look on your face that it's his daughter, which now also leads me to believe you know exactly what they are looking for and why. The fear is gone in a flash, and her composure back in place as she skillfully turns the conversation to another topic. Speaking of Lee Dalton. My mother's eyes narrow with sharp disapproval. What's this about you winning her in a poker game and holding her against her will at the estate? How could Carla know Lee's at the estate? Carla is Mark Dalton's emergency contact. The hospital called Carla. When she couldn't reach Lee, she called Sabrina to track her down. My jaw clamps as I realize the only way Sabrina would know that is if Lee had somehow managed to call her. That crafty little witch smuggled her phone past me. I make a mental note to ask Dolph to find and clone Lee's phone when he gets the songbook. If Lee is working with the Greeks or has any contact with them, I'll have a better chance of understanding her connection if I gain access to her phone. I won Lee fairly, and because she's worth more than the pot, I forgave Mark's considerable gambling debt. I lean on my elbows, watching my mother go slightly rigid. You know our rules, Mother. Lee's paying off her father's debt, which makes her mine. Are you out of your goddamn mind? My mother's anger rises as she stares at me in disbelief. Jesus, Radomir. This could cause an international incident if it got out, and we're not a family that need that kind of attention. How so? I bade her. Our family have taken many people before, a good number of which are even never seen or heard from again. We haven't had an international incident yet. What makes Lee so special? I sit back watching my mother on the screen, and I know I'm wearing on her patience by the tightening of her jaw. Stop being glib, Radomir. My mother's voice lowers. Mark wouldn't have trusted you with Lee without giving you the documents. And if he's given them to you, this is no time for games. Oh yes, you're talking about the documents that authenticate my prize I won as a pedigree heiress. Please do not refer to Lee as a prize. Her tone is so icy I'm surprised my phone hasn't frozen on its desk stand. I'm about to respond when, to my surprise, the ice melts away to be replaced by a smug smile. And in case you haven't already figured it out, my son, it wasn't you that won that game last night. You've been caught in a far bigger game than you realize, and the odds were never in your favor. Chapter 20. Radomir. I'm already furious knowing I was played last night. I don't need my mother rubbing it in, smugly reminding me that I've been a pawn in Dalton's long game. In short, I got conned. I don't need you rubbing it in my face, Mother. My eyes narrow. I did realize I'd been played when Mark Dalton magically transformed from pathetic, meek conman to threatening me if anything happened to Lee. Didn't your father and I teach you to never judge a book by its cover? That's Bratva 101. She's in full swing with mocking me and enjoying it before something dawns on her, and she turns accusing eyes on me. Did you stab, Mark? I didn't stab the prick. If I wanted Dalton dead, I'd have put a bullet in his head. Guts on the floor? Not my style. That's more your younger brother's way. I remind her, hitting back for mocking me about falling for Mark's con. Uncle Dmitri is a swear word in our family. The man is a completely out-of-control psycho that even my brutal grandfather disowned for being too cruel. Was it one of your men? She ignores my slur on her younger brother. No. I shake my head. At a guess, I'd say it was either the Russians or the Greeks who broke into Mark's room and ransacked it just as they did to both my offices here at the Diamond Hotel. It's fair to assume they were all after the same thing, just like in Carla's dressing room. Yes, and I have a feeling the attack on the truck this afternoon was a diversion tactic so I wouldn't be in my offices. They leave a man bleeding out with a message for me knowing I'd go to the scene of the crime. I explain. Frederick suspects Daniil's been feeding intel to whoever's attacking us. I didn't want to believe it until I found out his sister was one of the burglars. Are you serious? My mother's eyes widen. We've known Daniil's family for years. Well, they're traitors, and probably have been all along, I tell her. And as soon as Daniil is able, Gunnar will interrogate him. What about his sister? Have you got her in custody? She and the other hotel staff members who breached my offices killed themselves after sending a message to a burner in Greek stating they found nothing. I fill her in. Did you catch who ransacked Mark's room? While there are no cameras in his room, there are outside the rooms. She urges me. The feed to that section of the hotel had been disabled. I answer, pointing to someone else on our staff that can't be trusted, and this time it's either security or management. Why weren't the cameras to your offices switched off? Her frown deepens. I'm presuming it's a warning and an attempt to throw me off balance. Whoever's behind this wants me to know that they have people on the inside that can get to us at any time, people I think are loyal and trust. They're trying to rattle you. My mother agrees. I've seen power plays and hostile takeovers using this method before. It's like a strategy right out of your father and Uncle Gunter's playbook. Hit the target from different angles, letting them think it's more than one enemy coming for them. Weaken them by eventually cutting off their supplies and losing customers until the target has no choice but to surrender. By surrender, my mother means pledging loyalty to the new king in town or being executed. I twirl the crystal tumbler in my hands, staring into the clear liquid. Or it's a diversion tactic. I'm too busy trying to go to war with a faceless enemy while they get what they're really after. Or it could be both. My mother says, cripple us slowly while they grab what they're really after. Which, I'm guessing, is an heiress who's just come of age to inherit one of the biggest corporations in the world, and all the trimmings that go with it. I gulp down my drink, letting the liquid burn down my throat. An heiress and her golden key that you've just been handed. She reminds me. She pauses for a few seconds as if choosing her words. Tell me, son, have you slept with Lee? That is none of your damn business, mother. Did you use protection or ask her if she was on any? My mother ignores my protests and continues to grill me in one of the most awkward conversations I've ever had with her. And as a helicopter parent, we've had a few. Again, none of your business. My anger spikes. Actually, it is my business, she says, smugness dripping from her tone. As executor of Dante Vasilikis' will and Lee's guardian in Mark's absence, I have responsibilities. Even though she's 22 as an heiress, it's my duty to look out for her best interests. She doesn't give me a chance to reply. And as I'm still the figurehead of both the Mirochin and Molchanov families, I am also duty-bound to do what's best to protect us. Now the alarm bells are starting to ring in my ears. Can you drop the theatrics and just bring the hammer down already? I know there's some punishment coming for the crime you've imagined. I have an appointment to get to in 20 minutes. Well then, make it a good appointment and enjoy your last night as a bachelor, my son. Because tomorrow, you and Lee will get married. I'm about to object, but she cuts me off, her tone brooking no argument. I am not finished. She holds my gaze steadily. She should have been a judge the way she holds herself when she's about to list out your crimes and then deliver the verdict and sentence. You were entrusted by Mark to protect Lee, a promise that you made and sealed by accepting the documents also entrusted to you. She barely blinks, pausing to let her words sink in before she continues. You seduced Lee without considering the consequences. If she's pregnant, you've made her even more of a target for the Vasilikis enemies and ours. Fuck! I shove a hand through my hair, feeling the walls closing in as the magnitude of the situation starts to crush down on me. Oh, and just to add a bit more layers to this already precarious situation. When her grandmother, Alexandra, passes away one day, Lee becomes even wealthier and the sole heir to the Argentis company, which includes a pharmaceutical company. She adds to the already considerable weight of the situation on my shoulders. I'm sure you can appreciate what an heir between our families mean, and that I'm not just looking out for Lee's best interests, but yours. My mother's words hit me like lightning, taking my quiet as a sign of me battling over the decision. She offers me another reason to marry Lee. If you're still not convinced, just think what an alliance with Lee brings to our table. She tries to sweeten the pot. Access to 2 massive corporations and all of Alexandra's connections, which will make our family even more formidable in our world. It will also give us even more enemies and headaches, I point out. How the fuck will I manage all that? You have 2 cousins, me and your new wife to help you. She watches me closely. I need an answer now, Radomir, as I'll have to contact Alexandra to endorse the wedding. So Alexandra Vasilikis is the Greek matriarch? Yes, my mother admits. Why would the bitch that killed Father and Uncle Gunther endorse a wedding between me and her granddaughter? Alexandra didn't kill your father or my brother. Her words hit like a punch to the gut. Then why have we been told otherwise for 10 years? Sometimes rumors are necessary, she says cryptically. But should you choose to marry Lee, I promise I will tell you everything I know about that day. My eyes widen at her promise and my heart slams against my ribcage. She knows she has me in a corner as she adds incentives. What's it going to be, Radomir? Marry Lee? Or face charges for kidnapping and raping Lee Alexandra Vasilikis, heiress to the matriarch and Enchontis empires? She pushes me for an answer while also throwing in an ultimatum. Are you threatening me, Mother? My eyes narrow in disbelief. No, my son. I'm protecting you. My mother assures me. From what? Nicholas Vasilikis, Lee's biological father, is one good reason. Suddenly I know that when Mark said protect Lee from her father, he didn't mean him. But he's dead. That's what everyone believes. My mother's voice drops and an emotion I can't quite place flashes in her eyes. But she doesn't elaborate. What's your answer going to be, Radomir? I guess I'm getting married tomorrow. I splash some more vodka into the glass and down it. Chapter 21. Radomir. My mother's phone call and my sudden impending wedding day are whirling through my mind as I head out of the lobby of the Diamond Hotel and Casino. While the conversation with my mother was revealing, she very neatly sidestepped answering any relevant questions. But I do have one more lead on my list that may be able to offer me some answers. My fiancé's best friend, Sabrina Kraft. My head fills with steam, warring with a knot in my gut at the word fiancé. Mark had mentioned Sabrina before he passed out, and I need to know why. If she knows anything about the Golden Key or the journals, I'll find out. And if she can explain why Lee lied about knowing Nicholas and Alexandra Vasilikis, even better. Clearly Lee must know who they are. Everyone else in her circle does. Jesus, I can't believe I've been duped by two Daltons. My thoughts are interrupted when I see the valet pull up in front of the hotel in my SUV. As I'm about to step up to the front doors, I nearly collide with a striking, elegantly dressed older woman who drops her purse. Pardon me, I say, bending to retrieve her dropped clutch. Our eyes meet, and I'm struck by the sharp, assessing green of her gaze. Something about her feels familiar. Before I can dwell on it, the valet calls for me. I give the woman a polite nod and step around her. Climbing into the SUV, I head for my destination, trying hard to rein in the storm of emotions and thoughts churning through me. Sitting in the shadows of the Golden Lights 5-star hotel and casino, I nurse a vodka, my vantage point giving me a perfect view of the stage. The place hums with chatter, clinking glasses, and bursts of laughter. Its grand hall oozes ostentation, gold trim, chandeliers, and enough pretension to fucking choke a man. I loathe this place. The blonde dancer twirls across the stage, her movements precise and graceful, her expression all fire and allure. She's magnetic, commanding attention like she owns the space and my target, Sabrina Kraft, Lee's best friend. I enjoy a long sip of vodka, letting its icy burn smooth the edge of my temper. My conversation with my mother is still a raw wound, and the lingering irritation clings to me like a second skin. Her demand that I marry Lee was a calculated power play, one that succeeded in knocking me off balance. The thought of Lee, naked and tangled in my sheets just hours ago, sends a spike of heat and frustration through me. My gaze shifts to Sabrina as she finishes a flawless turn. She's the picture of control, her confidence palpable even from here. I've already confirmed she's done for the night after this set, and I'm content to wait her out. For now, I'm enjoying the solitude and the vodka, trying to ignore the voice in my head that tells me I've already stepped too far into a trap I have a feeling was set for me a long time ago. Marriage. The word leaves a bitter taste. But the idea of Lee carrying my child, that's no deterrent. It's a temptation. A legacy. Thinking too hard, Radomir? The familiar voice cuts through my thoughts, laced with amusement and just enough edge to set my guard up. Judy slides into the seat beside me, snatching the vodka glass from my hand and draining it as if it were her right. How did you find me? I watch she refills the glass. It wasn't hard to figure out, she says, leaning back with a smirk. You ditched Victor and disappeared after your little chat with your mother. Logical next step? Hunting down Lee's best friend after failing to get answers from her mother. Or yours. Her brows raise and she looks at me knowingly. You should know not to try and best your mother. So you know. I grab my glass, fill it, and down another shot. Yes, she nods. Your mother called me before she called you. I scowl, the irritation twisting tighter. Thanks for the heads up. Your mother can be really scary. I was also only supposed to hunt you down to make sure you carry out your mother's order in the morning, she says, feigning exasperation. I'm as fucked off at having to come and find you as you are of me finding you. In case you've forgotten, I'm the one organizing your mother's charity ball. Do you have any idea how complicated this year's theme is? Judy shakes her head and helps herself to my vodka again. Jesus. You wouldn't think it would be, but the costume shop thinks I'm planning a fucking kids' party when I ask them if they have the outfits needed for it. Fuck, I mutter. I forgot I'm hosting that thing. I frown. What's the theme? Oh, I'm going to leave that as a surprise for when your costumes arrive tomorrow. Judy's grin widens as she pours another drink. Good thing you'll have a lovely wife on your arm. It'll really sell the theme. What do you want, Judy? Oh, it's not me that wants you. Her voice is sing-song, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I was ordered to find you and send you back to the Diamond immediately. Who? Your cousin. You can tell him to fuck off. I'm busy. I don't jump when he cracks the whip. No, but you do when I'm the cousin doing it. The deep voice cuts through the air like a blade. My muscles tense as I turn to see Alexei, his towering frame cutting an imposing figure in the dim light. Nearer 6'5" than my 6'4", his shoulders are broad, his body built like a weapon. His ice-blue eyes, colder than a Siberian winter, sweep over Judy before landing on me. Didn't trust me? Judy's tone is sharp as she addresses Alexei, her demeanor shifting to match his. I don't trust either of you when Radomir gets some fucked up idea in his head. Alexei replies bluntly, his gaze unwavering. You know how easily influenced you are, Judy. Without another word, he strides to the bar. I glare at her, leaning forward to say under my breath, You could have led with which cousin? And miss the look on your face? She says, finishing another shot. Then batting her eyes at me. Now you know how I feel every time that fucker comes to town and you fail to let me know. Touché. Usually I do enjoy torturing you by not revealing his plans, but I honestly didn't know he was coming this time. My one brow arches as I look at her. Maybe it's high time, though, that the two of you work out all this sexual tension and finally get over your breakup from 10 years ago. Now it's my turn to smirk. Fuck you.
she hisses, slamming the glass down. Oh, by the way, I've organized your wedding for tomorrow at noon. Tracy's getting a dress for Lee and a tux for you. Then we'll have a lovely late lunch at the penthouse after, complete with photos for your mother. Saturday, you and your new bride will grace the ball in your appropriate costumes. Trust me, they're fitting. She checks her watch, muttering, Shit, I'm late. Again. The babysitter's going to have another fucking fit. Her eyes narrow. If she quits, I'm leaving Maxim with you to look after each day. Why doesn't your reliable husband look after him for a change? Alexei's voice cuts in as he returns, setting an even more expensive bottle of vodka on the table. A waiter follows with ice and glasses. I'm sure he'd love to teach his son how to rough people up and take what's not his. Isn't that Victor's specialty? I can't say, Judy says, ignoring Alexei's jab at her husband as her eyes harden when she turns to him. I have a son to get home to. I found your cousin. If you're staying for the ball, let Radomir know, and I'll get you an outfit too. She gives him a tight smile. I have a fitting costume in mind for you. She strides out without another glance. Nice to see the two of you getting along, I say dryly, watching her go. You don't need ice cubes when the two of you are in the same room. Fuck you, Alexei snarls, pouring himself a drink. He downs it in one go before fixing me with a glare. I see you've created another great shit show. He leans back in the chair. Your mother's furious. My brother's disgusted with you for taking an innocent prisoner. And now I'm stuck making sure this marriage and the ball go off without a hitch. A ball I didn't even plan to attend because I have actual shit to handle. But here I am, babysitting, because you and my brother just don't know when to leave things the fuck alone. Right, like you're innocent in all this. I take a sip of vodka. If I remember correctly, you're the ringleader wanting to get to the bottom of our father's deaths, and this isn't a shit show of my making. You can thank Dalton for it. Yes, but Rad, you're the one that couldn't keep your fucking dick in his pants. His jaw clenches. And cousin, this fuck-up can cost us everything. He pours himself another drink and this time savors a sip of the clear liquid. The only bright side is that when we've finally taken down who's behind this strike, you'll have managed to make our families veritable powerhouses. His words tell me that he has been fully briefed by my mother and knows all about Lee. Yay for me. I salute with my glass, my gaze sliding back to the stage. Sabrina's final dance is winding down. I need to get rid of him. When did you get into town? An hour ago. Alexei shrugs, his eyes on the stage, having followed my gaze and narrowing on the petite blonde. Who's the girl? Who? He nods his head toward the stage, not taking his eyes off Sabrina. The one you've been watching like a cat stalking its prey. He glances at me suspiciously. Sowing your wild oats, cousin? No. I shake my head, turning back to Sabrina. More like trying to solve a 10-year-old mystery that's about to burst wide open again. You're shitting me, right? Alexei raises an eyebrow, his interest piqued as he gets the meaning behind my words. How's she going to help us? She's got the answers we need. I reply simply. Oh. You may know her mother. She headlines at the Ember Club and her older sister is fucking Gavriel. I get it now. He nods, turning back to me. You're trying to outsmart your mother. Alexei sighs and turns back to Sabrina. You're thinking because her mother and Dalton are lovers, she'll know what her mother knows. I think she'll know more, I reply. She's also Lee's best friend since they were kids and lived next door to each other. Alexei's gaze lingers on the stage, watching Sabrina move before his phone buzzes. He answers it, his gaze shifting between me and the stage as he listens. I'll be there in 10 minutes. He hangs up. He finishes his vodka, scrapes his chair back, and stands. You have tonight to chase whatever answers you think you're going to find, Alexei says. I'll be in the penthouse. Don't try to find a way to thwart your mother about the wedding tomorrow. Glancing at the stage, he growls, and for fuck's sake, don't screw the dancer. I don't want to get in the middle of another catfight because of you. I snort. I was 15, and I didn't know they were twins. Of course you didn't. Alexei shakes his head and leaves, his steps as deliberate as his words. Sabrina's last dance for the evening ends. I take my time finishing my drink before wandering to her dressing room. I've already spoken to the manager who's given me backstage access. I knock on the door, and her soft voice calls. Hold on. There's rustling inside. Be there in a minute. Sabrina has her phone in her hands and hasn't changed out of her dance outfit yet as she swings the door open. She looks up sharply, her body tensing for a fraction of a second before her expression smooths into a practiced calm. She hides her fear well, but I catch the flicker in her eyes. Yes? Her voice is calm and her eyes are hooded as she guards her doorway. May I come in? Why? So we don't have to have an awkward conversation with me standing in the hallway and all the other dancers staring on. I glance left and right pointedly. Sabrina steps back. When I enter her dressing room, the faint scent of perfume fills my nostrils. There are glittering costumes and makeup palettes scattered on the counter. Do you know who I am? I ask, glancing around. Their room is as overly lavish as the rest of the hotel. Who doesn't? Her voice is steady, her gaze unwavering. You're the monster that locks people up in his dungeon to eat them. You know that story our parents tell us as kids to keep us in line? She has a sassy mouth. Do you know why I'm here? Her lips curl into a bitter smile. The tension in the room thickens. To strong-arm me into giving you information about my best friend? The one you kidnapped? Her disdain doesn't surprise me, but the venom in her voice when she says kidnapped grates on my nerves. Actually, I want to know about Lee's mother. I say, my tone deliberately neutral, watching for the slightest crack in her armor. Sabrina blinks, caught off guard. Why? Curiosity, I reply, though the lie is as thin as the tension stretching between us. Her eyes narrow as she realizes my intent. Again, why? She watches me as I move about the room looking at things. I believe she was a songwriter and has some songbooks filled with what could potentially be big hits. My gaze meets hers and I see surprise in her eyes. I stop in front of her and lean in slightly. So I see you know exactly what I'm talking about. Her expression becomes neutral. I didn't know your organization was in the music business. I thought it was more into loading the houses in your casinos. Money laundering, drugs, guns, hits. Sarcasm mingles with disdain in her tone. You know, all mob-related stuff. I'm thinking about branching into it, especially now that I have such a talented songwriter under my roof. I tilt my head. A source told me you'd know where I could find Lee's mother's songbooks. Who would that be? She folds her arms, standing her ground. She's ballsy for someone so petite. You know I can't reveal my sources. We stand eyeing each other out. She nods and purses her lips. You mean my mother and Mark? She snorts. You need better sources. I sigh, getting tired of this game. My eyes harden and my voice lowers dangerously. There are a few ways we can do this. I'd rather not have to tell my bride-to-be that her bridesmaid and best friend couldn't make our wedding tomorrow because I have her in the dungeon extracting information from her. Sabrina's face drops. She inhales sharply, her eyes widening in disbelief. Oh, what? She shakes her head. No. Lee would never have agreed to marry you. My brows shoot up at the way she spits out the word you. That's hurtful. I grab my heart mockingly, before adding in a more serious and dangerous tone. Lee has no choice in the matter, and she will realize that. Her brow furrows as her shrewd eyes bore into mine. She doesn't know about it. She will when she needs to. My voice has a warning in it. Like when she's blindsided at the altar? Sabrina accuses. I wouldn't say blindsided. My lips lift in amusement. And if you cooperate with me, I let you join in our happy day. Oh goody, a chance to wear my black outfit I save for just these types of occasions. She says snidely. You can wear whatever fucking color you like. My brow rises. Oh, and Sabrina, I know you and Lee have been communicating. If word of our upcoming wedding gets out to Lee before I tell her, I'll be back. Only this time it won't be such a friendly visit. Is that a threat? She breathes incredulously. It's a warning and a promise. She won't find out from me. She shrugs. But I'm going to enjoy watching how this wedding will play out, especially since Lee hates surprises. Something in her words sends alarm bells ringing in my head. Enough about Lee. Tell me about the songbooks. Was it one of your men that ransacked my mother's dressing room looking for them? Her accusation has me sighing in frustration. You should ask Lee about her mother's songbooks, not me. She raises her chin defiantly. It's bad enough that I can't warn her you are planning to force her into marriage. Now you want me to stab her in the back by telling you about her mother's songs? She shakes her head stubbornly. No. I don't want to hurt you, Sabrina. I warn, my tone chilling to something cold and impersonal. But I know you're lying. You know more about the journals than you're letting on. I watch her hesitate when I say journals instead of songbooks. That single flicker of reaction confirms my suspicion. It's not a songbook at all. I was really hoping you'd cooperate. I continue, my voice hardening. But if not, I won't hesitate to be more forceful, and trust me. If you think you'll be the only one who suffers, you're mistaken. Now you're threatening my family? She hisses, outraged. Let's stop fucking around, Sabrina. This back and forth is getting us nowhere. I say coldly. You may not believe this, but I promised Mark I'd protect Lee, and that's what I'm trying to do here. All the break-ins were connected to those books. You're protecting her by locking her up in your fortress? She snaps, her tone biting. It's the safest place for her, especially now that I know exactly what's at stake and why every enemy I have suddenly wants her. A gasp escapes Sabrina's lips. So you know about Lee, then? That she's the Greek matriarch's granddaughter and her father somehow came back from the dead? Yes, I found out last night from Mark. My voice sharpens, but I keep my gaze steady as her expression shifts. So that's what this is about? She says, her tone accusing. You're marrying her to take control of her family's businesses. No. I don't give a fuck about that, in all honesty. It's just another headache. The truth of the words hit me as I say it. I'm marrying her because she might also be carrying my child, and that puts her in even more danger. Her eyes widen, and I can tell she understands the implications immediately. So you've just made her life even more dangerous, she accuses, and still expect me to help you? We could stand here exchanging accusations all night, I snap impatiently. We're wasting time. Whoever broke into your mother's dressing room at my workplaces wants those books badly. I need to find out why, and Mark Dalton mentioned your name in connection with them. She raises her hand, stopping me. So let me get this straight. You want me to betray Lee by helping you pry into her life, and you expect me to believe it's to protect her? No, Sabrina, I say, shaking my head. I want you to help me protect your best friend from whoever's after her inheritance and my family's businesses. I don't know how the two are connected, but I have a feeling something in those journals holds the answer. She stares at me for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Finally, she nods. Are you here alone, and do you have a car? Yes to both questions. Why? Because we're going on a trip, not too far, but if you want me to talk, I need to know I can trust you not to use this against Lee. I frown, weighing the risk. This could be a trap. But if it brings me answers, what the hell? Deal. I'll get dressed. She steps closer and hands me her phone, her movements deliberate. Here, to show you I won't double-cross you. I glance at the device in my hand, her gesture heavy with meaning. It's a measure of trust, one she wouldn't offer unless she believed I'd honor it. Or maybe it's calculated. A subtle play that lets me know she has an escape plan if things go sideways. The thought lingers, prickling at my gut. Sabrina doesn't strike me as someone who walks into danger without an exit strategy. Still, I pocket the phone, my lips twitching into a wry smile. If this is her version of a white flag, I'll take it, for now. She turns, grabbing jeans, a t-shirt, a sweater, and sneakers, then hurries into the bathroom, leaving the door slightly ajar. The gesture of trust, or false security, makes me smile grimly. Either she's trying to lull me into a trap, or she's genuinely ready to help. Right now, it's a chance I'm willing to take if it means finally getting some fucking answers. Chapter 22. Radomir. 15 minutes later, we're driving through the desert in my SUV. Sabrina directs me to a secluded area I never knew existed. A handful of houses, a gas station, and a few small shops are scattered along the route, but we drive past them to a dead-end road. It terminates at a weathered log cabin, dark and silent under the night sky. The place stirs a strange sense of unease in me. What is this place? It belonged to my father, Sabrina says shortly. She steps out of the car, her oversized bag slung over her shoulder, and climbs the steps to the porch. She drops her bag and drags a heavy chair toward the door. I can help, I offer. I've got it, she snaps. Balancing precariously, she retrieves a small box from the doorframe and pulls out a key. You could have just asked me to get it. I've done this 1,000,000 times, she retorts, unlocking the door. The cabin smells of neglect, the air thick with dust and stale wood. Every creak of the floorboards echoes, the weight of long-buried memories pressing down on the space. My father brought me here all the time when I was little, Sabrina says, her voice distant. He taught me how to hunt, how to survive. It was our special place. She hesitates. Until it wasn't. She doesn't elaborate, and I don't press. Instead, I follow her into the kitchen, where she sets her bag on a table and moves to an old stove. Did Lee and her family ever come here? I ask, feigning casual curiosity. Lee came here a lot, she says, crouching by the stove. Mark did sometimes. Her mother? Not so much. Vivian Dalton wasn't exactly the nurturing type. You didn't like her? Sabrina snorts. Vivian cared about herself, that's all. She barely noticed Lee was alive. What happened to her? Vivian was killed, Sabrina says flatly, pulling the stove loose from its casing. Need help? This time she nods, and together we slide the oven free. Sabrina reaches into a hidden compartment behind it, extracting 3 leather-bound books wrapped in protective covers. She carries them to the table, sitting down and unwrapping them carefully. The worn leather matches the book I found in Lee's apartment. You've read them? I ask. Her lips twitch into a humorless smile. Yes. And let me tell you, I'm not the one who ever wanted to give you that kind of information. She raises a brow, her meaning clear. Whatever's inside, she'd rather not be the one to deal with a Bratva boss's reaction to it. Excitement and dread lace together as I realize what this must mean. I sit beside her, staring at the journals. What do they say? Read them yourself, she replies. But there's one thing you need to promise me before you do. What? You can't tell Lee anything about what's in them. Her intensity gives me pause. Why not? Lee has dissociative amnesia, she says flatly. She doesn't remember anything from before she was 12. If you try to force those memories back, it could break her. The words hit me harder than I expect. I think back to her guarded answers, the flickers of confusion when I mentioned her grandmother or Nicolas. Guilt gnaws at me. I thought she was hiding something. Instead, I'd triggered a ghost of a memory. She doesn't remember anything. Not even her family. Her mother. No. Sabrina hesitates, her expression shifting. She has fragments, flashes of images she thinks are of Vivian, but they don't make sense. Honestly, I don't think they're real. Then who does she remember? Me, Mark, Tara, and Carla. That's it. Sabrina's gaze hardens. Vivian wasn't the mother Lee remembers. That's what makes it worse. Lee's clinging to scraps of something that doesn't exist. She knows there's a hole in her mind, but she doesn't know how to fill it. Her eyes drop to the books. If anything, it was Mark who was always there for her, and, well, it wasn't Vivian. I run a hand through my hair, the weight of this revelation settling heavily on me. I remember something about Vivian Dalton being killed in an accident. Was Lee in the same accident that killed her mother? Before Sabrina can answer, a voice cuts through the room, smooth and low. Something like that. We both turn sharply. A man steps out of the shadows, his movements deliberate, his gun steady in his hand. His face is familiar. No fucking way. Michael, my stable manager? Only now, the cold calculation in his green eyes tells me he's not the man I thought I knew. Before I can say anything, the front door creaks, and a second figure appears. A woman with a vintage elegance, her demeanor icy and predatory. She levels a gun at us. Olive? Sabrina's voice cracks with shock. What the fuck? Hello, darling. Olive purrs. We got tired of waiting for you to bring Lee to us. So I take it you're not with Matriarch Records, Sabrina notes. Oh, I am, and soon I'll be running it. Olive dismisses Sabrina as she addresses the man. Nicolas, love, I've checked the perimeter. They're here on their own. Nicolas. Realization dawns on me.
Nicholas Vasilikis, he's the Greek monarch, and he's been hiding out in my stables. You're the Greek monarch. My eyes narrow on the man. Took you long enough. He snorts. Olive turns and her gaze flicks to the table, her eyes narrowing.
Are those all the journals? Journals?
Sabrina utters, a frown deepening on her forehead.
Those aren't journals, they're my songbooks.
Stop fucking around and start wrapping them up. Nicholas barks at Sabrina. Sabrina holds her ground.
I told you, these are my songbooks, and unless you have the password, you need to leave my cabin right now.
Are you 12 or special needs? Nicholas sneers. This isn't a clubhouse or playground.
No password, no entry,
Sabrina states, and I'm sure she's gone mad. Olive's composure cracks.
Stop playing games, you little bitch. Finish wrapping those journals, and then you're taking us to Lee.
She turns to Nicholas and says something in Greek, looking at me. A cold chill runs down my spine. My hand inches toward my gun under the table.
Oh, I wouldn't do that.
Sabrina tells them and rattles off something in Greek. Impressive, she speaks Greek too. She turns to me.
Olive just told Nicholas that they must kill you.
Good to know. My hand grips my gun a little tighter. Too cowardly to tell me in English?
Don't worry, I told him if they killed you, they'd die because there's poison on the door handle that they both just touched.
Sabrina explains.
And only I have the antidote, which is hidden.
I looked at her in amazement. Crafty. You're lying, Nicholas says, his eyes narrowing as he looks at his hands.
I believe it was your late wife's favorite way of getting rid of everyone in her way.
Sabrina gives them a smug smile.
The moment you touched that door handle, you were exposed to poison. You've got about 20 minutes before your organs start shutting down.
You fucking little whore. Olive raises her gun at Sabrina. No, Nicholas barks. Don't. We need the antidote in case she's not lying.
Oh, I'm not lying,
Sabrina assures them.
Yes, but I can still punch her.
Olive lunges at Sabrina, and I seize the moment. My hand whips up, and I fire. The shot echoes through the cabin, and Nicholas staggers. His gun has been knocked from his hand, and he's clutching his shoulder. Sabrina moves like a viper, slamming a chair into Olive's head, and the woman crumples to the floor unconscious. Nicholas leans against the wall, blood staining his shirt. His gaze locks with mine, furious and defiant. This isn't over, Molchanov. He turns and heads down the hallway of the cabin looking for another way out. No, I growl. It's not. I'm about to rush after the fucker, but Sabrina stops me.
No, don't.
She grabs her bag and shoves the journals inside.
We need to go,
she hisses.
Leave him.
The venom in her voice jolts me along with the spark of malice in her eyes.
He's not getting out of here alive this time.
I hesitate, torn between finishing Nicholas and getting Sabrina out safely.
Bring her. She probably knows just as much as that coward.
Sabrina glances to where Nicholas ran. I holster my gun and scoop Olive's limp body over my shoulder. Sabrina follows me outside, locking the cabin door behind her. What about the poison? I give her a worried look.
What poison?
She gives me a cheeky smile.
I was just testing to see who these two really are, and now I know.
I make a mental note to ask what she means later. We rush to my SUV. I dump Olive in the back seat and slide behind the wheel. Sabrina hops in the front passenger seat. As we drive away, she fidgets with something in her lap. I glance over, noticing the small remote in her hand. What's that? I demand. She presses a button without answering. The explosion rocks the night. A fireball consuming the cabin. Flames reach for the sky as the structure collapses in on itself. Jesus Christ, I hiss. Sabrina smirks faintly.
Failsafe, in case anyone found the journals.
C4?
My dad's idea,
she says, her tone sharp with accusation. I stare at her, shaking my head. You're terrifying, you know that?
Her smile widens. Thanks.
Lee. My eyes lock with the man in front of me, my heart hammering wildly. All I have to do is scream, and an army will burst into this room within seconds. But as I open my mouth, the sound catches in my throat. It's not just the threat he made about killing Dolph. It's something deeper. A pull I can't explain, as though something inside me is holding back. How do I know you're telling the truth? My voice is strained, barely above a whisper.
Because deep down, you already know.
Nicholas says softly, his eyes glinting with an emotion I can't name. He glances toward the door, his movements tense.
We don't have much time, Lulu Petal.
The nickname stirs something in me, an ache that I don't fully understand. My hand instinctively moves to the door handle, ready to bolt, as he starts to reach behind his back, but he raises his hands quickly.
No, I just have something to give you. I left it for you once before, hoping you'd find it when you got to Los Angeles. But Radomir must have found it when he put your boxes from your apartment in storage.
My brow furrows. How do you even know about Los Angeles? His lips quirk into a faint, almost sad smile.
I've been looking out for you for far longer than you realize, my little Duchess.
His voice softens, and the love in his eyes twists something deep in my chest, making it hard to breathe. My heart pounds, and a part of me, one I can't seem to quiet, wants to trust him, wants to lean into him. He reaches behind his back, and I flinch, my body tensing as my fingers grip the door handle. No sudden moves, I snap, my voice tight. He freezes, his movements deliberate as he slowly retrieves something from the back of his waistband. A pair of books. My breath hitches. It's my songbook, my mother's songbook. Relief floods me, mingling with confusion as he hands them over.
You need to hide your mother's book, he says urgently, and be careful with your phone. They've cloned it.
What? My voice rises slightly, then falters. You're fucking shitting me. My fingers tighten around the books. His eyebrows lift at my words, a flicker of amusement crossing his face.
I'm not used to hearing you talk like that. I guess in my mind, you're still a little girl.
Well, I grew up living with a grifter. The bitterness in my voice surprises even me. You left me to be raised like that. He flinches, guilt flashing across his face.
I'm sorry, Lulu Petal. It had to be that way. Mark raised you the only way he could, to keep you safe, to teach you how to survive if you ever needed to disappear.
By stealing and conning people? I snap, the heat rising in my chest.
Not everything is what it seems, he says quietly. Mark loved you more than life itself. He did what he thought was best to protect you. If he comes out of his coma, you should talk to him.
His words chip away at my anger, leaving a hollow ache in its place. What happened to my father? The question bursts out before I can stop it. Did Radomir try to have him killed?
No,
Nicholas says firmly.
A very dangerous man is after your mother's book, and other things she left behind. It was one of his men who stabbed Mark. He's in the hospital now.
The floor feels like it tilts beneath me. Is he going to die? My voice cracks, tears pooling in my eyes. My last words to him rush back to me, sharp and cutting. I was so awful to him. I didn't mean it. Nicholas steps closer, his expression softening.
He knows that, sweetheart. He knew you were angry. He made a difficult choice to protect you, even if it meant you'd hate him for it.
What choice? My brow furrows. What are you talking about? We don't have time to get into that, he says quickly, his eyes darting to the door. But you need to hide that book. He gestures toward my mother's book in my hands. This? I hold it up. Why? Are they going to steal her songs or something? The disbelief in my voice is edged with frustration. It's not just a songbook, he says gravely. I open my mouth to argue, flipping the cover open, but he grabs my wrist, stopping me. His gaze bores into mine, his tone deadly serious. Don't. Not yet. That book could be a trigger for something. A trigger? My stomach twists with unease. A trigger for what? For your memories, Nicholas says, his voice dropping. Lulu Petal, you need to know the truth. We all do. The words slam into me like a physical blow. My pulse quickens, and a sharp pain stabs through my temple. No, I whisper hoarsely, shaking my head. Terror grips me by the throat, like it's trying to strangle me, and my breathing becomes labored. No, I don't want to remember. I try and shove the book back at him. You have to, he says gently, almost pleading. You need to remember, because you're in danger. And you're the only one who can identify the people who were in the room that day. What day? The pain in my head intensifies, pounding against my skull. My vision blurs slightly, the room spinning. What day? The day you almost died. His voice feels distant, echoing. The day you witnessed the deaths of Gunther Mirochin, Vladimir Molchanov, and your mother. The names hit me like a freight train, and the blinding pain in my head sears through me, pulling me under. My legs buckle, the weight of his words crushing me. Everything around me dissolves into cold, swirling gray. Somewhere in the fog, I feel strong arms catch me, holding me tightly, warmly. Don't leave me again, Papa. A distant voice, mine but not mine, floats through the haze. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do it. Darkness claims me. Chapter 23. Lee. A knock at my door pulls me from sleep, the sound distant, yet insistent. I stretch, blinking at the morning light filtering through the curtains. Despite the previous day's exhaustion, I feel groggy, like I've been dragged from the depths of a restless dream. Come in, I call, surprised by the steadiness of my voice. The door creaks open, and Tracy steps in, a bright smile plastered across her face. She's carrying a steaming cup of coffee, placing it on the bedside table. A glance at my watch tells me it's 6 in the morning. Good morning, Lee, she chirps. Today's a big day. We're heading to Vegas, and I've been tasked with taking you shopping for a special dress. The word Vegas sends a jolt through me. My heart quickens, excitement and unease swirling in equal measure. Vegas means freedom, escape, a chance to start orchestrating my plan for the Gambler's Cross. But beneath that flicker of hope, a knot tightens in my chest. What's Radomir planning? Why is he suddenly letting me loose in Vegas on a shopping spree? What's the catch? You look tired, Tracy observes, walking toward the dressing room. She stops, frowning at the door handle that won't budge. Did you lock this? I sit up, my brow furrowing. Did I lock the doors? I glance at the bedside table, where a small set of keys sits innocuously. There they are, Tracy exclaims. Mind if I unlock this? The sight of the keys jolts my memory. Last night, the songbook. Him. A sharp ache blossoms behind my temples, and my breath hitches. My head feels like Swiss cheese, riddled with holes where memories should be. Lee? Tracy's voice breaks through my daze. You okay? I force a smile, brushing away the rising panic. Yeah, I locked the doors in a fit of paranoia. This place is too big and creepy at night. She laughs, unlocking the doors one by one. I don't blame you. If I had to sleep alone in a place like this, I'd barricade myself in too. I nod absently, my eyes darting to the pillow beside me. Something peeks out from underneath. My chest tightens. Slowly, I lift the pillow, revealing my mother's songbook. My heart pounds as I flip it open, and a note slips out. Don't be afraid, Lulu Petal. Take it one page at a time. I'll be close if you need me. Papa. P.S. Hide this book. Your phone's been cloned. A searing white-hot pain slices through my skull, making me gasp. Clutching my head, I shove the book into the bedside drawer. The world tilts, nausea surging as bile rises in my throat. I stumble into the bathroom just in time to retch into the toilet. Lee! Tracy rushes in, her voice laced with concern. She kneels beside me, her hand on my back. What's wrong? I have a migraine, I manage, slumping against the cool tiles. Her eyes widen. Can I get you something? Aspirin? Tea? Both, if you can manage, I croak, my head throbbing. And maybe a new brain. She chuckles nervously, brushing my hair from my face. I'll be right back. The shower's on if you feel up to it. As the door closes behind her, I strip and step under the hot water, letting it pound against my aching head. The heat soothes the tension in my shoulders, but it can't chase away the fog clouding my mind. Images flash. Nicholas, the songbook, his warning. But they're fleeting, slippery. I can't pin them down. 2 hours later, I'm caught in a whirlwind of designer stores and dizzying opulence. Tracy is in her element, flitting from rack to rack like a bird collecting shiny things, while Frederick trails behind us, laden with bags. My stomach growls angrily, a reminder of my skipped breakfast and the miserable moment I emptied whatever was left in my stomach into the toilet earlier. My head still aches, the pain simmering beneath the surface, threatening to boil over. I need food, I declare, cutting Tracy off mid-sentence. I'm not trying on another gown until I eat. Tracy hesitates, her gaze darting nervously to Frederick, who loiters nearby like an immovable shadow. It's not on the schedule, she says apologetically, her voice uncertain. Where's your phone? I demand, my patience wearing thin. I've been dragged around the shops, marching to Radomir's fucking schedule for hours. Anger bubbles up inside me. Her brows knit together as she cautiously pulls her phone from her pocket, clutching it tightly, like a lifeline. I snatch it from her before she can protest, dialing Radomir with trembling fingers and a rising wave of defiance. Tracy? His deep voice answers after 2 rings. It's Lee, I snap, my tone sharper than I intended. My emotions balance on a knife edge as I can't help but wonder what Radomir was up to last night, or who he was fucking. Out of nowhere, a wave of jealousy hits me, and I'm bombarded with images of him with another woman. I shake it away, clenching my fist so hard my nails bite into the tender skin of my palm. I don't give a shit what he does, or who he does it with, I remind myself. I'm starving, and we're going to Mon Ami Gabi for breakfast. Consider it your treat. There's a pause, then a low chuckle. You're in a good mood today, Petichka. Sarcasm mingles with the amusement in his voice, making the temperature of my anger rise. Enjoy your breakfast, but don't take too long. You have an important function today. I hang up without responding, tossing the phone back to Tracy. Let's go. The restaurant is bustling but elegant, the perfect distraction from the gnawing unease in my chest. Tracy relaxes over mimosas, but I can't shake the growing suspicion that something is amiss. The way she avoids my gaze when I mention Radomir, the way Frederick's eyes never leave me. It's suffocating. After breakfast, the shopping resumes, but this time it's different. She's taking me into boutique after boutique filled with wedding dresses. This feels specific, I say, as Tracy hands me another gown to try on. She shrugs, her expression carefully neutral. Radomir wants you to have a nice white gown, something like a wedding dress, I was told. I freeze, the silk fabric slipping through my fingers. A wedding dress? Tracy, what's going on? She looks uncomfortable, but tries to laugh it off. It's probably for the charity ball on Saturday. They always have a theme. The charity ball. A bridal theme? It doesn't make sense. Panic claws at my chest, but I tamp it down, forcing myself to go along. For now. Then I see the dress. All thought and unease dissolve as I stare in sheer awe. It's breathtaking, a vision of lace and silk with intricate beading that catches the light. You have to try it on, Tracy insists as I walk over to it. She pulls the dress from the rail and practically shoves me toward the dressing room. When I step out, her gasp says it all. You look... Tracy trails off, her eyes misting. I turn to look at myself in the mirror, and for a moment, I don't recognize the woman staring back at me. The dress clings perfectly, the train pooling at my feet like starlight. It fits me like it was made just for me. We'll take it, Tracy tells the boutique owner, her voice firm. Wait, Tracy, no. I catch sight of the price tag and feel my knees wobble. That's insane. She waves me off. I was told, any dress you want. The boutique owner brings out more champagne while we wait for her to finish the transaction and carefully prepares the dress for us. My stomach churns with unease as I can't help but feel I'm walking into a trap. Back at the penthouse, the atmosphere feels off. The staff is bustling, hanging decorations in the living room, while the air is heavy with the overwhelming scent of fresh flowers. Something isn't right. Everyone keeps casting me strange, knowing glances. I'm about to comment to Tracy when a towering man steps into my path. His icy blue eyes lock onto mine, and for a moment, I forget to breathe. He's even taller, broader, and more intimidating than Radomir, a presence that demands submission. You must be Lee, he says, his deep voice commanding the room's attention. I'm Alexei Mirachin, Radomir's cousin. He extends his hand, and though I hesitate, I can't avoid placing mine in his. The moment his fingers close around mine in a firm handshake, I notice the ring on his middle finger. A jolt of fragmented images slams into me, sharp and disorienting, like shards of glass piercing my mind, disjointed, vivid, terrifying. A wave of fear crashes over me, visceral and uncontrollable, like a snake striking and sinking its venom into my veins. My instincts take over, and I yank my hand back so forcefully, pain shoots through my shoulder. Hello, I croak, stepping back, heart pounding. Panic coils in my stomach as I try to mask my reaction. Before Alexei can say more, a tall woman approaches, her movements graceful but deliberate. Hello, Lee. The woman greets me, her voice smooth, almost familiar. A hazy image swims before my eyes, and the sharp pain tearing at my temples intensifies. Her next words are muffled by the roar of my pulse. It's nice to meet you. Her eyes flick to Tracy, and she speaks in Russian, glancing at Alexei. Tracy stiffens beside me, her face paling. She nods but doesn't speak. What's going on? I demand, my voice trembling. Mr. Mirochin needs to speak with me, Tracy says, her tone guarded. Then, gesturing to the woman, she adds, This is my sister, Judy. She'll help you get dressed for your... Judy's name strikes like a hammer to my brain, and I don't hear the end of Tracy's sentence. A voice from deep within, a memory muffled and distorted, like an old warped cassette, echoes, Judy, help her. My body jerks as if struck by lightning. A deafening blast reverberates in my mind, and I feel vibrations in my hands. Another voice screams, Get her out of here! She's just a kid, for fuck's sake! Lee? Judy's worried voice cuts through the chaos. Are you okay? What? I blink, trying to shake off the dizziness. My ears ring, and my hands tremble, still buzzing with phantom vibrations. Lee! Alexei barks, his tone impatient and biting. Stop stalling. You need to go with Judy and get dressed. You're marrying Radomir today, and I won't tolerate any of your tricks. The words hit like a sledgehammer. My legs buckle, and I grasp at the wall for support. Mary? My head spins. No, I whisper, the word barely audible. This isn't happening. The elevator dings, drawing my attention. Despite the nausea and pounding headache, my fight or flight instincts flare. The doors slide open and my heart leaps. Escape. But Alexei blocks me before I can bolt. His hand clamps onto my arm, his grip bruising, his fingers digging into a scar I know too well. My eyes lock onto the round pink blemish, and the room tilts. It's the scar I got when a bolt went through my arm in the accident that killed my mother. Alexei leans closer, his voice low and threatening. Don't even try it. His words echo through my skull, fusing with another voice from the past. Don't even try it. If you pull it out, she could bleed to death. My mind splinters, dragging me back into the abyss. 10 years ago. It hurts, Papa, I whimper, my voice barely audible. The arrow embedded in my arm burns like hellfire, the heat spreading through my body, making it hard to breathe. I can pull it out. No, Lulu Petal, don't even think about it. Papa snaps, his voice sharp and almost unrecognizable. His green eyes, usually so warm and full of love, brim with fear. You pull it out, Papa, I beg, my breaths coming weaker and weaker. I can't, sweetheart, he says, his voice cracking. Before I can respond, the woman beside him interrupts. She's beautiful, but her face is bruised and streaked with blood. Are you sure you can't pull it out? The woman asks, her voice trembling. The poison is spreading so fast. If he pulls it out, she'll bleed to death. It's another female voice. She's a lot younger than the other one. We can't touch the bolt either because of the poison. A tall man strides into the room. I've taken care of the video feed. Alexandra's gone with the evidence, he says, his tone brisk. My vision blurs, but I force myself to focus on him. He's handsome, his jaw tight with tension as he drops to his knees beside me. Hang in there, little Duchess, he says, his voice breaking. Saul and I will find the antidote. Don't stop fighting, okay? Do you hear me? We're going to find that bastard. My head lolls as darkness creeps in. I barely register the tear slipping down his unshaved cheek before he roars at Papa. Can't you pull the fucking arrow out? No, Papa barks back. It might have hit an artery. Wipe everything down. Don't let anything trace back to us, especially not to Lee. The older woman strokes my hair softly. It's okay, darling. Close your eyes. Her name hovers just on the edge of my memory, but I can't grasp it. It slips away, disappearing into the haze. Iceman, I whisper, my chest tightening as panic rises. A chilling laugh echoes somewhere deep in my mind. He's going to come after me. The darkness swallows me whole. Present day. Lee! Judy's voice cuts through the suffocating darkness. Lee, wake up! No, Judy. Panic grips me, squeezing the air from my lungs. You have to go. If you're caught here. My eyes snap open, and I see Judy staring at me, her face pale and stricken, fear shimmering in her wide eyes. The room tilts, and the past starts to dissolve into the present. My heart pounds in my chest, and in a flash, I know I've seen her before. It's not clear, not yet, but it's as if I've dragged one piece of my buried memories into the light. The edges are still jagged, blurry, but it's something. I know you, I murmur, my voice hoarse. You're someone from my past. Judy blinks, hesitating for a moment before composing herself. We're all from Vegas. We've probably crossed paths. Your mother sang at the Diamond Lounge, and I waited tables there while I was in college. You probably know me from that. Her explanation feels half true, but I know there's more, so much more. Before I can press her, the door bursts open, the noise jolting me out of my thoughts. I realize I'm no longer standing in the hallway. I'm in a strange bedroom, lying on an unfamiliar bed. How did I get here? I ask, my voice trembling. You passed out, Judy says, just as Radomir storms into the room with Alexei close behind. I've got this handled, cousin. Go take your place. Alexei snaps, his tone hard and dismissive. Radomir doesn't even acknowledge him. His voice booms as he commands, Clear the room, now. Judy flinches, but obeys, moving toward the door. Alexei hesitates, glaring at me as if daring me to speak. Radomir kneels beside the bed, his icy exterior cracking just enough for me to see something unexpected. Gentleness, worry, and fear? Lee, he says, his voice softer now. Are you okay? Did my cousin hurt you? What happened? I barely fucking touched her. Alexei growls from across the room, his tone dripping with contempt. Get out! Radomir roars, standing abruptly. His fury fills the room, making the air feel heavy. Alexei, Judy hisses, placing a hand on his arm. Give them a moment. Alexei sneers. It's one of her tricks. I can't believe you, of all people, would fall for it, Radomir. What happened? I croak, my throat dry. Confusion wraps around me like a thick fog, and my mind spins. The memories, the voices, the images, they swirl and blur, as if my brain is trying to piece together a broken puzzle. Alexei's voice cuts through the haze. I'll tell you what happened. Your little Khan is holding up the ceremony, and we don't have the judge here for much longer. What ceremony? I frown, clutching at the sheets beneath me. My thoughts twist and spiral. The past and present collide violently, creating an incoherent whirlwind of fear and fragmented images. Nothing fits. None of it makes sense. Leave us, cousin. Radomir's voice slices through the chaos like a blade. He steps toward Alexei, his tone dropping to a low, dangerous growl. If the judge leaves, find another. This town has more than one in our pocket. Alexei glares at me one last time before Judy grabs his arm and pulls him toward the door. Listen to Radomir for once, she snaps. This is why everyone calls you the Iceman. The door closes behind them, but the word Iceman echoes in my skull like a death knell. My chest tightens, and a cold, primal fear claws its way up my throat. He's going to kill everyone and come for me, I whisper, the words slipping out before I can stop them. My voice trembles with terror. The Iceman wants me, and everyone else, dead. What? Radamir's sharp gaze locks onto mine.
Lee, what are you talking about?
But I'm already gone, slipping back into the darkness. The monsters are waiting for me there. They hold my memories hostage, mocking me with flashes of my past, feeding on my growing terror. I run through the blank spaces of my mind, gathering broken shards of memories, but they don't fit together. They only lead me back to him, the Iceman. He's there, waiting in the shadows, his laugh echoing in the void as I run and hide. He's the biggest monster of all, and I know he won't stop until he destroys everything and everyone around me, until he gets me.
Chapter 24. Radomir. The moment I see her, fear wraps its icy hand around my chest. Right before Lee passed out, her eyes went blank, staring past me into a void I couldn't follow. It looked like something had yanked her away from me, leaving only an empty shell behind. Sabrina's voice echoes in my head, her warning from the night before. If her memories resurface, they'll hit hard. I swallow, trying to steady myself, but the fear in me is growing. Last night, after dropping Sabrina off at her apartment, I had shoved Olive into the dungeon for Gunther to deal with. I had every intention of reading the journal Sabrina trusted me with, but instead, I ended up reading about dissociative amnesia. The words are etched in my mind. Dissociative amnesia isn't just forgetting. It's protecting the mind from trauma so deep it could break the person. One of the potential effects was catatonia, a blank, unresponsive state caused by memories too heavy to bear. For those few moments before Lee passed out, I'm sure that's what I saw. Lee, I murmur, my voice softer than I thought it could be. No response. She lies lifeless, and it sends a ripple of panic through me, one I can barely control. I approach the bed carefully, not sure whether to wake her or leave her. What if she doesn't wake up? I climb onto the mattress beside her, my movements slow and deliberate. Lee, come back, I say, keeping my voice calm, soothing. I've faced enemies who begged for mercy, watched men crumble under the weight of their own terror, but what I saw in Lee's eyes before they blinked was different. It wasn't just fear. This is something deeper, something that has consumed her completely. What the fuck did she see or experience that caused this? My mind flashes to the journal still piled on the corner of my desk in the penthouse office. I frown, remembering Dolph had said he couldn't find the fourth one I know I had put in the drawer of Lee's writing desk. Fuck, did she find it? Is that why this is happening? I sit close, but not too close. I don't care what my damn cousin thinks. What I'm seeing is not one of Lee's tricks in her plight to escape. I've seen the flicker of cunning in her eyes when she's trying to outwit me, the calculated pauses in her voice. There was none of that. Just emptiness. Lee. I try again, leaning toward her. My hand brushes against hers, and it's ice cold. It's me, Radomir. I'm here. You're safe. I move a stray lock behind her ear. She doesn't flinch, doesn't move, and I feel my stomach twist. I gently feel her neck for a pulse, and it's there. I sigh in relief, and it feels normal. The silence in the room is suffocating. My mind races for answers, strategies, anything to pull her back. I'm a man who thrives on control, on finding weaknesses and exploiting them. But now, I'm powerless. No amount of intimidation or brute force can fix this. I'm not going anywhere, I whisper. My voice is steady, but my pulse pounds like a war drum. I stay close, not daring to touch her again, not yet. Instead, I keep talking. Calm, quiet, familiar words I hope will find her wherever she is. You're stronger than this, Lee. Whatever it is, you've survived it before, you'll survive it again. Still nothing. Her chest rises and falls, but it's like she's trapped somewhere far away. I lean closer, studying her face. Her lips are slightly parted, her breathing shallow. I can feel the weight of her memories pressing against the air around us. Whatever she's seeing in her mind, it's dragged her to the edge. Lee, I say again, more firmly this time. My voice shakes, betraying the fear I don't want to show. Listen to me. You're not alone anymore. I'm here. I'll fight whatever this is with you. Just come back. Her fingers twitch so slight I almost miss it. A flicker of life. Hope surges through me and I reach out again, this time more firmly grasping her hand in mine. That's it. I encourage, my voice softening. Come back to me. The silence stretches, but I refuse to move. I refuse to let her slip further away. As I sit there gripping her hand and speaking words I'm not even sure she can hear, a single thought consumes me. I will not lose her. My mind races. I know I should call someone, Sabrina, anyone, but I can't take my eyes off her. She's so still, so silent, it terrifies me. I'm afraid that if I leave her for a minute, she'll slip even further away. All I can do is keep talking and hope to God she'll eventually hear me. Cautiously, I stretch out beside her, not caring if my tux gets creased. My hand clasps hers as I rack my brain for something, anything that might reach her. Then I remember the songs, her music. I'm sorry I snooped in your songbook, I start telling her. That was a terrible violation of your privacy, but you are so talented, Lee. I can see why you wanted to be a songwriter. I give a soft laugh, idly playing with her fingers. There was one song in particular that stuck in my mind, and I have to admit I found myself humming a lot. It's 3 a.m., and I am wide awake, thinking about the way you left me with a promise you'd never break. My voice cracks a little. Hell, I'm no singer, but I keep going. Now I'm lost in the echoes of the words we said, wondering if you meant them or if it's all in my head. Her eyelids flicker. It's small, barely noticeable, but I see it. My heart lurches. I keep singing, my voice soft and steady even as my throat tightens. It's a long road back from goodbye, but I'll find my way. Just tell me I'm not crazy for holding on. Her eyes slowly open and she blinks, her brow furrowing slightly as her eyes begin to focus. I take a shaky breath, relief washing over me. She's coming back. Radomir? She murmurs, her voice faint like she doesn't quite know where she is. I lean closer, keeping my tone calm and steady. I'm here, Lee, you're okay, you're safe. Her gaze clears slowly and I see confusion flicker in her green eyes. What happened? I lean a little closer, careful not to crowd her. You don't remember? She shakes her head slightly, then winces. No, just my head doesn't hurt anymore. The migraine's gone. I pause, weighing my words. Sabrina had warned me not to overwhelm her, but I need to know. What set it off? Her lips press into a thin line and she gives me a pointed look. Probably you blindsiding me with this whole marriage thing? I wince, guilt twisting in my gut. She's not wrong. This is my fault and I owe her the truth, at least some of it. I sigh, running a hand through my hair. You're right. This is my fault. I was reckless. I hesitate, the words tasting bitter as I force them out. Lee, there's a chance you could be pregnant. Her eyes widen and I see the wheels turning in her head.
For a moment, I wonder if she's going to lash out, but then something dawns on her and she whispers, "Shit. Oh, shit." Panic flashes in her eyes and I act on instinct. I lie down beside her and pull her into my arms, surprised when she doesn't resist. Instead, she curls into me, resting her head against my chest. "I'm sorry," she whispers, the words so quiet I almost don't catch them. "I didn't think about that. When we had sex, it was the last thing on my mind." Her cheeks go a shade of pink. I stiffen, not expecting that. "This isn't your fault," I say, my voice firm. Her hand clenches the fabric of my shirt and she shakes her head against me. "It is. I didn't stop you. Her words hit me hard, piercing through the walls I've spent years building. Gavril was right. I'm not just falling for her. I might have fallen the moment her green-eyed fury stormed into my VIP poker room and turned my world upside down. But I can't let myself go soft, not now. There's still too much I don't know, too much at stake. I have to tell you something. You deserve to know what's going on. I tighten my arms around her, speaking softly. We're under attack, Lee. At first I thought it was a rival family trying to take over. Then I thought they were after you, but now I think they want everything. And they have people inside my organization, spies we haven't identified yet. The stakes are high, and all I want to do is protect you. She's silent for a moment, then asks quietly, "What does that mean for us?" I take a deep breath. If you marry me, I can protect you. The weight of my name alone will keep you safe, and when this is over, if you still want to leave, I'll help you. I'll make sure you have everything you need to start your career, your life. Her head tilts up and her eyes meet mine. I can see the conflict there, the weight of everything I've just told her. Finally, she nods. "I'll marry you," she says softly. "But I want to be able to see my friends. And my father." Guilt claws at me, sharp and relentless. Mark, the man she believes is her father, is in the hospital, and her real father, Nicholas. I can't bring myself to tell her the truth, not yet. She's been through enough for one day. Instead, I pull out the ring. It used to belong to my grandmother, and I know she would have approved. I open the box, a grin tugging at my lips. "Will you marry me, Lee Dalton?" She laughs, the sound light and unexpected. Then she nods, her smile soft. "Yes." I slide the ring onto her finger, satisfaction and relief flooding through me. But then I glance at my watch and grimace. "I don't mean to rush you, but we have to do this today." She follows my gaze to the dress bag hanging on the closet door and nods. "Then you'd better send Tracy to help me get dressed." "You look beautiful as you are," I tell her, and for a moment her cheeks flush. "Give me 20 minutes, she says, a teasing glint in her eye. I nod, but I can't stop myself from pulling her to me for a deep, lingering kiss. My control frays as her lips part against mine, but I pull back before I lose myself completely. "I'll be waiting," I whisper. "I have one more condition," Lee says as she pulls back. I can see her shyness as her eyes dart around. "I want to have all the perks of a real marriage." My throat goes dry as I realize what she's asking, and my cock instantly starts to go hard as desire coils in the pit of my stomach. I never thought we wouldn't. My voice is gruff as I pull her to me for one more kiss. I get up and leave the room, my heart pounding. I'm torn between the unexpected excitement of marrying Lee and the growing worry about what set her memories off. Tomorrow I'll get answers. I'll speak to Sabrina and figure this out, but today is my wedding day. And tonight, I can't stop the smile that tugs at my lips. Tonight
is my wedding night.
Chapter 25. Lee. I stand at the edge of the makeshift aisle in Radomir's penthouse, perched high above the Diamond Hotel and Casino. The grand room is unrecognizable, transformed into a beautiful wedding venue, yet I can barely focus on the decor. My heart pounds in my chest as I glance down at the antique engagement ring on my finger. The diamond sparkles brilliantly under the soft light, set in an intricate design that feels both timeless and extravagant. I can't stop staring at it. It's the most stunning piece of jewelry I've ever worn. I feel like a princess in this wedding dress. The soft lace hugs my body perfectly, and the delicate train flows behind me like a fairy tale. But the magic is tainted. I force myself to smile at Tracy, who stands beside me, her warm, supportive presence keeping me steady. Then Alexei steps forward, his role as the one to walk me down the aisle cemented. The moment he's near, an icy grip of fear wraps around my chest.
"I don't know what you're playing at, Lee,"
he mutters under his breath as he offers his arm. His cold eyes cut into mine.
"but it won't get you far. I don't give a fuck who your grandparents are. I'm watching you."
A chill runs down my spine. My grip on Tracy's hand tightens for a moment before I let her go and take Alexei's arm. Memories threaten to surge to the surface. Memories I can't afford to let consume me right now. To ground myself, I focus on a melody. My melody. Did I hear Radomir humming it earlier? Singing it, maybe? In my mind, I begin to hum one of my songs, softly singing the words to myself. Music has always been my sanctuary, my calm. Slowly, I feel the fear ease, replaced by a faint thread of confidence. Soft music begins to play, and my breath catches. It's "Don't Dream It's Over," my favorite song. Radomir must have found out. The thought jolts through me, and I glance up, my eyes locking on him at the end of the aisle. He looks devastatingly handsome in a black tuxedo, his broad shoulders commanding the room. His intense, stormy eyes are trained on me, and I can't look away. Our gazes hold, and for the first time in days, I feel something shift in my chest. Something warm, something terrifying. Step by step, I walk toward him. Alexei's arm is like ice beneath mine. But it doesn't matter. All I see is Radomir. When I reach him, Alexei hands me over, his jaw tight as he steps aside. Radomir's fingers close around mine, strong, steady, and commanding. A shiver runs through me, a mix of apprehension and something I don't dare name. My gaze shifts to the people standing beside us, and I'm surprised when Sabrina and Tara step up on my side. On his side, Alexei and Gavril flank him like shadows. The whole scene feels surreal, like a dream hovering just out of reach. No, I remind myself, this is real. It's a real wedding. My eyes sweep the room, catching the soft glow of candles reflecting off white flowers that spill over every surface. Even the chairs are draped in ivory fabric, delicate and elegant. My heart stumbles at the beauty of it all. They did this for me, decorated this space so quickly, so perfectly. The realization leaves me breathless. The judge begins to speak, his deep voice echoing softly in the room, but the words blur together. Everything feels like it's happening too fast. The vows, the kiss, the applause. Before I know it, Radomir leads me out of the crowd, his grip firm but careful as he guides me into his study. Inside, the air feels heavier, quieter. The door closes behind us, muffling the lingering sounds of the reception. He pulls me toward the desk, and we sign the register, making it official. As I set the pen down, my eyes are drawn to a photograph on the desk. It's an old picture of 7 men. I recognize Radomir, Alexei, and Gavril immediately, their younger faces fierce and familiar. But the others? A flicker of recognition jolts through me, sharp and unsettling. My chest tightens, and a cold, paralyzing terror floods my veins. My knees start to give way, but I grab the desk to steady myself. You witnessed the deaths of... The names won't come to me. It's like a dream when you can't see someone's face. Radomir is beside me in an instant, his presence a solid anchor. "Everyone out," he barks, his voice sharp and cutting through the haze. The door creaks open and slams shut again as the others leave, leaving just the 2 of us in the room. "Lee," he says softly, stepping closer. His tone is different now, low and soothing, and I can feel his concern radiating from him. "Are you all right?" I force a quick nod, plastering on a smile that doesn't quite reach my eyes. "Just getting used to being married," I say, my voice tight with the lie. He watches me for a moment longer, his gaze intense, before he walks over to the bar. He pours 2 glasses of vodka and hands one to me. "Welcome to my family, Mrs. Molchanov," he says, his lips curving into a faint smirk as he raises his glass. "Thank you, Mr. Molchanov," I reply, the words strange on my tongue. Married. I'm married. We clink glasses, and I take a sip. The burn of the vodka grounds me, chasing away the lingering cold from the photo. When our eyes meet again, something shifts in the air between us. It's subtle at first, like the pull of a current, but then it deepens, electrifying. Before I can process what's happening, his lips are on mine. His kiss is demanding, consuming, and I'm powerless to resist. I don't want to resist. The glass slips from my hand, shattering on the floor, but I barely notice. His arms wrap around me, pulling me close, his heat enveloping me as his hands roam over my body. Radomir lifts me, setting me on the desk. His mouth trails down my neck, leaving a blazing path of fire in its wake. My wedding dress rustles as he pushes the satin up, revealing the delicate lace of my panties. He freezes for a moment, his gaze darkening as he takes me in. "Magnificent," he whispers, his voice rough with lust, but there's a softness underneath it that catches me off guard. His thumb grazes my cheek, his green eyes searching mine, the storm of desire tempered by something deeper. "Are you okay to do this?" The question surprises me. Concern flickers through the molten hunger in his gaze, twisting my heart painfully tight. I can feel the heat rolling off him, the barely contained need in every line of his body. And yet, he's giving me a choice, a chance to stop this, to say no. Dark, hungry desire already pools low in my belly, spreading like liquid fire. I try to speak, but my throat feels locked, the words tangled somewhere in the knot of emotion building inside me. So I stare into his eyes, into the storm of blue, and I nod. "Yes," I eventually manage to whisper, my voice soft but certain. Radomir's jaw tightens, the faintest hitch of his breath betraying the restraint it takes for him not to lose control. His fingers slip beneath the lace, finding the aching need waiting for him. "Fuck, you're sexy, Petichka," he groans, his lips brushing against my ear as his fingers begin to work me. One circles my clit, sending jolts of pleasure through me, while 2 slide inside, filling me perfectly. My hips move on their own, grinding against his hand, chasing the release I can feel building. "Radomir," I pant, my voice breaking as he pushes me over the edge. His name leaves my lips in a desperate cry, swallowed by his kiss as I shatter beneath him. He growls low in his throat, his need barely contained as he spreads my thighs wide. His cock presses against my soaked panties, teasing me until the tension is unbearable. With one sharp tug, he rips them off, the sound echoing in the room. His head dips between my legs, latching on to my throbbing pussy. "Tell me what you want, Petichka," he says, his voice hoarse and edged with raw desire as he sucks and licks me, driving me crazy. "Do you want my tongue, or do you want my cock deep inside you, driving you to more pleasure?" I struggle to form the words as his tongue flicks over my clit, sending a fresh wave of pleasure crashing through me. "I want your cock," I finally gasp. He chuckles darkly, pulling away long enough to yank off his pants. His cock is thick and hard, glistening with pre-cum as he lines himself up. In one brutal thrust, he slams into me, filling me completely. The air rushes from my lungs as I cling to him, the stretch of him perfect and overwhelming. "Feels good, doesn't it, Petichka?" He growls, his rough hands gripping my hips as he thrusts into me, each stroke harder than the last. "Like you were made just for me." "Yes," I moan, my voice breaking with desperation. "Oh, God, yes." His thumb finds my clit, circling it in time with his thrusts, and I feel myself spiraling again, the pleasure building to a blinding crescendo. His movements become erratic, his control slipping as his need overtakes him. "That's it, baby," he rasps, his voice thick with pleasure. "Come for me. Let me feel you." I fall apart beneath him, my orgasm crashing over me like a tidal wave. Stars explode behind my eyes as I cry out his name, my body trembling with aftershocks. Radomir groans deeply, his grip tightening as he thrusts one last time, spilling his heat deep inside me. He collapses onto me, his weight supported by his elbows as we catch our breath. I lie against his chest, the sound of his heartbeat steady beneath my ear. There's no escaping this, no escaping him, and deep down, I know I don't want to. I tell myself it's safer under Radomir's protection, especially if I'm in danger. But the truth is clear. I'm not just under his protection. I'm under his spell, and right where I want to be, for now.
Chapter 26. Radomir. Gunner's voice drones on, but I'm barely listening. Olive hasn't said a word worth a damn. All she keeps repeating is that the Molchanov, Murachin, and Fabri time is coming to an end, that soon a new king will rise in Vegas and all the other territories you bastards rule, sponsored by two of the most powerful corporations in the world. I frown, my chest tightening. My eyes snap to him, but my thoughts are spinning. Olive's cryptic words rattle me, and I don't like feeling unsettled. Who is this new rising king? How has he managed to infiltrate mine and my cousin's organizations? That's the part that sticks. Nicolas? My gut says no. If he's involved at all, it doesn't make sense for him to answer to anyone, let alone someone with power to rival ours. Olive had said king, not queen. I clench my jaw, pushing the thought aside for now. Movement catches my attention. Across the room, Alexei steps toward Gavril, who's standing with Tara, Sabrina, and Lee. The conversation looks harmless, but Lee's reaction isn't. She stiffens. Fear radiates off her, pale and unmistakable, as she inches away from Alexei's towering form. She's terrified of him. I noticed it earlier, too, but now it gnaws at me. Why Alexei? Why my cousin? Boss? Frederick's voice pulls me back. He claps a hand on my shoulder, a smug grin in place. Congratulations, it's about time you put a ring on that firecracker. I didn't think you had it in you. Frederick, I warned, my voice clipped. Relax, he chuckles. She's a handful, but a beautiful one. You've outdone yourself. I nod absently, scanning the room again. Dolph joins us then, all business. We need to talk about the replenishment plans for those shipments that were hit. I make a non-committal grunt, already losing interest. Tomorrow. Dolph narrows his eyes, but doesn't argue. Fine. Tomorrow. Where's Victor? I ask, suddenly aware of his absence. I haven't seen him once today, which isn't like him. With Judy, Dolph answers. She's trying to root out any more traitors, and Victor's helping. Satisfied, I nod, my focus shifting back to Lee. She hugs Sabrina first, then Tara, murmuring something I can't hear. Her face softens, her shoulders relax, but then she excuses herself briskly and leaves the room. Tracy falls into step beside her. My fists clench as I watch her go. I turn and make my way toward Alexei and Gavril, ignoring whatever business they're eager to discuss. We'll do this tomorrow afternoon. I cut them off. I need a word with Sabrina. They nod and drift away, leaving me alone with Sabrina. Her dress is scarlet, not black, and I raise a brow. Scarlet, Sabrina. I thought you were going to wear black. She grins, sly as always. I'm wearing red because my heart bleeds for my best friend. Despite myself, I laugh. You're insufferable. Thank you. I let the smile fade. Lee's had episodes today. The humor drops from Sabrina's face. What kind of episodes? Some things triggered her memory. She shut down completely earlier. I asked Dolph to find the fourth journal, but he couldn't. Sabrina stiffens. You think Lee has it? It's a possibility. Her lips press into a thin line. Radomir? After Lee woke up from that coma, she had terrible nightmares, screaming night after night. My stomach knots. Nightmares? She hesitates, then meets my eyes. She kept waking up screaming about someone. She called him the Iceman. The name hits me like a punch to the gut. My blood goes cold. The Iceman? Sabrina's brows furrow, her mind working on something. Yeah? Why? Do you know what that means? She muttered that name before she went catatonic. I say more to myself than her. Sabrina pales. Radomir? Her voice drops to a whisper. We need to find that fourth journal. I think I remember something about an Iceman, but it wasn't in the others. It must be in that one. She leaves me with those words, the weight of them hanging over my head. The Iceman, who the fuck is he? The penthouse feels suffocating suddenly, full of unanswered questions and too many moving pieces. I clear the room, dismissing my men and the lingering guests. It's late and I want this day over. Pushing aside thoughts of kings, traitors, and journals, I go in search of Lee. I find her in my room, the sound of the shower running. Tracy's gathering her dress and freezes when she sees me. Where is she? I ask. In the shower, sir. I nod toward the door. Leave. Tracy hurries out, and I close the door behind her, locking it. The sound echoes in the room, final and heavy. I strip off my tuxedo, discarding the fabric like a second skin. My body is thrumming with a need I can't suppress, one part desire, one part frustration. Lee's mine now, but there's still so much I don't know about her. The water calls to me, masking her presence but not her silhouette. I step into the bathroom and my cock hardens instantly. Lee stands with her back to me, head tilted under the spray. Her dark hair cascades over her shoulders, slick with water, and her body is a vision of soft curves and delicate strength. From the slender line of her neck to the curve of her hips, I want her. Every inch. Silently, I step into the shower, closing the glass door behind me. The steam curls around us, thick and humid. She doesn't hear me until my hands snake around her waist, slide upward, and cup her breasts. Her body jerks, and for a split second I think she'll resist. But then I feel it. The subtle shiver as she melts into my touch. "Radomir," she whispers, breath hitching. My lips find the curve of her neck, burning a trail of kisses and nips down her wet skin. My fingers knead her soft flesh, rolling her nipples until they pebble under my touch. The other hand slides down, fingers finding her slick and ready. "Fuck, Lee." I breathe against her ear. "I love how responsive you are to me. How your body quivers under my touch." She says nothing, but her body speaks for her. Her head tilts back, resting against my chest as I tease her. I slip 2 fingers inside her, her walls clenching around me like a vice. "Look at me," I command, turning her face to me. Her eyes meet mine, glazed with lust, and it's enough to shatter my restraint. I kiss her, hard, deep, claiming her mouth as thoroughly as I'm about to claim her body. She moans into the kiss, her arms winding around my neck. Her hips move against my hand, grinding in desperation as I push her closer to the edge. "Let go for me, Petichka," I murmur against her lips. "Let me see you come." Her body obeys before her mind does. She cries out, trembling as her orgasm crashes through her, and I hold her steady, fingers still moving to prolong her pleasure. When she slumps against me breathless, I scoop her into my arms. I carry Lee into the bedroom, her body limp in my arms, flushed and glowing from the pleasure I just gave her. I gently lower her into a sitting position on the edge of the bed. For a moment, I just stand there drinking her in, her damp hair dripping onto her creamy skin, her chest rising and falling as she catches her breath. But I'm not done with her yet. Grabbing a thick, fluffy towel from the nearby chair, I kneel in front of her. Her eyes catch mine. "What are you doing?" Her voice is soft, almost teasing. "Taking care of my wife," I answer, my voice low and rough. The word wife resonates through me, leaving a warm feeling in my chest. I drag the towel slowly over her skin, starting at one ankle and working my way up. Her leg is smooth beneath my touch, her muscles twitching as I glide the fabric up her calf. My hands linger on her thigh, kneading the soft flesh before I move to the other leg, repeating the slow, deliberate process. Lee bites her lip, watching me with wide, hazy eyes. Her breathing quickens when I stop between her thighs, the towel bunched in my hand. I spread her legs just enough to make her gasp, my fingers parting her slick folds as I lower my mouth. "Radomir," she breathes, her voice trembling. I press a kiss to her sensitive nub, tasting her again. She jolts, her hips lifting as if to chase my mouth. I grin wickedly, wiping her clean with agonizing slowness before abandoning the towel altogether and giving her what she really wants. My tongue finds her clit, circling and flicking until she's moaning, her fingers fisting the sheets. "Oh, God!" Her moans are music to my ears, but I don't let her fall apart just yet. I pull back, licking my lips as I rise to my feet. Her cheeks are flushed, her chest heaving, and for once she doesn't look guarded, just undone. I grab another towel and drag it over her body, this time slower, more teasing. I trail it over her flat stomach up to her perfect breasts, where I take my time drying each curve. I roll her nipples between my fingers through the towel, and she shivers, arching into my touch. "Radomir," she whispers, my name a plea. I drop to my knees again, this time pressing kisses to the tops of her thighs as I finish drying her. By the time I'm done, her skin is glowing and she's trembling, not from the cold, but from the heat building between us again. "Your turn," she says suddenly, her voice soft but firm. She reaches for the towel and something sparks in her eyes, mischief and determination. My cock hardens instantly at the sight of it. "I don't think so, Petichka," I growl, but she silences me with a look. "Stand still," she commands, her tone matching mine from earlier. I arch a brow but obey, watching as she steps behind me. The towel glides over my back, slow and reverent, following the lines of my muscles. When she reaches my lower back, she pauses, and I feel her fingertips tracing the edges of my dragon tattoo, the ink curling down my spine, wrapping around my waist like a serpent. Her lips press softly between my shoulder blades, and a groan escapes my throat. "Lee," I warn. "Shh," she murmurs, dragging the towel lower. Her touch moves to my hips, then my ass, and when she slips the towel between my cheeks and down to my balls, I nearly lose it. "Fuck," I hiss, my hands clenching into fists. "You're playing a dangerous game." She steps around me then, her eyes locked on mine as she drops to her knees. My cock twitches, already hard and aching as her soft hands wrap around it. "You're still wet," she purrs, dragging the towel over my length with deliberate slowness. "Lee," I choke out, my voice raw. She drops the towel completely, her fingers replacing it. I suck in a sharp breath as she runs a fingertip over the head of my cock, spreading the bead of pre-cum that's already leaking out. "Fuck," I growl again, watching her intently. Her gaze is dark with curiosity, desire, and something deeper, like she's trying to memorize every part of me. Her lips part, and she takes me into her mouth. The heat of her tongue, the softness of her lips, it's too much, and I nearly come undone right there. "Jesus, Lee," I groan, my hands tangling in her hair. "You're going to make me lose control." She hums softly, the vibrations shooting through me like lightning. I guide her gently, letting her take as much of me as she can. Her mouth works me over, slow and sweet, until I'm on the edge of breaking. "Stop," I order hoarsely, pulling her up and into my arms. "I'm not coming in your mouth tonight, Petichka." Her lips are swollen, her eyes glazed, and she looks so fucking gorgeous that I can't hold back anymore. I lift her, her legs wrapping around my waist as I carry her to the bed and lay her down gently. She looks up at me, dazed but beautiful, and I know one thing for certain. This woman is mine. No matter what secrets lie between us, no matter what dark truths the journals or her memories may hold. As I slide between her thighs and claim her again, there's only one thought in my mind. Nothing will take her from me. Chapter 27. Radomir. The buzzing of my phone drags me out of sleep, its insistent hum slicing through the quiet. I groan, rolling onto my side, fumbling for the device as it skitters across the nightstand. Victor's name flashes on the screen. Someone had better have fucking died, I mutter, voice rough and cold. Victor doesn't waste time. Olive's throat's been slit. I also sent you a message earlier. No body was found in the cabin Sabrina turned to ashes. His words snap through me like a gunshot, jolting me upright. My chest goes tight. No body? Lee shifts beside me, turning onto her back with a soft sigh, oblivious to the storm swirling inside me. The sheet slips down, bearing the delicate curve of her breast. My cock twitches in response, but I grit my teeth and force myself to look away. Pulling the sheet back over her, I pause. I don't want to wake her. I lean over, pressing a kiss to her temple, my lips lingering longer than they should. I'll be back soon, my love, I murmur. The words tumble out before I can stop them, leaving a strange heaviness in my chest. My love. The phrase rings in my mind, but there's no time to unpack it. I swing my legs off the bed, dragging myself into focus. Who killed Olive? I demand, my voice clipped as I clutch the phone. We don't know, Victor replies. The Dungeon Wing's feed was cut for 10 minutes. When I got here, the guards were already dead, gunshots to the head. My blood chills. Someone bypassed my security, my fucking security. Get Gunner on it. I'll be there in 10 minutes. I snap. Understood. The line goes dead. I stare at the phone, my mind a relentless churn of thoughts. Someone is playing a dangerous game, taunting me, sending a message. They've proven they can move freely within my organization, slip past my defenses, and leave chaos in their wake. They're showing me I won't see it coming until it's too late. Beside me, Lee stirs, curling deeper into the sheets. The soft lines of her face, the gentle rise and fall of her chest. It does something to me, something fierce and unsettling. She sleeps peacefully, oblivious to the fire creeping closer to her doorstep. And I know deep in my gut that my mother was right. Whoever's coming for me doesn't just want my empire. They want my wife. I dress quickly, pulling on dark jeans and a black shirt. The familiar weight of my shoulder holster settles against me as I buckle it in place. My movements are smooth and automatic as I pull my leather jacket on. I turn toward the door, glancing back one last time. I have to stop the urge to go back and kiss her again as a bad feeling knots in my stomach. She doesn't realize it yet, but she's at the center of all of this. The journals, the burnt cabin, the shadow circling us, it's all connected to her past and locked up tight in the shadows of her memories. I clench my fists, steel settling into my bones. Whoever breached my security, whoever slit Olive's throat, they just signed their death warrant. I step out of the bedroom, my mind already calculating my next move. No one fucks with what's mine and lives to tell the story. I turn to Olive's lifeless body sprawled on the dungeon bed, her blood soaking the sheets. On her cheek, smeared in her own blood, is a mark, a symbol I know too well. My breath stalls. My hand instinctively rises to my ring, the signet my mother had made for me after my father's death. The original was cut from his finger and taken the day he was killed. The mark on Olive's face is the same pattern. A chill slashes through me. The person who did this isn't just back. They're here to finish what they started 10 years ago. I glance at the small table beside the bed. Scrawled in Olive's blood are 3 words. Gold key, journals, Lee. And beneath them in a deliberate, jagged scrawl, I'm taking them all, then coming for the rest of what's mine. Ice floods my veins as dread coils in my gut. Lee. Suddenly realizing this was all a distraction, I whirl around, shouting to Timur and Gunner. Lock down the hotel, no one in or out. The 2 move instantly, radios crackling. Victor and Dahl fall in behind me as I storm toward the elevators, my heart hammering a violent rhythm in my chest. The elevator doors are halfway closed when a familiar voice shouts, "Get your fucking hands off me, you brute!" I turn to see Sabrina, disheveled, wearing a long coat, pajamas peeking out, and fluffy slippers like she's just rolled out of bed. Her blonde hair is a mess, her arms flailing as Frederick hauls her forward. "What the hell is this?" I bark. "Radomir!" Sabrina glares at me as Frederick lets her go. "What the goddamn fuck, man? I get a call that Lee's in trouble. She needs me at the Diamond Hotel. I rush here, and then your goon here." She flails her hand at Frederick, tries to manhandle me. "What the fuck did you do to Lee?" "I don't have time for this. Get in the elevator." "What? No." I grab her arm, ignoring her protests as we pile into the lift. Dolph, Victor, and Frederick exchange skeptical glances, eyeing her like she's lost her mind. To be fair, she looks insane. A tiny, crazy woman in slippers. "What the hell is going on?" She hisses, her eyes darting between us. "Where the fuck is Lee? Is she okay?" "Lee was safe and okay when I left her." I snap, the impatience clawing at me. She was sleeping. The ride feels excruciatingly slow. I know it's in my head, but every second that ticks by gnaws at me like a blade to the gut. The doors open, and we barrel out into the penthouse, Sabrina nearly tripping over Dolph in her haste. "Watch it, you galoot!" she hisses as Dolph mutters an apology. I push the bedroom door open and stop cold. Lee is gone. On the floor beside the bed, a rag and a small glass bottle. Chloroform. Deliberately left behind, just to let me know how she was taken. "What the fuck is all the noise?" Alexei's groggy voice grumbles from behind us as he stumbles into the room. "Lee's been taken," Sabrina and I say at the same time. "Radomir!" Dolph's voice comes from behind me, sharp and tense. I turn to see him staring at his phone. "Timur says a helicopter just took off from the roof." The roof. They used the penthouse door to the rooftop. It had to be someone who knows this place, someone close. Very few know where that exit is. My mind races as I turn to Dolph. "Timur said you'll want to see the security feed. I'll go check out the rooftop," Frederick says and disappears. We move fast. Sabrina keeps pace with me as we head to my office, her slippers slapping against the marble. Alexei, bleary but alert now, looms behind us, casting her weird looks. "What?" she snaps, shooting him an unimpressed glare. "You've never seen a woman in pajamas before?" Alexei sneers, smirking like the cocky brute he is. "Women don't wear pajamas to bed with me." Sabrina arches a brow, the corner of her mouth lifting into a mock, pitying smirk. "Oh? Do they prefer armor, or just regret?" I ignore their bickering as I sit behind my desk, pulling up the security feed. Sabrina's right over my shoulder, leaning in so close I can feel her breath. "What the hell?" I mutter as the feed shows the rooftop door opening and a familiar face has Lee wrapped in one of the sheets from our bed, limp in his arms as he rushes out. Sabrina stiffens, her voice a whisper. "But we blew that motherfucker to smithereens." "No body was found," I inform her. "That fucking roach!" Then her face pales. "How the hell would he have known about the escape hatch?" Alexei steps closer, eyes narrowing at the screen. "Who's that?" "Fuck." His voice drops. "Is that Michael? Your stable manager?" "No, it's..." My voice trails off as the elevator dings. "I'll check," Dolph says, stepping out the room. There's a moment of silence before we hear Dolph's voice, sharp and unyielding. "Stop right there or I'll blow your fucking brains out!" A British accented voice replies, low and deadly. "You can try, but I'll be across the room and have snapped your neck before you even pull the trigger." Sabrina's eyes go wide. She bolts from the room like a whirlwind. "Don't shoot!" she shouts. I'm right behind her, Alexei and Victor following close. The sight in the living room stops me cold. An eerily familiar man stands there, calm and confident, his hands raised in surrender. Anger bursts through me while Sabrina freezes mid-stride, staring at him like she's seen a ghost. "You," I snarl. "You have some balls coming back to the scene of the crime." I'm about to tell Victor and Dolph to seize him, but Sabrina stops me.
"No, wait."
Her voice rises as she points to him, saying sharply,
"You can't be here without a password."
"Jesus Christ, Sabrina." I whirl on her. "This isn't the fucking time." But the man answers, his voice even. "I promised I'd buy you a yellow t-shirt with a pink winky smiley face the next time I was in town." Sabrina's voice cracks with relief and joy.
"Uncle Nick."
She flies across the room, throwing herself into his arms. He catches her effortlessly, folding her into a hug like it was the most natural thing in the world. "What the fuck is going on here?" Alexei growls, his voice tight with disbelief. "Didn't we just see this prick abduct Lee?" Nicholas stiffens, eyes darken, his voice dropping to something lethal. "Someone's taken Lee?" Before I can blink, Nicholas moves. In a blur, he disarms Dolph, spins me around, and presses a gun to my temple. His grip is like iron. I'm pinned in a way I can't get to my gun, and his voice is a venomous snarl in my ear. "How the fuck did someone get my daughter? You were supposed to protect her." "Daughter?" Alexei grunts, his jaw slackening before he sucks in a sharp breath. "You're Nicholas Vasilikis."
"Duh."
Sabrina pulls a face at him like he's a particularly slow child before turning back to Nicholas.
"We thought it was you, Uncle Nick. Well, Radomir and the Jolly Giant."
Sabrina points at Alexei with exaggerated flair.
"Thought it was you. I didn't because he didn't answer the password question. I thought, could it be the same jerk who killed my father? But I thought you'd have killed him by now. Then I blew him up and he survived, so it must have been Carlos because he knew where the escape hatch was."
Nicholas stiffens, his voice slicing through her rambling. "Did you say Carlos?" "Can you lower the gun?" Alexei interjects, his tone as dry as sandpaper before Sabrina can answer Nicholas. "This will go a lot better for you if you just surrender now." "Please don't surrender," Dolph mutters darkly. "I'm really looking forward to shooting you."
"No one's shooting anyone."
Sabrina snaps, exasperation radiating off her like a storm. Her voice cuts through the tension like a clap of thunder, making 5 grown men snap to attention. My mother would have been proud.
"While you're all comparing the size of your cocks, my best friend has been kidnapped by Carlos the psycho who—"
She stops abruptly, her eyes widening with a dawning horror.
"Oh my God."
She pivots and bolts toward my office, muttering under her breath as she goes. Nicholas lowers the gun, shoves me away, and hands the weapon back to Dolph. "You're taking a chance giving it back to me," Dolph growls, his eyes narrowing. Nicholas's gaze flickers over him like he's an annoying ant. "Point it at me again, and I won't leave you standing this time." That man has more fucking confidence than anyone I've ever met, and the worst part, I'm certain he can back it up, as I've never seen anyone move like he did. I also get the feeling he's aware of every move around him without so much as turning his head. I follow Nicholas into the office, Dolph and Alexei trailing behind. Sabrina is already at my desk, frozen, her gaze locked on the screen. We crowd behind her, our collective breaths held as she zooms in on the rooftop camera feed. The image freezes. The helicopter door comes into focus, the emblem painted across it in stark clarity. Sabrina points at it, her voice barely above a whisper.
"Iceman Industries."
The breath leaves my lungs. My fists clench at my sides as ice creeps into my veins, colder than any storm I've ever faced. Nicholas mutters something low in Greek, his tone a deadly promise. I tear my eyes away from the screen and look up, straight into Nicholas's chilling green stare. He's thinking the same thing I am. Lee's nightmare has come to life. But the Iceman didn't just come for her. He took her right from under my nose. This concludes Wicked Embers by Cat Steele, narrated by Leanne Woodward and Eric Bloomquist. Copyright 2025 by Cat Steele. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Cat Steele and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.